okay.
I'll be right back.
Yeah.
But then again, my character isn't like doing much. So.
Okay. So I'll just briefly kind of reiterate that what this opera is. It's a very nice theater. It's a high-end establishment. And the opera is The Fall of Tiamat, which is an opera sung in giant about the evil dragon queen's defeat at the Well of Dragons, which was in this world, it was actually there was a semi-recent whole thing about that with the Rise of Tiamat adventure module is not a distant past memory for everybody in this world, and so the opera is, you have tickets, but you're going to meet with this guy during in his private box during intermission. So what I asked everybody else already, Viv, was this opera, for what it is good for what it is. What does your character think about it?
She likes the fighting parts. The rest kind of bores her.
Okay. Do we have a frozen Mark? What's going on there?
I'm just goofing around.
Oh, okay.
I was wondering how long it would take to be noticed.
All right, so we have this opera takes place. Then when there's intermission, there's lots of people, hanging around talking in the lobby, but you guys are able to go up to Mert's private box. And let me pull up a picture of him.
Some might notice, surprisingly enough, that there's a tear in Gibson's eyes. Perhaps it was because it could comprehend languages and actually understand at least the literal meaning of the play.
Right. So this is Mert, and as you can see, he is one of the two big adventurers that went down and got all of this wealth out of the Yawning Portal, and he is much older than he would appear, and everybody kind of knows that about him. But he is also, not in as great a shape as he used to be, and he also, he dresses very fancy, and his clothes are very nice, but they're also, not brand new, that sort of thing. But he's certainly wealthy. And so he is waiting in his private box, and he greets Annie and nods to each of you and introduces him as yes, good to meet friends of Annie's, and I hear that we have some Harper business to discuss.
Among other things, yes. Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you. Are you interested in joining the Harpers? Annie said that you might be. That goes for the rest of you, too. If you're not familiar with the Harpers, we are an organization that is devoted to preventing magical power in the hands of tyrants. Sometimes that means evil wizards determined to rule the world. Sometimes it means abuse of power at a government level. We are not a government organization, but we are devoted to protecting the concentration of power in corrupt hands.
Well, I myself am already an associate member. I've not gone for a full membership yet, but I've been attending a couple of the meetings from time to time. I find it fascinating, and it follows in line with my career of law enforcement and a recent interest. As my body fails over time, I find that I can still exercise the strength of my mind to practice magic.
Ah, good. So, some of you I know, having heard of your escapades the other night, Annie and Gibson, and I was saddened to hear about the loss of brother. But also you, Quinn, and you, is that everybody? Did I leave someone out? And
Luker.
And Luker.
Luker.
The rest of you are new to me.
Filthy Luker.
But,
I am clean, thank you very much.
I assume that you are, colleagues, and that we are free to discuss whatever Harper business we may have.
Yes, everyone here is associates. My associate here is a formerly closer working colleague, and I hope to be another one, indicating a Dammit, actually,
okay,
who I've kind of dragged along this meeting.
Ah, interesting. A Drow City watchman, eh? Or a watchwoman, I suppose. My apologies.
Former, but
Well, I...
Former watchman or former woman?
Watchman.
So, I think perhaps Annie will fast forward to Annie briefly reporting the news of the other night, and actually, at this point, well, I guess you guys tell me how you wanted to report that. Because okay, how about this? I will say, given that Hugh, as Annie had indicated, that there was some potential suspicion of Raynar Neverember, or like not sure what his deal is or what's going on there, Mert will actually laugh and just say, why, Raynar is a member of the Harpers. He's already filled me in on much of what transpired the other night.
he failed to
That
mention
makes
that.
sense.
He has absolutely spoken well of those of you who are there.
Okay.
So you're aware of this conflict between the Xanathar's people and the Zentarum over this supposed rumor of a horde of some kind.
Quite. It's a bunch of nasty business with the Zentarum we've always struggled with, and the Xanathar Guild, which seems ascendant of late. We do have one informant placed with them. I think it's best probably to keep them anonymous for now. But we have our eyes on both groups for certain.
And the appearance of this other creature in Xanathar's service, this, what did you call it, Lucre?
Well, I think that probably none of you who saw it would likely know what it is.
Yeah. I was just kind of trying to nudge us into revealing the fact that it existed at all.
Well, so Mert indicates that Raynar told him all about that already.
Okay. Should we tell him about what the wizard dude on the mountain said?
The monk.
Or should that be confidential? In a meta sense.
What that actually was.
Evil
Yeah,
twin.
the
Yeah.
evil's
Yes,
twin.
actually, maybe shortcutting it a little bit, saying that having spoken to the Black Staff, there was some mention potentially of the return of a wizard named Manshun.
He kind of looks surprised at that. Is like, well, first of all, speaking with the Blackstaff, looks like you're making powerful friends in the city. Well done, you. The return of Manshun. We would need more evidence, I think, to act on that. It would surprise me, but then this Halam is a mysterious fellow. Who's to say what he knows or does not?
Do you have any other interpretation you might shed on his riddle?
Not off the top of my head, but I often think best on these things after sleeping on it.
Indeed.
In the meantime, if any of you are interested in aiding the Harpers, I mentioned we already have an informant with the Xanathar Guild, but we do not have as good an eye as we would like on the Zentarum. But one of the drays working in the city is pulled by a talking mare, awakened, you understand, named Maxine. If you locate her, find out from her if she's learned the identity of any Zentarum operatives, and if so, determine their whereabouts. You see, an apparently driverless dray. People speak freely, but she can report back to us.
Is her status of being awakened known publicly?
Not to all. You will need to persuade her that you are Harpers, and then she will speak with you.
I see. Is there an established phrase of recognition?
Not as such. I think you just need to make your case, and she will judge whether she believes you or not.
we're going to need, at minimum, cloaks and pins. If I remember, the Harpers all wear distinctive pins.
Ah, well, indeed. Annie is already a member of the Harpers, although I must speak with Annie separately if you would all be willing to comply with that. But in the meantime, you are correct. There are pins. I had thought to test you with this initial mission first before making you official members.
All right.
You understand?
Of course.
Well, that would be our honor to help serve the Harpers, of course. At least for my own part, I can say so. Now, there was another matter before we break. Was something that Annie was hoping you might be able to address. We have been, 4 of us anyway, gifted with the ownership of an older property in need of some repair. We were hoping that you might be...
Did Verlo unload that place on you?
It
Yes.
would appear you're familiar with the place.
Ah, well, only by reputation.
What reputation is that?
That Volo made a foolish purchase and then was somewhat stuck underwater.
Right. Nonetheless, we're determined to overcome Volo's shortcomings in this case. I'm hoping to seek some financial assistance, perhaps.
Well, they do call me Mert the Moneylender after all, so are you looking for a loan or investors?
I think, and look at the others, I think ideally investors.
Okay.
At least
Speaking-
short term.
Do you know? No, investment is by definition long term.
Yeah.
It means they own part of it for as long as they own it. Whereas a loan, you can eventually pay off and they're done. So if you want short term, then it's a
True.
loan.
Yeah.
Yeah, but it all depends what type of interest you're offering. I mean, it's
Well, indeed,
you're not unfamiliar with interest. Let's talk terms.
I'm quite familiar with interest, my boy. So, it happens to be that you have been vouched for, of course, by Raynar, who, those of you who rescued him, he assures me that you are a good character. And that goes a long way with me. And so I suspect that, do you know the amount that you would be looking to borrow?
I believe approximately 1,200 gold.
Well, no. Again, out of character, that's only just barely enough to get started. That's just what we need to get the repairs done.
Yeah, you would need to
Yeah.
like hire employees unless you were doing the work yourself, and that sort of thing too.
And he's
Yeah.
going to stay there.
11.25 to get
expenses.
us off the ground.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah,
That
that's
doesn't count
kind of why it's,
inventory. That doesn't count a lot of
Yeah.
things.
Right. That gets the building up to code. From there, you still need operating expenses.
but we don't have a specific amount for that. So
well,
we would
so-
be guessing.
No,
So-
I'll tell you, and I'll say that you guys got this estimate as well already. Is that you believe that for regular expenses, in order to hire employees sufficient to run the place without your direct participation, would be 50 gold per 10 day. So for every 10 days, essentially, would be 50 gold to hire them, and then another, and that's also for like maintenance and operating expenses and so on, like the buying food and all of that sort of thing. And then another 10 gold for guild expenses, which is the fees for working with the Bakers Guild and the Butchers Guild and all that.
And the thieves.
Okay. So 60,
There's no
basically
official
60
thieves
gold.
guild.
So basically 60 gold per week. Expenses.
Right.
So
But
we'd have to
once-
turn over.
Once it's operating, though, you may, you don't know yet how much you might be expecting to make in a week.
Okay.
1 gold for stew, 2 gold for beer.
But that's an awful lot.
Yeah.
That's some pretty good beer.
Yeah, and they said it would take 12 days to do the work. So you're looking second, third week of Hammer before we could even open the doors.
Yeah.
So to get in through to chess.
Yeah, I would say that okay. Again, I'm speaking out of character because Shutak has no idea about this stuff.
Yeah.
You want to have enough, like, cash on hand when you start to operate long enough to get the word out that people should come. I would say you're going to want like at least 10 weeks of operating expenses. So
All right.
I would say if you wanted him to finance the whole schmear, 2,000 gold is what I would ask for. And then if he wants, and he'll want a breakdown because he'll want to know what the deal is. And if he thinks that a different number would be better, he'll make a counteroffer. But that's what I would start with. Because if you just, because you don't want to have to go back to him and say, oh, we hadn't counted on this other thing, we need more money. That makes you look bad. Right. Not that any of us are skilled business people, but I'm just speaking, you know.
Yeah.
Shutak just goes into a fugue state and lays all that out.
Yeah. So okay, so we'll use the 2,000 as a starting point.
He says, okay, well, I'll need to have my people go and, check out the place, and I'll do some investigating, but I think that I could arrange favorable terms there. And without belaboring the actual, like, specific percentage or whatever, so let's say that you would essentially have, looking at the calendar, like, I don't, off the top of my head, in terms of the amount like you're gonna make. So I think what I'll say is you would have essentially until midwinter, which is the end of this month, where if you were able to pay down the entire balance at that point, no additional interest, because he wants to encourage you to. It would be 10%. So like 200 gold for like that first month, and then after that we'll say it's another 200 gold added to the total for every month after that.
Okay, so if we can pay it off by the end of this month, it's only 2,200, and then in the next month it'll be 2,400.
Right. Yeah.
Okay.
That's usurious.
Okay. Well, okay. I didn't mean it to be. I wanted it to actually be good terms. So let's. You know what? How about it's 50 instead of 200, which would be, I guess, what, 2.5% or something like that.
Yeah.
Is that better? Like I'm not as experienced with like the actual math of that. So.
I mean, the Thieves Guild worked its magic and got it down to 2.5%. So,
are you kidding me? You mean the Waterdeep book doesn't have a fully detailed 15-page contract with terms?
No, it has the amounts that things cost, but not the terms for loan.
Yeah, no, that's fine.
Okay. All right, so I got.
Come to an equitable agreement.
Those are the kinds of terms that a drug dealer offers to someone who they want to screw over. So
that's DM error. Then I wanted it to be good terms.
Good terms. Okay. That would be
better
really
than market rate.
Yeah.
Right. Yep, that would definitely be better than market rate. Okay. All
right.
Waterdeep Adventure, Chapter 8. Loan term.
Getting
Chapter 9,
Chapter
Property
11.
Law.
Your party's first loan. Chapter 10. When you can't pay the loan.
Yeah. Okay, so let's move on.
Yep. All right, so
Dexterity check.
We never got to say what Shutak's reaction to the opera was.
Oh,
yeah. And he definitely is more interested in the fighty parts.
Yeah.
But he does have to be explained that nobody's actually getting stabbed.
Right.
And a little disappointed.
But he missed.
I think what will resolve to is that like the loan is going to be arranged, like that's going to be taken care of. You guys do the handshake deal, and the paperwork will follow. But he asks that Annie stay behind briefly, and then when Annie comes out, she says that she's been given an additional mission for the Harpers, and is actually going to need to be out of town for a little while.
Aha.
Okay.
And so she wishes you the best of luck. She is confident in your ability to take care of the business in the meantime.
I really want to have one parting scene just with Annie. Annie, are you okay? Are you okay, Annie?
Let's just hope I'm not hit by a smooth criminal.
And Quinn gives Annie just a giant hug because they've been together for months. And just says, "You come back, and I'll have something pretty for you."
Count on it.
Okay.
All right. So as far as the Harper mission, Mert, suggests that, it's not like a time critical thing. He's mostly just saying like you would need to get some intelligence if you can, and it may take you a while to find the horse at any rate, but he's just going to leave that to you, and you should report back when you have completed the mission. So we'll say you go and you finish the opera. The opera has even more fighty bits in the second half. And then you all you return to your manor.
Mm-hmm.
So let me get that.
After we get into our bedclothes, I go find the magic wardrobe, and I say, "Look, I brought a pretty," and I put it in the wardrobe.
Is it another thing you made?
No, it's the dress I wore.
Oh, okay. There's a moment of silence, and then it's just like, thank you. I know we got off on the wrong foot a bit. I was just hungry for some high fashion, you see, and I'm sorry if I offended your work. But thank you.
I'm trying to improve. So, like, if you can be more constructive in your criticisms, that would be helpful.
Oh, absolutely. I will say you have an excellent sense of color. I appreciate that. I think it's mostly just that crocheting is not exactly high fashion these days, but it looks lovely and warm.
Thank you. And I am slowly, like, I plan on getting a loom. I have someone making a loom for me right now, and I will be making my own fabric soon. Soon I'll be a journeyman, and then I will have my own loom, and I'll be able to do that.
Splendid.
Okay, good night.
Good night.
I would have invited Dammit back to see the inn, showing it off. Kind of acting proud, but it's really quite a shambles.
Yeah, so what you see, damn it, when you see this place is, I already sent you this floor plan, but essentially it's in a nice neighborhood, but it's a big mansion on top of a tavern. So, like there's the tavern ground floor and then like living space above, but it's a big place. But compared to the rest of the neighborhood, it looks like it's been abandoned for some time. It's in pretty rough shape. But then again, you also just overheard them negotiate for a 2,000 gold loan in order to fix it up. So
this is the tap room. It's probably haunted. Don't mind that. Upstairs are many places to stay.
You hear a whisper just go, "Final call."
Wait, what? I want a drink. Who's got drinks?
Nobody. It's all vinegar.
Yeah, we haven't been able to really set anything up yet. Soon, I hope.
Soon
I hope you're maybe you have some time. You could help us with this talking horse. I mean, if you're not busy, I don't know what occupies your time these days, but I'd like to see more of you in a professional manner.
That sounds cool. Like I said, I'm between jobs.
Excellent. And we hope to attract a few other jobs as well, so that we can help to supplement. This building isn't going to pay for itself anytime soon, I'm afraid.
What's it gonna be? Is it gonna be just a full tavern again, or what are your plans?
At the moment, I think opening this part up as a comfortable place to come and spend time would be my goal. Place to unwind and relax, and to meet with friends and family. Remember those perhaps who've lost over time. That's
Maybe
the name
more
of the place.
pub. Maybe more pub than tavern.
Yes, and Annie has been looking for a place to sing and to play and to perform.
Cool.
Built-in house band.
Yeah, so like this is going to be like you guys have, this is your place to build. So, I think our next sort of stage here is we'll briefly say that you guys, complete the paperwork for the loan, and it is certainly sufficient to get the all the contractors started. And so it's going to be 12 days. I'm saying that the opera was on the 4th of Hammer.
Mm-hmm.
And so it's going to be 12 days. So the 16th would be the day that you could have a grand opening.
We do need to find that horse in the meantime.
Mm-hmm. So I would say that you guys can be getting the contractors started. And so the whole place kind of just, is full
Bustling
of people,
with activity.
construction workers all over the place. Lots of people ready to do good work for you. But also they're very much in the way in the meantime, and it's just a constant, you're stumbling over people doing work left and right. But they start to get the house under control, and they're fixing stuff up, they're redoing the floors, they're fixing the walls, they're fixing the roof, and it's really going to start to come together.
So while the contractors are working, I am going to be I'd like to use my web of contacts to try to find a clientele that would be interested in hearing half-orc dulcimer music.
Okay, yeah.
So that at least when we open, we'd have a packed house.
Yeah, okay, yeah, you start putting out the feeler work, and you have, with these contacts, you feel like, the way I'm going to work this is there is a mechanic for advertising. And so what I'll say is that you guys are going to be able to advertise and get essentially double what your normal value for that would have been.
Nice.
Okay.
I'm curious if this works into it or not, but every evening or so, Sandrine is going to find herself in a tavern and talking about how much she wishes there was some half-orc dulcimer music in Waterdeep, and telling people just how wonderful it is, and how in her last city there was this wonderful musician, and that's the one thing Waterdeep is.
Meanwhile, Big Red is outside handing out flyers.
Yeah.
Well, actually, Big Red's thing actually is sneaking around and investigating and spotting things. So actually, I'm thinking he would be a good person to go searching for the talking horse.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well,
and
so
now
we're gonna get a little wibbly wobbly with timing, so we can kind of do more than one thing here at a time. All of that. So the construction stuff is happening over the next 12 days. So there's plenty of time we can say stuff is happening in that duration.
By the way, if Big Red were handing out flyers, you wouldn't see them. They'd just show up on your doorstep, and you'd never know why they were there. Like the Chinese food menu.
Yeah, that's much more his style.
Quinn is going to be hitting up her fellow apprentices and journeymen in the most excellent order of weavers and dyers, and be like, do you have any samples, anything that you've discarded or whatever? She's going to use whatever samples she can get to decorate her little turret.
Yeah.
And make it like one of those like very lavish with lots of bright colors rooms with like draping and everything, and that's what her room's gonna look like, and tons of pillows.
Is this the VIP room?
So everyone
this is
needs
the turret peak where I live.
Everyone rolls a con check or suffers epilepsy upon walking into the room.
So damn it. Right now, this room that's marked spare room was currently unclaimed. And then technically the attic bedroom was Annie's, but Annie's not using it right now. And then the attic storage room didn't have anybody staying in there, but it's also currently occupied by a painting of a bard that sings catchy but slightly annoying songs at all hours of the night.
Is anybody staying in the basement?
That's me.
Ah, okay. Damn it.
Yep, I've got my lair.
I didn't mean that one. I didn't mean that one.
Yeah, Shutaku is Big Red, which means Big Red has kind of staked out the wine cellar as his lair. He's got a pile of straw, which is sitting in, of course, for the gold that's going to be there later.
Really lavish, by the way. Straw.
Yeah. Luxury.
and is trying to make it as dragony as possible.
Very nice.
He's seeing. At one point, he is caught talking to one of the plasterers about how hard it would be to have some stalactites installed.
Talking to the plumber, can you make him drip?
The plasterer is not shocked. He's like, it's not the first time he's heard that. He absolutely can make that happen. It's going to be another 20 gold on top of the regular finishing.
I can totally make that happen for you. It's just going to cost a little bit longer. It costs a little bit of money.
I got a plumber friend. He could totally make them drip. It'll be totally legit. It's a great thing.
Sounds amazing. I think it needs to happen.
He doesn't want to like impose too much and ask for that, but he's definitely, it's like, he'll come back to him when he's got the money for that, because right now it's Shutaku's.
So, anyone else having specific remodeling requests?
I'm going to tell them to keep mostly away from my rooms.
Well, I mean, it's...
A little extra security will help.
It's like demolished. They got to go in there. They got to fix the walls, the floors.
Mm-hmm. I want the doors in the private bath reinforced with double locks on each door.
All right.
Has nothing to do with remodeling, but Sandrine does discover that Luca is an excellent snuggler.
Yay!
Just watch out for the horns.
I'm used to horns. You worship dragons. You have to understand, my people worship dragons, so it's all good. So, right. Lee, if you were not on the last game that we played, Sandrine was informed that she has a sister named Shadow that went missing, and so the cult of Blaze found her and said, if she doesn't return, you're going to be the one that has to ascend to be a dragon.
Oh, so, okay.
Yeah. And that's when it turned dark, and she made sure that Shadow never returned.
No, she doesn't actually want to be a dragon. She'd much rather find Shadow.
Me and my... Never mind.
Yeah, exactly.
So Dammit will take the spare room, and all she wants is a simple table to make an altar to Lathander, the Morning Lord, and a comfortable seat for meditation. She doesn't want a bed. She doesn't need a bed. She keeps her shit packed.
So we have to go down a floor to use the privy, by the way, because I'm in the bedroom right now.
Go up.
There's one on the third floor.
Up? Yeah. Right, so we have to go up to use the privy. So if you're going to use the window, just knock against the wall so we're both not using the window at the same time. I'm just saying.
Cool.
They could probably install a special rollout window for you.
So I would imagine you guys, I'm just going to encourage that it makes sense that you guys might want to, where possible, buy local from the, the Bent Nail sells wooden furniture and so on, and work with them, to make good relationships with the neighbors, get metal fittings from, the Steam and Spark, I think it was, Steam and Steel, and so on.
Mm-hmm.
And
absolutely.
On that note, if we ever get to the point of rolling for magical loot, given that there is no privy on my floor, if anyone can get a portable hole, that would be well appreciated.
I think there's a shit stick out there somewhere.
Oh my god.
So the you guys are making through, and you, in the course of getting all this set up, are you guys? I mentioned already that you would essentially be able to advertise and get double the normal benefit for it. How much are you spending in gold on promotion?
I don't know how much I'm making from my work with my guild, so right now I'm showing just what I had after.
Right. So.
Yeah.
How much? How much do I need to spend? I mean, I went through my web of contacts to try to get the word out there about half-orc dulcimer music. So, what's the price of doing business here?
Basically, the way that this mechanic works in running a business in D&D is that you're going to be rolling a D percentile dice, and for every gold that you spend, you add 2 to the result.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Okay, so
yeah, and so normally it would be you add 1, but I'm saying you add 2.
Well, we've got some money for this in the budget, so out of character, I would say, how about 50?
We've got a 275 gold cushion.
Yeah.
All right.
So I don't think 50 is out of the question.
All right.
No.
50, yeah.
All right. Nice. So that's pretty good. You know, like it's
all right,
obviously,
who rolls?
you know. Well, we'll roll when the time comes to have the big opening, but in the meantime, you guys are doing that, and you're also getting a chance to meet lots of the guild representatives because you guys are doing all of this above board. So at a certain point, you do meet Broxley Fairkettle, who is from the Fellowship of Innkeepers, who basically checks in to find out. First of all, he's glad to see the place being refurbished. He inquires whether you are planning to offer rooms for rent like an inn, or if you're just doing the tavern part.
Just doing the
just doing the pub, yeah.
And
just doing the pub.
Well, in that case, he doesn't expect that you all will need to see each other all that much, but if you change your mind, he is available to help with advice and so on should you want to get into that business.
That's very nice of him.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. You also meet Hammond Craddock, who is another human from the Vintners, Distillers, and Brewers Guild, who comes by, and he has various selections of wine and ale and other spirits that you guys can sell, and he asks, he has certain suggestions about what sells well in this part of town and all of that sort of thing, what's the latest fads, but he inquires what kinds of beverages you would like to be selling in this bar.
Well, you want it to be a quiet kind of
with a half-orc bard playing the dulcimer. I don't think quiet is...
Well, no, but what I'm saying is that given the tone you've already set, you don't want to sell the cheapest swill.
Right.
Right.
Okay? Right. And you also don't want to be selling stuff whose primary virtue is how strong it is.
So a decent wine, a sweet mead.
Yeah, so you probably want to cut off the bottom end of the market, and you want to cut off the side of the market where which is the strongest stuff, right? So that's going to restrict what you want to get a little bit right there, and
enough top shelf stuff to attract the snooty crowd in case they show up.
Right. Have some on hand in case they ask for it. That kind of thing.
Yeah.
He also suggests that there is a relatively recent entry into the wine market called One-Eyed Jacks, and that it seems to be really popular with young people. And he's suggesting that as something to try and to push because the profit margin is good.
Profit margin's a good idea.
Like that.
Yep.
I mean, who doesn't like profit?
Yeah. Does he have a line on non-alcoholic beverages like ciders and such?
Yeah, in fact, he says that there is an excellent line of apple cider that comes straight from the Snow Beetle Orchard, which is right outside of town. In fact, it's on your map of Waterdeep. Outside of the city to the east is, oh, you know what? I don't, yeah, so it is,
made with only the freshest of snow
So in any
beetles.
event, it's a halfling orchard run by the snow beetle family, and they produce, you know, locally sourced apple ciders, both hard and not.
Okay.
But are they organic?
He kind of, what?
Okay.
I can imagine in the city that there are absolutely people who are like really obsessive about whether magic was used to improve the growth of plants and stuff.
Yeah.
Certified mundane.
I cast transmute mud to apple and make my cider.
Oh boy.
Yeah. So,
That's really an insider joke.
Solid 7. Solid 7 on the
like
MCAS
it.
scale.
You know, it was a slow burn though for me.
Yeah.
It has a certain appeal.
So
Look, can we
Core, it's
stop
not
this
really
and just
funny.
get to the core of the game that we're getting here?
Yeah. So we're got a little bit more of this, and then we're in a very sandboxy phase right now. Obviously, more things are going to happen, big adventure stuff. But you know, this is part of establishing your roots in the city and making you care about what's going on.
I think he was just making an apple core joke.
Okay. Oh yeah. Oh, I know. Okay.
The
I'm sorry.
core
Yeah,
of the matter.
I am not. I have got too much stuff going on. It took me. Yeah. Okay. Sorry. Okay. The next guild representative I'll mention that you meet is a guy named Justin Rask, and I'd say you guys. This guy's just dead-eyed, slack-jawed. Like this guy's this is a thug who is lucked into a business with the Guild of Butchers, and he delivers meat and arranges for that sort of thing, and he looks like he grew up in a tough neighborhood. He's got scars and everything, and this guy just has like
my type of guy.
So yeah, he comes in and he basically complains a lot that he doesn't get paid enough. He thinks that fancy people up in the North Ward don't know how good they have it. He delivers the meat, for it, and he is covered. And even though, strictly speaking, the guild fees that you're already paying are supposed to cover all of this, after he makes his delivery, he kind of coughs and has his hand out a little bit.
Really?
Kid.
Really? We're gonna play this game now. I don't think we need to play this game.
I don't think it's a game.
Look, I'm all for respecting the price of doing business, but we've already paid the fair price. I mean, really?
All right. And then as he turns and goes to leave, he kind of mutters, "Maybe next time the meat will be someone you know."
Yeah.
And then he leaves.
And maybe next time the butcher shop burns down. I mean,
I love that that's your go-to.
Now in
Now
Waterdeep
we're
News,
back to where we started.
a rash of inn fires have left only one standing in the middle.
guys, business is great. Our fire insurance is like unbelievable, but
you do at one point get a guy come by the name of Emic Froon, and he kind of just comes in and kind of looks around a little bit just out of curiosity. And then he basically says he mentions kind of passive aggressively that I was thinking of buying this building, but it was bought out from under me by Volo. I think I was lucky in the end, but I wish you the best of luck with it. I hope that we will not find ourselves too much at odds. And
I don't think that's going to happen there, friend, Mr. Froon. Just hope you have a safe trip home.
Hope your house doesn't burn down.
What you discover, what you discover at eventually though is that he bought a smaller building in the same alley and turned it in. He's fitting it into another pub called Froon's Brews. So he is opening a competing pub.
It's called what?
Froon's Brews.
Fruins brews. Okay, so while I'm out there talking about how much I wish for, half-orc dulcimer concerts, I also mentioned something about not wanting to go back to a certain brew house that was handing out samples because I got mightily ill from it.
Nice.
Are you trying to bruise his reputation?
Right. So, last but not least, in terms of sort of notable figures that you guys kind of meet in the process of getting all this ready is it's a dwarf woman named Ulcuria Stonemarrow, who represents the Watchful Order of Mages and Protectors. And she comes and lets you know in a professional capacity that I am able to provide your establishment with magical protections should you be able to afford it and wish me to do so. I can cast glyphs of warding on any entrances or whatsoever you would like to see. It provides you with some level of magical security.
Okay. Well, we'll think about it.
Fair enough. Let me know if you consider it. But while I'm here, I will confess that I have somewhat of an ulterior motive in coming by myself, because, you see, I used to own this building myself.
Really?
Oh!
Indeed, I did. It was many years ago. Oh, well, I would not be entirely surprised to hear it. You see, back when I used to have it, it used to be a normal tavern, and then I sold it to a family of shield dwarves who fell on hard times, and then they themselves sold it to a woman who made it into an orphanage, and it was a terrible business there. It turned out she was a hag who was cooking and eating the children.
Ugh.
Oh, well, that would be why.
Indeed, and that's why it was a little bit hard to find a seller after that.
What the hell?
Pardon
The house
me.
was unoccupied for a while.
Do any of your magical services have to do with, cleansing rituals or anything that might help settle certain ghosts to rest?
Yeah, exorcise any theoretical ghosts that may or may not be haunting the bar.
I think that if you have a ghost, it is certainly something that a member of the Order of Mages and Protectors could provide, or perhaps a priest from one of the city's temples could provide some assistance in that regard. But in my experience, ghosts are frequently, they want something. And if you can determine what it is that they want and make them at peace with it, it presents a more peaceful solution for all involved, including the poor soul who is currently stuck as a ghost.
Agreed. Do you have any advice on figuring out what they want?
Well, I think that you should consider what seems to provoke their activity, and think about providing a united front, so to speak. Ghosts tend to show up and make themselves known when there are fewer people around, because they are, wary of the living. But if you provide a united front, all of the people who are intended to live in the house, and you have them together make a request, you may be able to get a clearer answer.
Thank you. That was very helpful.
In other words, hold a seance.
Well, potato, potato. So, I could assist with such a thing if you are interested. I do have an interest. I'd love to see this building occupied again. It's such a lovely structure, and to have it renovated and operational once again, to leave that unfortunate hag business behind, makes my heart feel light.
And Sandrine turns to the owners of the house. I think it might be nice to take care of that ghost.
I would be fascinated to see such a process.
I'm down.
All right.
Damn it. Damn it, casts Detect Evil and Good on her.
On Ulcuria?
Yeah.
Okay. She watches you.
I haven't rolled it. Sorry, go ahead.
That's all right. She watches you do that and says, okay, satisfied?
What was the result?
She's a dwarf.
She's what she says.
Yeah, she's
not a fiend, so therefore.
I mean, that spell wouldn't tell you if she's lying or anything, but you.
Oh.
Yeah.
But like, if she had an evil, like, if she was an evil,
if she was a hag
or something, would it tell me anything like that?
No, it would tell you if she's a fiend or a hag or a celestial or something like that.
Okay.
Yeah, I think I don't have that spell just ready at hand, but to read. But yeah,
aberration, celestial, elemental.
Yeah, she is none of those. She is a shield dwarf.
Cool.
And she watches you do it, and you get the impression from her demeanor that like she knows what's up. Like she knows just exactly what you cast.
I'm not.
She was totally.
I'm not hiding it.
Yeah,
I'm not being.
She watched you do it and didn't stop you.
Cool.
Yeah.
Excellent.
So how much for the assistance with the seance?
Oh well, nothing. Not for helping the owners of this building. Glyphs of warding still require compensation, of course.
Of course.
Tell me, would you be able to teach me some of these spells?
Glyph of warding? Well, it is a 3rd level spell. Requires some level of expertise. Are you capable of such?
Not as yet, but maybe in the future.
Well, perhaps consult me when you are prepared then.
I would be delighted.
All right, so that night, how are you guys preparing for the seance?
I bought shiny new yarn. And I am fully prepared to make the ghost something really nice.
Yes.
Ghost cozy.
Shutak is wearing his armor, has his sling slung over his shield slung over his back. He's like, that's hitting things is the way he deals with problems, so he's ready to hit things.
I have taken my knives out of their knife cozies. They are rust-free, clean, and sharp, and ready to go.
The ghost.
Up in his room, in his inner sanctum, saying a small prayer to Helm for protection.
And Sandrine meditates and reflects on the teachings that she has learned from the Blaze cults thus far, to just clear her mind and be ready for anything.
All right.
Dammit is just not really preparing anything. She's just waiting around playing with a deck of cards.
Yeah.
Holding her shield. Or I guess on her back is the default location for shields.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Looker comes up to Dammit and says, want to play poker?
Got any money?
I've got a little.
All right.
I appear in the doorframe. I heard gambling.
Yeah. If you have money, you can join.
Want to play dice?
No, I like cards.
No.
Sorry. Maybe next time.
I know a great game played with dice and cards.
Oh. Is there gambling involved?
Of course.
I'm in.
And clothing. No.
Damn
I have a
it.
shell game.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, it's called Watch the Ace. Watch the Ace.
So you guys pass the time, but once all the contractors have gone home for the evening, and Ulcoria shows up again and has everyone gather in the tap room. And well, she asks actually, where is the place that you have seen the most activity?
Tap room.
Yep, definitely tap room.
All right, so I'm going to say that this bar, this little L-shaped bar, they've just put in the new bar, and it's so what does this new bar look like, and the stools around it? They just put that in today.
I think that that given the tone you've already set, it's probably something somber. It's probably dark wood.
And green leather. It's green leather to honor brother.
Nice. All right. So she has you all kind of gather around there. Maybe you're even just all kind of sitting at the bar, and she encourages you all to hold hands. And she asks, "Would you like me to lead the way? I would be happy to do so, but you, as the owners of the house, may be more your place to do it."
I don't mind if you lead. They look over the book and having to drop his pen to hold hands. And...
Very well, then. And she kind of closes her eyes and just says, "Hello, Spirit. We understand that you have felt yourself in torment, in conflict with the new owners coming into this place. You have been by yourself for some time, I must say. That sounds terribly lonely, and it is unsettling to have sudden change forced upon you. But perhaps if you are to reveal yourself to all of us, we could communicate and help understand better what would make you happy and at peace. And if each of you could say something briefly to encourage the spirit."
Come out, wherever you are!
We mean you no harm, and we just want to help you find peace.
I'll make you a thing.
It's just about business, Spirit.
Cage, shush.
I would be curious to speak with you about your existence.
From death, life.
And you guys, as you're all sitting at the bar, you gradually get the impression that some lingering construction dust is sort of like a cold draft suddenly blows through the room and kind of stirs up some of this dust, which seems briefly to take the shape of a humanoid figure standing behind the bar. And it sort of gestures around at all the construction and puts its hands on the bar like a bartender and says, "What'll you have?"
Friendship?
Open-ended question, maybe.
So just this figure is an adult humanoid?
It would seem to be.
Okay. I was afraid it was an orphan, so.
Yeah.
Still could be.
Something with lime in it?
But it's
Fireball. I mean, not the spell. Not the spell.
Don't want the bar to burn
The
down.
drink.
Fireball.
I think at this point, Olcoria will briefly just say, "It may be that the spirit is wanting to know what you intend to do with the place."
Oh. Well, we want to make it functional again. Make it a tavern again where our friend can play and we can help revitalize more of the town.
That's basically it.
It's a shame that such a nice, spacious place that was meant for people to get together and show fellowship, has gone to ruin and is no longer filled with, good-natured stuff and things. So,
And half our Baltimore are playing.
And half of Versimo playing. Annie's really good. Don't worry about that.
So the figure, this mysterious figure, just half visible in dust, sort of hesitates for a moment, then says, "Call me Liff. First round's on me." And then dissipates.
Okay.
Did you say Liff?
Liff.
L-I-F?
I wonder what the meaning of that is.
You know, he's
That
so
might
close
have
to
been his
life.
name.
Olcoria actually says, "I do believe Liff was the name of the previous barkeeper."
Does this mean we don't have to hire another barkeeper?
No.
Seem to have a good grip on things, though.
Yeah.
Yes, Liff, I believe, was the barkeep that last worked here before everything went down with the hag. I hadn't heard that he died, but...
Apparently,
he has.
Maybe just retired.
Perhaps he felt that this tavern was his most important life's work, and that in death he felt compelled to return here.
So does the fact that we're making it functional satisfy him?
That's
Let's
what
hope.
it sounds like.
Yeah.
Good.
The last message was encouraging.
Yes.
Just try not to break any more of the glass. It's expensive, you know.
One of the boxes that has a bunch of the glassware that hasn't been set out yet, because a lot of the construction work is still done, kind of flips open, and one of the wine glasses gently lifts out and sets itself very delicately on the bar.
Thanks, Liv.
Yes.
Rather efficient.
I like him.
No,
Well, now if anything strange happens, we know we can say, "Hey, Liv."
Ulcoria
This could be a pretty strong selling point.
I'm very glad to have assisted with a happy result then. Do let me know if there's any further difficulty.
Well,
And of course, if you
to
need
the
any
point
glyphs of protection.
Once we're to the point of doing the whole glyph thing, then we will be certain to reach out to you.
Wonderful.
And I
Get a
look
price on
forward
that
to
glyph
learning.
thing?
Yes, well, the spell is Glyph of Warding, and it can have a number of different effects. And each glyph, which is placed in a specific location, is 300 gold.
Ooh. Alrighty.
Specifically, though, that the glyphs of warding actually do have a variety of effects, and she can lay them all out for you too in terms of what the different options are. You can set it so that it will trigger on any sort of thing that you would want, like stranger entering when you're, when it's closed, or even a specific person. Like, you can make the trigger as specific as you want.
Okay.
And then you can set it to be an explosive rune where it will make a big explosion. Although she recommends not doing that in such an area because it could be dangerous. But you can also set the glyph to cast any spell you like of 3rd or lower when it's triggered.
Sleep is a good one.
How about Mage Hand? To hold them in place.
That mage hand isn't strong enough to do
Hold
that.
person.
Whole person.
Person, yeah.
I think hold person
For
is-
anyone whose
I don't know
bar
if
bill
hold
goes
person
over a set threshold.
Yeah.
Yeah, we can't afford that right now, anyways.
Yeah.
Yeah. So she basically says that if you change her mind, she is easily reachable with the Order of Mages and Protectors.
In time, I may be able to learn that myself and save some cost on the road, but initial cost will be high, I suspect, to learn it.
Tell an artisan that you might be able to do it.
Yeah, as you're gonna totally scab work off the guild to do it
I already
yourself.
Yeah.
told her that I would be interested in learning from her. She seemed to open to the idea.
I take no offense. I take no offense.
Do you have payment plans? Layaway?
Layaway.
Well, I suppose.
Layaway runes.
We could discuss such a thing. You are, after all, somewhat special to me, given the location. But I have also just helped you with a séance on the free.
Oh, yes, absolutely.
Yes.
Absolutely. All right.
And forgive me, I'm not one of the owners. I'm just trying to help.
Well.
And on another note, by the way, thank you for whoever just donated $10 in the last 30 seconds.
Oh,
Yes.
fantastic! Hey, thank you, everybody.
I think that buys a glyph of warding.
Well,
Or at least a down payment on our debt.
Yeah. So yes, an anonymous donor has just made another $10. And how about this? I'll just go ahead and say that if anyone donates $25, you can donate a glyph of warding for the house if you want.
Great.
Just like one of the rewards is a piece of furniture of your design, and so that's a glyph of warding could be one of those. And especially now that you know more about what this house is and what it's like. And so basically over these next 12 days, you're getting all the construction done. And given what you actually find with all of these, they're doing good work and they're doing it fast. Like, you guys are paying above board, you're paying guild rates, they're taking good care of you. And it looks like they're going to be able to be done on schedule, which is the 12-day time frame you were originally quoted.
Awesome.
How about okay? So, as I said before, Jutek is going to want to be scouting around, not necessarily to make contact with the with the horse, but find out where it operates, what it looks like, so that when it does come time to make contact, he knows what to do. So he knows his way around the city. He's sneaky and also has good investigation and perception skills.
Yeah, go ahead and make an investigation check to represent his searching.
14.
14 is a success. That with your putting some time in to look and asking around and doing your various investigation, you have identified that Maxine the horse has a regular route that she runs at pretty regular intervals. She has had her dray converted to a sledge so it's good for when there's snow on the roads. And she runs pretty much up and down the high road, which goes all the way from the southern edge tip of the city all the way up to the field ward.
Okay, so Shutak will relay that to the rest of the group. As one of his when he comes back from when he was supposed to be taking out flyers, he says that he has identified where this driverless horse operates.
Very good. Very good.
So, are you guys ready to go ahead and try to make contact there?
Sure.
Yeah.
Why not?
Thank you, Jim. Yes, other docs saying dropping in before I have to take off in the chat. Thank you.
So let's go do that. Do we want to leave anybody behind to keep an eye on the house? Well, if we do it in the middle of the day, there's going to be construction workers there. So
there is. So during the day, it's a hive of activity. It's like an anthill.
And they've got like foremen and people like that who are responsible for keeping an eye on everything. So that'll be secure enough.
Plus, there's city watch in the area. They're aware that there's a lot of activity.
Oh, we got a glyph.
Oh yeah.
Oh.
Hey.
Oh, excellent. Enjoy your glyph incoming. All right.
Thank you, Black Dragon.
Thank you, Black Dragon.
What that means... Yes, thank you. What that means is that you guys can choose as you like, wherever you want the glyph to be. It can be wherever you want, whatever trigger you want, and then any spell up to 3rd level is what it casts. Unless, of course, Black Dragon has a specific glyph that he wants to request. I'll assume.
I'm sure he'll let us know in the chat, I guess.
I've got an idea. Yep. How about if someone draws a weapon in the tap room, it casts Hold Person.
Okay.
Are we accepting ourselves from this?
You might want to say anyone but you guys.
Yeah. Anyone but
the sword I bought.
What if they cast an attack spell too?
Well, I mean,
weapons.
I think trying to make it so that it covers all possible hostile activity might be a little too.
So also the Hold Person, because it will be cast at a 3rd level, can target two individuals.
Okay.
So it'll stop a fight.
Our hangout is resetting a little bit. I think we're temporarily aren't showing Spence on it, but that should reset in a minute. All right. Hopefully that'll show.
Did everybody visit, or was it just us?
No, I think it was just you guys. But and so right now we're seeing you're live and a frozen version of you. That's there we go. There we go. All right. So you guys are you have Ulcoria back, and she's like, that was fast, and you received an anonymous donation to support her. And so you pay her to have the glyph cast Hold Person at a 3rd level. So on anyone who other than you guys who tries to cast or draw a weapon in the tap room. that right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, all right. Yeah. Great. So, you have done so, and she comments on that seems like an excellent use of a glyph. All right, you guys trying to make contact with the Maxine the horse?
And by the way, Shutak, as part of his background, has the ability to help people move through the city twice as fast as usual. So he knows all the shortcuts and ways to avoid traffic and such.
Very cool.
So.
Yeah. All right. So who else? Is everybody coming?
Yeah.
Yep.
All right.
Yep.
Great.
Yes.
All right. And Spence is making good time on making bags while she plays.
Yes.
Wow. That's so fast.
This is number 3.
That's cool.
That's amazing.
When did you start that?
This one I started when you joined.
No kidding.
Holy crap.
That is
Dang.
That's
Wow.
amazing.
If you had asked me to estimate how long those take to make, I would have assumed it was much longer.
By the way,
telling
just so
you.
everyone knows, Spence is not just in-game awesome at this, but real life awesome at this.
I totally wanted an excuse to be crocheting on the stream, so I made it part of my character.
And all of my cosplays that she has added crochet elements to are like 20% cooler.
All right. So, you guys, for all of you who are, is everyone coming to make contact, or are you?
Yes.
Or you make?
Yes.
All right.
Speaking of,
So I think you guys, you get where you know her route is, and you're just basically watching. And Shutak has identified that Maxine is, she's mostly brown, but she's got like a white, patch on her forehead and a white front right leg.
And what we'll do is we'll go to the spot where she tends to turn around and go back the other way.
Okay.
So that there's a pause there and we're not like chasing after her or something.
Right. So this is a dray that she is pulling, which is, like I said, it's sort of the equivalent of a bus. It's sort of this double-decker carriage that has 2 layers. And so there's a fair amount of people who usually ride these, but you can, without much difficulty, try to get a place to sort of stand or sit that's near the front where the horse is.
Yeah. So.
All right.
Shutak feels he's done his part, so now he's just following along.
All right. So let's see. I'm gonna get us a nice cold winter day ambiance playing on Sirenscape here. Yeah. So
I could just open the window here.
Yeah. So you guys have tracked down this dray. You watched a couple come and go before you spotted the one that you're pretty sure is it. It's only just 4 nibs, which is like copper coins to ride. So I would imagine it's trivial for you guys to pay to climb aboard.
Great.
Yep.
Yep, we'll do that.
Yep.
And you do notice that unlike most drays, this one does not seem to have a driver. There is a ticket taker, like a fare collector, who stands at the back.
Okay. So you get on at the back and then you move to the front or upstairs. Although I don't anticipate anybody's actually sitting upstairs.
Yeah, there's it's the lower level is much more packed, and then the upper level is comparatively more deserted because it's so cold.
Well, I was talk to a horse.
Yeah, it's a brisk, sunny, cloudless winter day. The air is, the sun is really bright, shining off all of the snow everywhere.
He wants to speak to a horse.
Lovely day, isn't it? Horse, maybe?
Horse just kind of trotting along.
Starting with the weather? So are there other people within earshot here? Or
well, yeah, if you're on the lower level of the dray, yeah, it's packed.
Oh, I went up to the top. Sorry.
Okay, yeah. All right. So yeah, it's the packed. The top is pretty much empty.
Yeah.
If any of you know how to cast the message spell, it might be useful for a more private conversation.
I do wish Annie was here.
No, I don't have it. I don't cast spells. Spells are beyond me. But
Oi, Horace, what? You're better than me? Talking to you.
Yeah, that too.
And
I was gonna try to be nice.
So if you say that, the Maxine kind of tosses her head, kind of looking back, and just getting a brief look, and then just says, "Well, with that kind of language, then yes."
There you go. There you go, fellas. Your way in. You're
Got
welcome.
you there, Cage.
You're welcome.
Remind me not to let you do introductions again.
Trot.
I don't know what we're actually supposed to talk to Maxine about.
Well, it is supposed to be somewhat covert.
We were supposed to see if she'd gotten the name of somebody. I forget.
Yes,
Yeah,
looking-
you were asked to find out if she has learned the identity of any Zentarum operatives.
Oh. Okay. So the Zentarum are the hairy eyeballs, yeah?
No.
No. They're
Black,
Black flying snake
Okay.
is their slogan, or mascot or whatever symbol.
Yeah. So snakes are terrible things, aren't they, huh?
Snakes? Yeah, not so much a fan of snakes.
Yeah. Because, if we were to try to, like, find some of them and make sure that they don't cause trouble for people, maybe that would be helpful. Like, have you heard anything about any kind of snakes that we should be, like, on the lookout for?
Beg your pardon, but who's asking?
Well, the Harpers.
Are you really Harpers?
Gibson, where's your pen?
I'm an associate member. I don't have a pin yet. But we've come on their behalf.
Make a persuasion check, aided by Quinn having already said.
Oh dear. Persuasion.
But you have advantage because of things.
19.
Oh, yeah.
There you go.
Well, Harpers are, I always have to be a little careful, these can be sensitive business, and part of my, utility to the Harpers is people don't always expect a horse to be a member of the Harpers. So, what are you're asking about, if I know any snakes?
First, let me just say, you're quite a remarkable horse, unlike any I've ever seen before. So, your remarkable abilities are of service to most people, especially the Harpers.
Oh, thanks. I get by.
You do. But it is a matter of finding a person let's just say, someone in a good position to provide information about certain kinds of humanoid snake fans.
You're asking if I know any Zentarum, right? That's what you're asking me?
Well, we were trying to be covert about it, but yeah.
Okay, well, yeah, sometimes I feel like plain talk helps. But as a matter of fact, I actually gave a ride to a sun elf and his half-orc bodyguard just 2 days ago, and I heard him talking all about hiring spies and thugs to try to root out Xanathar guild hideouts. And then I dropped him off at the yawning portal.
They didn't mention any names, though. Just that there was a sun elf and a half-orc.
Yeah, the sun elf was kind of tall, slender, got, that sort of light blonde hair that those sun elves have, and then the half-orc was a lady.
Oh. Okay.
And Quinn, this is familiar to you.
Yeah, and actually, Shutek, which means Big Red, also sounds familiar. I think I know who that is.
I think I do too, and it makes me a little upset, but we'll find out if I'm right.
So is that all you needed to know, or is anything else I can do for you?
Just getting an update.
Do take care of yourself. There are a lot of unfortunate fights happening, and I'd hate to have anything happen to you.
Oh, well, I appreciate that. Usually people don't pay horses no mind, though. I have more trouble with the cold than with people most days.
But you are a most exceptional horse. Well, and perhaps, Quinn, maybe you could make something that would make the winter a little more bearable for our new friend.
Oh, you know what? I made a thing that was too big for Luker, but it might fit you. And she rustles around in her bag and finds a hat that has 2 holes in it that were for the horns, but it didn't quite fit right, and so she tries to fit it on the horse.
So you wait until there's a stop. And the horse, and Maxine is, able to stop, but you put it on, and it's a little bit of a weird fit because his horse's head is not shaped the same as a person, but it works, and she kind of twitches her horse ears around in it and just says, "Oh, well, that's fine. Thanks."
I'll make you a better one and then replace this one, but this should keep you at least a little bit more warm.
Oh, well, thank you very much. I'm so glad we ran into each other today. Keep doing that good work for those harpers. I like them. And, hey, if you need a dray, you know where I work.
Yes, ma'am.
Indeed, and maybe we'll travel this way again sometime.
She didn't make that gesture with her hands because she's a horse.
Drago's flying.
Okay.
So, yeah, she made the gesture with her ears. So, Tech made this joke earlier off mic, but I'm noticing a lot of accents showing up. So, we really need to be pronouncing this as Waterdeep.
Accent? What are you talking about? I don't have an accent.
You sound perfect and normal to me.
Yeah.
Waterdeep. Water.
Perfect and normal.
Just go out in the harbor and you hear people talking all normal.
So, I think one thing you guys who are going to continue playing after 6 o'clock should keep in mind of exactly what she said they were doing, because they weren't necessarily saying that they were Zentarum, just that they were going to be looking for Xanathar hideouts. So,
just to be clear, she did mean that she knew that they were Zentarum and that's what they were talking about.
Oh, okay. All right.
Now,
I keep hearing Centaurum, and I keep thinking of like fat dudes in Italian accents and big circular haircuts.
Hey!
Or half horses.
Yep.
Welcome to the Centaurum.
So, I will let our associates know. So, that was a thing, and I'm a little bit upset by the thing, because that means that a friend of mine is doing some shady business, and I'm not okay with that.
You know the people who Maxine was speaking of.
You do too.
Do I?
Yeah.
I've met a few sun elves and a few half orcs.
Bear with me. I gotta pull up the email again.
That's all right. Yeah, so it was Yagra Stonefist.
Yeah, it was Yagra and the person she was guarding.
Right, and so Yagra was the one that got in the fight with the Xanathar guy at the very beginning of the adventure.
Ah, yes. Well, that explains the fight, at least.
She works for Davil Starsign.
Yeah.
That's enough. Yeah.
Yeah.
So, yeah, that doesn't make me very happy.
I'll be right back just for a second.
Okay. So that's a thing that I'm not okay with.
Well, Yager works for people for money. I don't know if there's much allegiance to the Zentarum there.
So,
Can somebody explain what that means?
Which part?
Well, whoever, since we're waiting for Cristiano, just what the impact of
okay.
what you guys are
Right
saying.
now, there's a gang war going on in Waterdeep between two criminal gangs, the Zentarum and the Xanathar Guild.
Mm-hmm.
The Xanathar Guild is mostly monstrous sorts, goblins, and they're led by a beholder. The Zentarum are the kind of your mad scientist wizard types.
I'm sorry,
and
we're just filling them in.
Okay.
Filling them in on the gang war.
Okay. Yeah, so Zentarum are more like mercenaries. They want power and influence, and sometimes that means direct violence. Sometimes it means shady deals of any type. And some of their business is legitimate, but they're basically referred to as the Black Network for good reason.
And when we first came into the campaign, there was a fist fight that broke out in the Yawning Portal between Yagra, who was an interesting half-orc, I guess, brawler, and this fellow with a lot of eye tattoos all over his head.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Sorry, that took me a second because I heard eye tattoos. I'm like, his eyes were tattooed? No, the tattoos of eyes.
Yeah, and I think as a former City Watch, Dammit would be aware at least the broad strokes of those two gangs.
Cool.
Yeah, so the Xanathar is the name for some sort of a mysterious criminal crime boss entity of some kind. And there's very few people. So in a meta level, many people might know lots of things about the Xanathar, but in a game level, he's very mysterious.
Mm-hmm.
Cool.
Yeah.
And that was the hairy eyeball versus...
the flying black snakes.
Yeah. Right.
I love that you guys have adopted that. That makes me very happy.
Anyways, I'm sorry that I'm coming to the end of my time with this.
Your head explodes.
We can say that that Shutak is guarding the house once the
Okay.
Sounds good.
thing's there.
So are you still able to play some tomorrow?
Yes, I plan on being with you tomorrow.
Okay, great. So we can just assume then for the duration that Shutak's plan will basically be to make sure that the house stays safe.
Right, because the more work gets done, the more valuable is there, and that'll be his plan until yeah.
Okay.
So, anyways, I will see you guys tomorrow.
Sounds good.
See ya.
Take care.
Bye.
Yep.
Okay.
And our time, or my time at least, draws near as well.
Okay.
Oh, no.
Yeah. Well, we're only here till 6, but
Okay.
how much longer you think you got? Because it's 10 to 6.
Right. So, yeah. All right. I was just gonna lay out my plan that Cage, when I disappear and it is pumpkin o'clock, that Cage is just gonna return to his contact at the Thieves Guild, and while Big Red can make sure that the place is physically secure, Cage will ensure that the shadowy web of under contacts also remains clear and safe.
He's making sure that it's not going to burn down.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
Can we also say that the party, if they need that kind of contact, can kind of NPC?
They now know a guy.
Yeah.
You're the guy.
That's great. I like that.
Cool.
And when Sandrine has to go, which I think I can stay on for like another 20, 30 minutes.
Yeah.
Okay.
When she has to go, she'll be called away from a letter. Somebody sent a message. She's like, "Oh, I've been called by my faith. I have to address this right away."
Okay. Great. So
See you guys.
do that when you need to. And so thank you for playing. I'm
Bye.
glad we got there with Cage.
Hang on, he's coming back.
All right, I'm back.
Yeah.
What's up?
He missed all that.
I was just saying, I'm glad we got there to a cool place with Cage.
It was good seeing you again, Fred.
Yeah, you too, man.
Bye.
See you guys soon. Peace.
So he's out now. I have like another 30 minutes.
Okay, great. Okay, so you guys have then, you've talked a little bit about what you just learned from Maxine. And so I guess you have to decide what and how to report back to the Harpers.
Gibson is kind of the person, and since Annie's on a mission, I guess I'll go with Gibson.
Well, we can probably all go. It's best that they become familiar with your faces, after all. Do we want to look into Yagra and this, what was his name again?
Is it Gillester Silvermane? No.
Davil?
Davil.
Davil, yeah.
Davil Starsong, yeah.
Because you never know, it might be the better for the Davil you know.
Yeah. And those of you who have hung around the Yawning Portal a bit have probably seen Davil around. He seems like the kind of guy who you imagine at business conventions, that he's always got a drink in his hand, he's shaking everybody's hand, got a big smile on his face all the time, schmoozing it up, but he seems to spend a lot of time in the Yawning Portal.
Mm-hmm.
Does he have a business? Not that we know. Okay.
He seems to do a lot of negotiating, but so there's the schmoozing, and then there's to business, which is at a private table in the back.
It might be best if we check out Davil and Yagra.
Well, I mean, we can always go back to the pub, and Bonnie might know something. I mean, she's the barmaid. She knows everything.
Or what was his name?
Durnan.
Durnan. Yes.
Yeah.
It was Hugh's character that picked Gillester Silvermane, right?
I did.
Yeah.
Oh, you did. Okay. Yeah.
He might know a thing or two as well. Mm-hmm. Discreet inquiries could give more valuable information, such that when we go back to the Harpers, we have more than just simply a speculation.
Okay. And maybe there'll be a bar fight.
Well, I'm not sure if I'm looking forward to that.
I mean, it was really fun the last time.
Yeah, with the orc and the bat things.
Yeah.
The troll, you mean? Yeah. Yes. Well, perhaps. Shall we?
So have you been to this bar? I turned to Sandrina and say, "Have you been to this bar?"
I think so. It sounds vaguely familiar. I've been trying to make it my purpose to visit every bar here in the city. So
well, you're gonna love the Yawning Portal.
Oh yeah?
Yeah.
It is rather unique.
Yeah, the Yawning Portal is like an adventurer bar, big open well in the middle.
Yeah. I'm familiar. Sandrine is just like, wait, is that the one with that big well in the center?
Yeah, that's the one.
Things come out.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, that one's kind of fun. Yeah. I've been there.
Okay.
All right.
So let's go.
All right.
So you head back to the Yawning Portal. It's now getting to be, maybe mid-afternoon, early evening on a weekday. We'll say that, let's say it's the 9th of Hammer right now.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
And so you head in, and who are you looking around for?
Bonnie.
Bonnie? Okay. Yeah, she's working.
Hey, Bonnie.
Oh, hey.
Hey, how you doing?
Oh, doing all right. I haven't seen you in here since, since the troll, right?
So a week.
Yeah?
But hey, so, like Yagra comes in with that sun elf, right?
Oh, sure. Yeah.
Yeah.
Davil.
Yeah. So I think they might be in some trouble. And I was wondering if you overheard anything that might, help us help them.
Make a persuasion check.
Persuasion or deception? Because I'm kind of lying.
Well, it depends. I guess if you think deception is more appropriate for what you're actually trying to do.
I have better persuasion, so I'll go with persuasion. Yeah, that's a 22.
All right.
I rolled a 19.
She kind of gives you an appraising look, and then maybe kind of gestures with her head to kind of go off into a quieter corner, away from all the other tables.
Mm-hmm.
And she kind of just lays it out and says, "So, why are you asking exactly? Is it really to help them? What's going on?"
Well, I really think And see, I talk to you, and then I get your accent sometimes, and I'm sorry.
But the feeling.
Yeah. So it's more Yagra that I'm concerned with. I know she's just doing a job, but it seems
she's a sweetheart. You know, I wish she wouldn't challenge everybody to the arm wrestling, but you know, she seems like she's got a good art in her.
I know, and so she seems to have fallen in with some bad business.
Well, yeah, it's Zentarum, right?
Yeah, and so I'm trying to figure out how involved she is in it, and like if there's any way to help get her out of it.
Well, you know, I don't think she's here right now, but if you ask me, just like my read on the situation, I don't know that she's in it deep so much as she works for them. You know, they'll pay for muscle, and she's muscle for hire. And so if you want, like that said though, you know, I think this guy Dovel she works for, I think he's in it up to his pointy ears, if you ask me.
Do you think he buys it?
Does he buy what?
Like, is he like full on?
Oh yeah, no, he's a true believer.
Okay. Thank you. That helps. Is there anything else? Like, I'm trying to pass information on to people who can prevent bad things happening in the city.
Yeah, you know, maybe none of my business. You know, I'm sharing this with you. You know, private like. If it were me, just saying, I'd keep my nose out of it. On that note, you know, like maybe not even say that I said anything to you. Just saying.
Never.
I'm just not looking to get in any trouble with the Zentarum. You know, Dovel, you know, like the Zentarum do bad stuff, but he never does any bad stuff in here. He's just negotiating with people, talking, shaking hands.
Well, if at any time you see something that could put Yagra in danger, like danger that she can't get herself out of.
I suppose,
will you let me know?
But, you know, yeah, I'll let you know, I suppose. But you know, she eyes herself out as a bodyguard for a dangerous man. I don't know what else she can expect.
I know. I just hate to see her throw her life away.
Yeah, well, there's a lot of that going around. But you know, honestly, you know, if you're that concerned about it, maybe you ought to ask her, not me.
Well, I really wanted to first know if she was deep in it, but you say she's not, and I believe you.
I don't know for sure. She strikes me as a big, strong individual of the type that the Zentarum pays.
All right, then.
All right.
Well, thank you, Bonnie. Appreciate it.
All right. Well, you come on back here more often now.
Well, you know, once I'm almost to a journeyman. I'm nearly there.
Oh, really?
So, yeah. I've come up with some really lovely stuff. See, you've got me doing it again. But you know, once I make that, then I'll have a little more income, and I'll be able to come here more often.
Well, you know, you tell me what. I'll tell you what. When you're a journeyman, come on in here, and want first drinks on me.
Oh, you're such a doll. I will take you up on that. But I'll return to my table, and I'll let you get back to work.
In the meantime, are the rest of you there?
Yes. Yes. I'll be looking around for Jallander and see if he's here.
Damn, it's drinking and looking around.
Yeah, in fact, actually, Gibson, when you see him, he sees you and waves you over.
If you'll excuse me.
By the way, if Dammit is drinking, Sandrine brings over a creamy-colored drink and slides one. She's got two of them. She slides one to Dammit. She's like, try this. I call it a cinnamon roll.
Well, of course I drink it. And I love it. That's good.
So Jollister waves you over, Gibson, and offers you the stool next to him at the bar.
If you care to join me, damn it, if you, or do you wish to keep an eye on the room, maybe? This is my contact in the area.
I'll keep an eye on the room.
Very well.
He looks over to you and he just says, I heard about what you and your friends got up to the other night, saving Raynar Neverember. That's a big deal.
Word has gotten round then. Yes, well, it needed to be done.
Well, anything surrounding that name is going to make the news, if you follow me.
Yes, I suppose it does.
You're
aware of...
Good work.
Thank you. It's not often I've had anyone actually say that. My line of business, most people are either angry or just don't seem to notice.
You know, have you ever considered joining the Lord's Alliance?
Sorry, I came across as, have you ever thought of... Here's my Bible. I've made considerations to a number of groups. At present, I am seeking some alliance myself, if you will, with the Harpers and others. Perhaps not at this time.
Well, you know, the Harpers, they have their hearts in the right place, but they also get in the way of business sometimes, if you know what I mean? They're so obsessed with avoiding power concentrations anywhere, they don't understand that sometimes you need central leadership in order to get anything done. Interesting notion. Having recently entered into business myself, perhaps I'll understand it better. But for the moment, there's other business I'd like to talk to you about. Of course. As you know, perhaps more than most, that evening with Raynar introduced me to a different conflict that's happening across the city between two very powerful factions. Gangs. You know, that's actually what I was going to, that's what one of the things that the Lord's Alliance is focused on right now. They're really disrupting all sorts of business. Well, perhaps we can help each other with information or otherwise. I'm seeking information about a possible Zentarum who's been here. A sun elf by the name of Davil. Yeah, I know the one. Do you know where his alliance leads? His allegiance leads? Well, I mean, I don't think it's even really all that much of a secret. I think you know, if you're asking. I've had certain indications that he follows the snakes. Yeah, I myself am, you know, part of why I'm here is I like the place, but it also helps to keep an eye on certain individuals of interest. I understand that Davil, along with a hired hand, a half-orc, was looking for someone to investigate the Xanathar's Guild. Oh, yeah? I mean, I guess I'm not entirely surprised, but where did you hear that? One hears things from different places. Oh, sure. Must be somewhat circumspect with some of my sources, as you probably understand. Ah, I do. I wanted to verify that might have been true and what business they might have been after. If it's the same or related to the other business I've heard of, the core of the dispute between these two factions. Well, it's hard to know for sure because the Xanathar Guild in particular seems pretty chaotic to me. They strike in stupid ways. They attack people in broad daylight on the street. They do all sorts of crazy stuff, but it's been an uptick recently, right? I get the feeling from, just trying to hear the gossip. I don't know all the details, but I gather the Xanathar Guild had something, and they think the Zents stole it, and that's the source of the recent conflict. But it sounds as though the Zents are looking for the Xanathars in this case. Well, I think they're both looking for each other. They seem to find each other fair enough on the streets. Do you have any idea in what in particular Davil might have been looking for? Right now, I know that the two gangs are at each other's throats. The rumors I heard were that the conflict started because the Xanathar Guild says the Zentarum took something from them. But now both gangs are fighting.
Have you ever heard of a certain stone? As Mark goes through his notes and goes, where the hell did I write that down? I don't know. Something called Gorlor. Something along those lines.
Not sure. You think that's what the Zentarum stole?
I think that's what both are looking for, yes.
Well, you know,
And it probably...
I'll explore that, see if I, anyone else in the Lord's Alliance, if anyone knows about it, I bet Laurel Silverhand does.
Well, I think it would behoove both our organizations if we were able to find it first.
Yeah.
I don't know anything about it, other than it supposedly has some key element of, or whatever both are searching for beyond that.
Yeah,
anyway.
I don't know, I haven't heard, but definitely I'd appreciate if you let me know if you hear anything.
I think we can come to an accord.
And if you reconsider helping out with the Lord's Alliance, we're interested in trying to end this conflict too. Right now, the gang wars making it dangerous in the streets. Dung Sweeper Guild can't even get the job done in some places because they're so worried the gangs are going to beat them up.
Well, that's a lot of crap. Yes, I think we can work together. Anything I find, I'll try to bring to you, and I hope that you'll in turn return the favor.
Right, well, if you're looking to take on work in service of the city, we can help you out in that regard too.
Indeed. And I'll buy him a drink.
All right.
As a thank you.
He thanks you for it.
So I look over to see if Quinn is finished with her conversation and kind of usher us all out, I guess.
All right, so I'll say that generally you guys know that Yagra and Davil are not present there, but you also maybe would have heard or gleaned that they tend to come later in the evening anyway.
All right.
But, so.
Do we want to wait for them to appear, or do we want to make it a night?
I mean, I was kind of hoping something would come out of the well so that, we could get a little bit of action in. But nothing came out.
Oh, well. From all that I've been able to determine, and this is kind of the drawing room scene where we compare our notes, I guess.
Yeah.
It's confusing because it looks as though the Zentarum are looking for the Xanathar. But if the Xanathar was successful in stealing this stone from the Zentarum, no, sorry, it was the other way around. I've lost it. If the Zentarum were successful in stealing a stone from the Xanathar, then they wouldn't need to look for them. I'm almost convinced there's a third party involved who's stolen the stone from both of them.
I mean, that's entirely possible.
Yeah, how do we know that there isn't? Or that one of the guilds isn't split and one's using the other guild as a muscle so that they're keeping the infighting between the gangs is keeping them both distracted while a minor piece of the Zentarum goes and finds what they're looking for. There's also a possibility that they might be missing a certain key element that they need in order to find that find the stolen money, which might be where our friend what's his name came in.
Davil?
No, Raynar.
Oh, Raynar. Okay. Still, we won't find out much more detail unless we confront Yagra or Davil directly. or at least spy on them directly, if we wish to pursue this matter any further.
Mm-hmm.
What do you think?
I have to stay away. I have to step away for a couple moments. So just imagine that Quinn is there nodding.
All right.
And knitting.
So the question would be that you guys have reason to believe that Yagra and Davil might show up later this evening if you guys hang around. Otherwise, you're free to go where you like.
Well, Dammit wants to stay and drink and take a peek down that well. Just see if anything's just about to come out and make something exciting happen.
I think one of the things that's a little bit exciting for Dammit is that although she has excellent dark vision as a drow, that well is so deep you can't see the bottom.
Ooh.
The girl can hope.
Luca will hang out with Dammit.
Sweet.
All right, so you guys hanging out then, hopefully, if Yagra and Davil show up?
It's a fantasy world. I can hang out in a bar all day. There's no problem.
Yeah, as long as we've got the gold to pay for the drinks and the food, why not?
Yeah, and I mean, like, just, beers and a meal is not, like, a lot of gold.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Stretch the meal over 5 hours.
Yeah, 2 gold probably pays for all of you during that whole time. So
I
in
think
any
we've earned it.
Yeah. So you guys are hanging out then, hoping to see if Yagra and Davil show up. And sure enough, later that evening they do. Probably it's getting close to 7. It's been dark outside for a while this time of year. It's cold and there's a draft as the door opens, and then sure enough, the Davil, the sun elf, and comes in shedding overcoat, and Yagra takes it, puts the coats up on a hook, and then she goes to her sort of customary spot as Davil heads further into the back, and I think she sees a couple of you and just says, "Hey, I never thanked all you guys for jumping in the fight the other night. I could have handled it, but it's nice to have friends get your back too."
Yep, no problem. We're happy to do it. You've got a lot of really good friends.
Well,
and
good
some
to know.
pretty specific enemies in that case too.
Yeah, well, it is
Was
what
that
it is.
Was that personal or professional? That fight?
Yeah, well, that guy came in, he had the eye tattoos, you saw him?
Uh-huh.
Yeah,
Indeed.
yeah. He's in a gang, they killed some friends of mine.
Oh, no.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. I don't know if it was that guy, but, like, I just saw him and I was just, ugh! Hate him so much. So, so I picked on him, and, he's got his friends because he's a coward. I mean, he had his friends all ganging up on me, my point being, I think if you saw me with just one other guy, you wouldn't feel like you had to step in and gang up on that guy, right? No, I take care of it. But because they were all trying to gang up on me, he had my back. I like that.
How is your current employment going with Davil?
It's the same. It's kind of boring in here, the fight, that was something that happened, and then a troll comes out. Wow. Okay. But, most of the time, he wants to be off in the back talking about whatever, and I'm just out here and I can't drink, so, eh. But, it's warm in here at least.
Yeah.
Yeah. And, sometimes there's scuffles on the street, but it's fine. It's a pretty good paycheck compared to what they used to have me doing.
What sort of conversations is Davil having? What is he looking for something?
Oh, business.
Becoming more familiar with business.
I try not to get too involved with his business deals. They just hire me for muscle. All that talk. No, it's not my speed.
Fair enough. Everyone has their strengths, and you have quite considerable ones.
Well, Hey, want to arm wrestle?
I don't think it would be fair.
Undo!
Yeah? Yeah, it's fine.
Yeah.
All right. She sits down. She arm on the table. Yeah.
Yeah.
And you know her big half-orc arm against your tiny little gnome arm.
We've done this before. We figured out the mechanics of it.
Yeah, yeah. Well, so in at least as defined in this adventure, it's just literally competing athletics checks.
Yeah.
Too bad they haven't invented phone books yet.
Yeah. All right. So, she only got a 10 this time.
Look at me tear through 100 scrolls.
That's great, because I got a 20 not natural.
All right.
Wow.
Yeah. So you pin her, and she's just like, you know, it's amazing how much muscle you pack in that little body.
I know, isn't it great?
Yeah. You know, that's got to be nice sometimes because people don't see it coming.
Oh yeah, no, yeah. And then like, and then they underestimate me, and then they don't see me coming, and I just pow like that troll the other day.
Oh,
like,
yeah, I didn't see it, but troll? I heard about that. Yeah.
Oh yeah, well you were too busy beating somebody up, but like I bull rushed the troll and I put him in the fire, and it was amazing.
You'll never guess what she does for strength training. It's crochet.
With knots of actual rope.
Yeah.
So are you all kind of gathered around the table then? Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think she, you know, offers to shake hands with like those of you she has not, you know, directly met before. She's friendly.
Yeah.
Damn it, shakes a hand.
Yeah, Yagra's my girl.
But, so you guys are all I think she kind of looks at you kind of all standing around and it's like you guys look like you got something on your mind?
Research of a sort.
Yeah.
What?
We're going to be opening up our own business soon.
Oh yeah? Like what?
A pub.
Like a tavern.
Oh yeah? Cool.
Yeah.
Where at?
Over in the castle district.
No, it's actually so you're in the castle district, but the Troll Skull Alley is in the North Ward.
Oh, yeah. over on Troll Skull Alley.
Well, that's cool.
Yeah.
Like I don't even know it. Like you ask me, like, how would you even start about doing something like that? I don't even know. Like that's for people with the big brains. But like, I guess that's you guys. So good on you.
Starts with someone who can't quite pay their bill, I'm afraid, but we'll make it work.
Don't so many things.
Indeed. I guess we're also interested in what sort of other business there might be happening. This dangerous fight between a number of people in the city, it's somewhat concerning.
Yeah? What?
The eyeballs and the snakes.
Oh, yeah, well, look, like, I don't get into all, like, politics. I just know, like, there's people who trying to run, like, businesses and, sure, they're not, like, always above board, but, like, they got a plan, and then there's just, like, chaos. And, like, hey, I'm on the side of not, chaos.
That's a good side to be on.
Well, that's what I think. I mean, look, I just, they pay me to be this guy's bodyguard. That's fine with me. It beats, like, shaking down, never mind. And like, it's good money, but, like, all of a sudden, in the last couple of weeks, like, all of these eyeball guys are just, like, picking fights out of nothing.
Yeah. Would you be open to other business opportunities as they arise? We may be in need of a bouncer.
I mean, I got it pretty good here, but, like, what's something like that pay?
I'm just feeling out opportunities. We've got a Dragonborn that's going to be doing some bouncing, but might need some backup.
Okay, well that all sounds kind of like maybes.
Yeah. Right now, it's maybes.
Well, right now I got this guy.
Yeah.
Of course, and should that situation change, we just want to know that there are want you to know that there are friends who could employ you, future potentially.
Well, well, thanks. Like, it's always nice to have options. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, is that what you guys wanted to talk about?
Yep.
I don't know if any of us have any clever things to say.
She's not smart, but she's not, like, she's got an okay wisdom score. She's kind of looking around like, you guys seem like something's bothering you.
Well, it's more that, like, we're concerned for your safety, because of all the stuff that's going down between the snakes and the eyeballs, and, you know, well, you're a friend, and I know a job's a job's a job, but a job's not worth dying over.
Well, yeah, but, you know, like, I mean, you do what you're good at, right? Like, and I'm a scrapper, so, like, who else pays me to do that?
Lots of people, actually.
Yeah, well, you know, not everyone pays so well.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think what we're trying to get at is that there's some concern about the sort of work your employer does, and it would be great to have some heads up about the things that might be involved so that we could make sure that we're not involved in anything that might be on the wrong side.
Well,
maybe you could help us out.
I mean, if, like, the wrong side is those eyeball guys, right? You know, the Xanathar Guild, like, you know, that's the wrong side. So
that's clearly not a side to be aligned with. It's more of making sure that whatever business dealings your employer does, we aren't accidentally treading on wrong ground. You must understand.
Like,
it's
He
complicated.
doesn't want to be
Talk to
part of
Davil?
collateral damage.
Do you want to talk to Davil? I mean, like, I couldn't tell you what would tread on his toes. I don't know.
It might be nice to talk to him.
I mean, I could do that. I don't think he's got anyone in appointments for another hour. You want to meet him? I could go take you over there. I mean, just so you're saying, like, you know, he's up on all of the, like, the half talk of the stuff that you're doing there. Like, he'll get that.
Of course, I'm not sure what you mean, but yes. If you could make an introduction, I'm sure that would help us.
Yeah, okay. And so she actually leads you kind of back into the more sort of, you know, it's like the quieter area away from the people drinking, you know, singing rowdy drinking songs and everything, sort of the quieter tables. And he's actually ordered a meal that he's eating in sort of like a quieter table in the back, and looks up as you all approach and just kind of smiles and is like, Yagra, who have you brought me? I know some of you.
What's Davil's full name?
Davil Starsong.
Starsong.
I know some of you. I've certainly seen you around the tavern before.
Sir Starsong. Sorry for the interruption. We have business in parts of the city, and, well, with all of the peculiar happenings around the city and there's somewhat of an unrest between different larger factions, we thought it would be good to approach someone who has a good knowledge, a working knowledge, of things happening around the city so that we can be careful in our steps and not overstep our boundaries or accidentally fall into the wrong spot at the wrong time, if you understand.
He slowly has a growing smile as you say all of that, and he just kind of says, well, please do have a seat and we can discuss all the business you like.
We will do so, I guess.
Yeah. For the record, Luker stayed in the tap room, so she's not part of this meeting, as just kind of maybe trying to maintain herself as like a separate neutral party.
Okay.
While all of the shenanigans
I don't have any hand in this.
Yeah, and she doesn't have a terribly great charisma score, so it's.
And I think briefly at some point, as you guys are kind of settling into the booth, Gibson, Davil, or Jalister kind of makes eye contact with you from across the room, just going like, kind of giving you a look up. What are you doing, man? Sort of look, but does not
Just as
interfere.
all of that's about to happen, a wood elf comes into the bar, sees Sandrine, and kind of tugs on her robe. And Sandrine excuses herself for a moment, and then comes back and says, with a piece of paper, and hands it to Gibson and says, "When you get back to the house, please give this to Big Red. Tell him I will come back for him, but I'm being called away. My faith needs me for a moment. I shouldn't be long."
Oh, all right.
Thank you. But make sure he knows I'm coming back.
I will,
That's
yes.
very important. Thank you.
All right.
And then she leaves.
All right. And thank you, Nutty. Yay!
Yeah.
Thank
And
you.
I'm going to cut out now.
Yes.
I
And
have-
are you back tomorrow?
I don't think so, but
Oh.
if I can, I'll come. I'll let you know. We have a big party tomorrow
Okay.
that I don't know when I'll be done with. So I actually have to go and make 4 dozen cupcakes for that right now.
Oh my.
Well, so thank you so much for joining us, and we will continue the adventures of Sandrine at some future time.
Oh, absolutely. All right. Bye.
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 All right. So, oops. There we go. Have everybody. So, yes, I think all of that sort of plays out, and Davil is kind of just observing all of it with a bemused smile, and he goes, "My, how mysterious."
She
Now-
is at that.
I don't know if we want to roleplay this real time, just because, again, it's only involving a couple of the characters, but...
I don't know.
We
I
can
mean,
fast
this
forward a
is
little
a
bit.
notable guy, so I
It is.
yeah.
It is.
Yeah. So let's just do it.
All right.
Yeah. So,
Am I speaking again? I don't want to be
Business?
speaking.
You don't want me speaking, but I'll speak if I want to. If you want me to. Okay. So listen. Like, we just want to make sure that y'all don't go killing the wrong people, and by the wrong people, I mean anyone who's not a part of the Hairy Eyeball.
okay. Let me put a few pieces together, shall I? Tell me if anything I say is wrong.
Okay.
You've been hearing quite a lot about the conflict between the Xanathar Guild and a certain unnamed organization, sometimes referred to as a network of a certain color. And you are friends with Yagra, and you are worried about her, but you also think you know more than you probably actually do about this network. And
Possibly.
you think that I, as someone who may know more than you about this network, would just agree to do what you say? For what possible benefit?
Making sure nobody accidentally stumbles on your business.
Okay, well, let me put it this way. Without this network, the city would crumble. We
I'm not
represent an important alternative to the traditional markets. It's very important. And there are certain factions within the city currently attempting to disrupt that, and we are endeavoring to prevent them from disrupting, and that is our focus. And you are asserting by implication that we would have other business that is not okay. Am I assuming anything incorrect there?
A little bit. Like, some of that went over my head. Mostly,
Well, okay.
it's more a matter of, look, I don't care what you're doing. I just don't want to get hurt, and I don't want my friends to get hurt.
Yeah?
But we happen to be on some missions where we end up finding people in this
Missions?
network. Like, our last one was finding somebody who was missing.
Ah, yes. That's where I've heard of you. You're the Folks who rescued young Raynar.
Actually, we weren't looking for him. We were looking for somebody else who was mistaken for Raynar.
Given that I had, let's speak a bit more plainly, shall we?
Okay.
This network that I represent is, let's say, loosely organized and occasionally splintered. And there are people who would claim to represent this network who do not adhere to the traditional hierarchies of leadership within our organization. And some of those saw fit to antagonize young Mr. Neverember the other evening. I can assure you, if this is your concern, that the network that I represent has no interest in that. And in fact, if you have information that would lead us to identifying some of the splinter members, we would be willing to pay handsomely for such.
So you've got a rogue unit of your network that is doing things and saying that it's in your name, but it's not. And so if we find out information about those people, you'll give us money if we tell you.
Yes.
Okay, just making sure, because you, as much as you say that you're trying to speak plain, that was really flowery, and I have to make sure that I dumb it down for myself.
I'm happy to oblige.
Thanks. Well, we don't have any information on who precisely is a part of that cell. However, that's kind of what we're trying to avoid anyway.
If you have some information of your own you could share to help us perhaps in the right direction. It is one of the many things we've taken an interest in.
Well, as it happens, we have some leads that if you would be willing to follow, we could reward you with some gold and you would earn the trust of some of the proper Black Network leadership.
I understand that we do have a certain operational code we operate by that wouldn't be able to do anything perhaps too underhanded, but we can certainly make inquiries and follow up some leads.
Well, let me put it this way. I'm not saying that the Black Network would never ask you to do something you were uncomfortable with, but you would always be free to refuse. Understanding, however, that refusing is likely to inhibit any further advancement up the leadership ranks.
That's reasonable.
I mean, we're not going to kidnap anybody.
He kind of looks at you and he gives you an appraising glare for a moment and he says, "What if it was a bad person?"
No, we just kill them if it was a bad person.
Let's not jump immediately to violence if we can avoid it.
Have you met me?
Well, you are the one that brought up kidnapping and murder.
It was a theoretical comment. Besides...
Speaking of murder, if you're interested, there is actually currently someone killing half-elf and elf sailors in the dock ward. And they do
Really?
work for us. We would be interested in finding out who that is.
You say half-elf and elven sailors?
That's right.
And if we were to say, stop this person?
You do not even need to stop them. Simply find out who it is. And I would be willing to pay you 50 gold apiece.
Mm-hmm.
Well, that's something worth looking into for certain. Is that the lead you were speaking of?
That's one. Maybe we start there.
That's
Indeed.
fine.
I think we've come to a mutually beneficial agreement.
Good, then. To return to your concern earlier about wanting to make sure that you don't get hurt, I would say the best way to approach that would be to be cautious when attempting to interfere in the business of the Black Network.
Seems a reasonable precaution. And if you'll excuse us to Star Song, we've taken up far too much of your time. I believe we have to be going.
All right. Good evening to you then, and good luck. Good hunting.
Bye. She like gives a high five to Yagra as she goes by, but she has to jump really high.
Low five.
So Yagra notably does not lower her hand for you to do that because she's like she's looking at you like, I know you can make it. And we'll just say you make it. You're good. Damn it. Were you hanging out by the bar during that time too?
Yeah, I was just keeping an eye on everything.
Okay. Are you and Luker together, or are you kind of hanging out separately, staking out different areas?
I don't know, Luker. You feeling social?
I'm feeling a little bit social.
I'm near Luker, but I'm never chatty, so we're just kind of chilling.
Okay.
Yeah.
Make a perception check, damn it. Make a perception check, damn it! It's a fact. We discovered this during the one shot the other day that it's just the best name for that reason.
Absolutely.
Yeah. So that was a 11.
Okay. It's a crowded bar. It's kind of actually pretty warm in here. But you're like almost a little too warm, but you know it's cold outside and it's one of those frustrating like, ugh, it's just no way to be perfect right now. So
yeah.
But the alcohol's good.
It is.
It works.
It does.
All right. So I think at this point, Quinn and Gibson make their way back over to you guys.
Hey,
Are you sampling some interesting local beverages?
Yeah, I hand a glass, my next glass, which is waiting for me, I hand it over to Gibson and offer it to him.
I'll sip at it.
Tasty.
Yes, I think I'll be able to taste again soon.
Don't rush it. It's not that important.
If this isn't too pressing a business for you, how would you care to try to catch a murderer?
Sounds fun. Let's go.
Yay! Let's go to the docks.
All right. So you're actually not far from the dock ward. You know that was after all the way you went down through there before. You are going to how are you approaching this whole sort of ordeal? Like what are you doing to try to find this?
Is there a watch station somewhere nearby there?
Well, yeah, I mean, there's watch stations, not on every street corner, but all the major intersections have a watch station where there's at least one watchman, and you know that there are patrols of like 10 that kind of go through and check, pass through all the different alleys at least once per evening.
We may be able to speak to some members of the watch. They may have something to tell us. If you don't mind, damn it.
It's fine.
So you guys are heading to the dock ward then, and let me switch my ambiance here then. There we go. So it's dark, it's cold. The wind is really howling through some of these alleys, and many of the streets are dark because the the street lights are smashed. But many of the watchmen carry lanterns with them, and as you're making your way through the dock ward streets, it's not hard to find one of these watch posts.
Is it someone I know?
Well, you can keep going until you find one that you know.
I'm hoping to find one I know.
Okay, so we'll say that the first one that you come across is not someone you know.
Okay.
But there's lots of them, and you do know some that worked in the dock ward, so you could probably keep looking and find someone you know.
Keeping an eye out.
Sorry, I've got the Watcher's Eye, being a City Watch former investigator.
Mm-hmm.
So it says I can easily find the local outpost of the Watch or a similar organization and can just as easily pick out dens of criminal activity.
Yeah. Yeah, so you've got a knack for that. And so what I'm saying is there are lots of watch posts around. You can definitely find one, but the specific requirement of one that is currently occupied by someone he knows already is taken.
Oh, gotcha.
It doesn't mean you can't find one. It just means you have to spend a little more time walking around.
Okay.
So we spent some time walking around.
All right. Yeah. So you find one, and you manage to, you find a watch post with a guard who's kind of shivering, keeping his hands warm, and it's actually a red dragonborn, and you can see he's using like microbursts of his fire breath to keep his hands warm as he kind of shivers in the cold. And you know that this dragonborn is named Drindar.
Okay.
Drindar, is that you?
Gibson! You're so-and-so. I heard you retired.
Semi-retired. No longer wearing the formal cuffs, but at least I still get up at the same time every day.
Lost to the watch. And don't I know you, too? He points at Dammit. You seem familiar.
I used to be on the watch as well.
Yes, damn it. Not too many drow in the City Watch. Certainly not those with many with the sort of story you had. Terribly sorry about your partners.
Thanks. Appreciate it.
Speaking of terrible stories, we couldn't help but hear about some unfortunate circumstances down here by the docks.
Oh.
Someone is targeting some sailors, it sounds like. Elves and half-elves?
Yes. Bad business, that. It's the work of some sort of a killer. We believe it may be someone seeking out those races out of racial hatred. The Dark Ward, of course, is, as much as we try to keep it safe, there are many dark alleys that an unsuspecting elf or half-elf on their own could be vulnerable to an assassin. There's been several such in the last few weeks.
Have there been any other patterns besides the findings of who's died?
Not so far, but I believe that might be up to 7 now. The only pattern, as far as we can tell, they've all been here in the dock ward, within a few blocks of the harbor, and all elves or half-elves. Are you on the case, Gibson? Taking up the private gumshoe?
It's a hazard. It's hard to give up, after all. But I hope you don't mind that I'd like to poke around a little bit down here.
Well, of course. I mean, let me know if you need any assistance, but, I can't tell you much more than that.
No, reach into my robe, and I still have my whistle.
Ha! He holds up his matching one.
Gives me comfort, even if I don't blow it as often as I used to.
Well, certainly. Blow that whistle around here, the watch will be coming running.
It's good to hear. Keep yourself warm, Drindor.
You too.
7.
Quinn takes out a pair of mitts from her bag, and she's like, Here, I think these will fit.
This is a fascinating running gag. I appreciate this quite a bit.
You're welcome.
He just looks and he's just like, for me?
Yeah. I mean, they're fingerless, so your claws should be able to get through them.
He has to put them on very delicately over his claws.
Yeah.
But,
so she helps him get it over his claws. But
it's wonderful. Thank you.
You're welcome.
I'm sorry I didn't introduce you. This is one of my My newest colleagues, Quinn.
Hi.
And,
Very nice to meet you.
Yeah, Quinn Neckle. Nice to make your acquaintance.
and Luker also works with me.
Oh.
Well, all of you stay safe. I would advise you not travel around here alone, but the four of you together, I'm sure you can handle yourselves.
And the whistle's not far.
Indeed. Good luck.
Thank you.
Hi.
So. Shall we stroll by the docks?
Sure. So what I'll go ahead and just let you know right now is that at least for this first night, you kind of spend it most of the night sort of wandering up and down, just looking for signs of anything suspicious. And
I'm kind of looking for evidence, too, if we know where some of the murders were.
I think maybe he told you like one or two of the alleys, but he said that the crime scenes have all been cleaned up by now.
Okay.
Yeah, so you guys spend the night kind of, casing the dock ward, but you don't see anything suspicious. Not this first night anyway. You get the feeling that you'll have to keep trying.
Okay.
Quinn gives out a really big yawn and is like, we should go back before the workers get to the place so that we can at least get a couple hours of sleep.
Ah, yes. I miss these late night stakeouts.
Yeah. I would imagine as you return to the manor that with all the construction going on, it's probably difficult to sleep, but you probably do the best you can.
Yeah.
All right. So in the meantime, you still haven't reported back what you heard from Maxine to the Harpers.
Oh, right. We should go do that.
Yes.
All right. So you
Later on in the morning.
All right. Yeah. After
we've
you've gotten some sleep. All right.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I think you get into a nice sort of 11:30 breakfast.
That's
Second
brunch.
breakfast.
Yeah. So the construction is going okay. There's some argument about, the different contractor groups about whether they need to finish doing the floors before or after they lay in the new plumbing. Because, on the one hand, it seems like the plumbing needs to go in before the finished floor, but on the other hand, some of the old floors are too unstable to really work with. So... they're having some arguments about that, but Shutak is staying behind to kind of, be tiebreaker where he can and try to just watch the house.
Thanks, Big Red.
Yep.
Oh, I have a letter. And I deliver Sandrine's letter and very carefully reassure Big Red that, or Shutek, whose name means Big Red, that Sandrine will return once her business is concluded.
I think he reads the letter very slowly, and then also very slowly starts to cry.
Oh, it's okay, buddy.
There.
It's okay.
All right, well, I
She'll
just
be
have
back.
to make sure this place is safe when she comes back.
That's right. And she will be coming back. She said so.
Yeah. And if
And
she
she
said
keeps
so,
her
she'll do it.
She keeps her promises, right?
Yes. Well,
Okay.
yes.
Yes.
All right. So you guys are, headed back to... Mert basically said to just come back to his house and meet him at his house when you want to report in.
Yeah.
All right.
Sounds good.
As you head to Mert's mansion, which is in the C ward, you head up there and... Excuse me. You're up kind of in this area. You knock on the door and are let in by a butler, and his house, it's a very nice house, but a little bit like his clothes, you get the feeling that it's really not being taken care of quite at the same level that most of these fancy houses would be. But in any event, though, you were guided into a study where you actually see Mert and Raynar Neverember both in there waiting for when you arrive.
Hey!
Hey!
You look well.
Yes, much better than the last time you saw me. Incidentally, I do have a picture of him, and he's not so ratty and, does not look like he has been kept prisoner for 2 days anymore. Yeah. So here's Raynar.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. But he kind of says, well, I suppose if Mert hadn't already told you, this might spill the beans. But yes.
No, he
and
did.
he kind of flips his collar, and it shows the Harper pin.
Mm-hmm.
Very nice. Hey, we talked to Maxine.
Great. Mert's just like, yes. How is Maxine?
Oh, she's doing good. I gave her a hat.
Ah!
Because it's cold.
Ha! Quite amusing. Yes, a hat for the horse. Yes, no, that's wonderful.
It's no ordinary horse. It's no ordinary hat.
It's true, but I really need to improve upon the pattern. Anyway, that's not why we're here. So we talked to her a little bit and then did some more digging. So she found 2 agents and you do the talking, please, because I'm not good with words.
I think you were doing just fine, but I can take over if you wish.
Please.
Unless you'd like to speak Lucre.
The horse was able to identify 2 agents of the Xantharum as the... What's his name? The elf Davin? Devil?
Davil, yeah.
Devil. That he was an agent of the Xantharum. They also... she also identified his bodyguard, but we have doubts about whether or not she is actually involved in business, other than the fact that she has been hired as a bodyguard.
She's loyal, however.
Yes, as long as he keeps paying her.
And, Mert turns to Raynar and says, I'd say that's a curiosity of the Xantharum, and yet it seems like that's probably true of many organizations in the city. Raynar just kind of shrugs, like, Xantharum have their loyalty. That's something they value.
They did, however, when we briefly tried to get some more information out of those 2 individuals, we were offered a job.
You went to question the Xantharum agents?
I wanted to make sure that the information was accurate.
Yeah. And he admitted it. Yeah.
Well, excellent then. I mean, I would say that's more than we asked, which is good, but be careful.
Well, we didn't say who we were asking on behalf of.
Right.
But they did give us a job in order to kind of gauge our trustworthiness.
Yeah, Mertens kind of frowns as well. What sort of job?
Researching a murderer on the docks.
Ah, well.
Not something I wouldn't be attracted to helping with anyway, so seems in line.
Is this the killings of the elves?
Yes.
And half-elves, yes.
We've heard some rumors about that ourselves, and so to be sure, I would say that stopping those killings is not something we would object to.
No. And that's why we were like, yeah, sure, we'll do that.
Hoping to find some common ground here that causes none of us to sleep worse at night.
And so if you are able to ingratiate yourselves somewhat with the Xantharum locally, that could allow you to provide greater intelligence for us. However, warn you that would be likely something that they would not approve of, and could put you in some danger. So I would not ask that you do that unless you feel willing to take on that risk.
I think there's some understanding among us all.
Yeah.
There's something more, too. Something that Davos said, which is of extreme interest in many ways. It was almost in passing, but whether it was simply to throw shade away from some of his own dealings, or perhaps the truth, which I suspected is the truth, he indicated that there are some splinters forming within the Zentarum, and that one of the groups, one of the splinters, was in fact the one responsible for, well, your kidnapping, Raynar.
Raynar kind of nods, hearing that, and kind of... Sorry, I'm switching to a different ambiance. He just kind of says, yes, that would explain a few things, because certainly our connections and informants that we have so far hadn't indicated anything about the subject matter that the Zentarum who kidnapped me were asking about, the stone. We hadn't heard anything about that prior to this, and so it seems as though the faction that kidnapped me wants the stone, but that may be not knowledge that is present within the entire Black Network.
On the other side, the Xanathar's people seem to attack at random. Doesn't seem to be a particular predictable pattern or even a motivation. I wonder if they are similarly fractioned or otherwise confused about what they're going after.
Raynar and Mert kind of exchange a little bit of a look, but then just say, could be. They do seem to be disorganized.
So, one of my hopes is that if the Zentarum are indeed fractured, perhaps the group that Davil represents could be negotiated or directed to deal with the fractured group as well as the Zentarum for their own housekeeping, if nothing else.
Enemy of an enemy, so to speak.
Something like that.
Perhaps. I would say tread cautiously, but if you are able to provide us greater intel to this situation by working with them, especially when all they have asked of you so far is to stop a serial murderer, then that is something that could be of great value to us. But
perhaps we can find a third party that would be able to run messages between us and you.
Raynar kind of says, well, it's public knowledge that all of you rescued me, so it would perhaps not be seen as anything amiss were I to visit you from time to time at your place of business.
And moreover, Mert has a financial loan lender to our business. It wouldn't be untoward for you to make an appearance or for us to come here, for example.
Indeed. I think that there are plenty of opportunities that would not necessarily be inherently suspicious.
Okay.
Still is a good point, and there may be other ways to deliver our messages if we need to.
The only last caution I would offer is just that, as I was saying earlier, the Zentarum do place a high value on loyalty, and they take betrayal very seriously, which may work to our advantage if we wish to turn them against their rogue faction, but it may also turn against you if you are seen as a double agent.
I think, as I've been able to express it anyway, we are concerned third parties, trying to maintain a certain level of neutrality in all of this, as is our hope. I spent a long time fighting the evils of the city, in different forms, of course, much more on the street level, but I'm hoping I can still be of service before I'm entirely put to pasture.
I mean, I'm here. I might as well do some good.
They both smile at that and just say, well, that's exactly the sort of person we're looking for with the Harpers. People who wish to do good wherever they may be.
Indeed.
So, incidentally, by completing that mission, you have all gained 1 renown with the Harpers, and you are each given Harper pins, but also encouraged that, especially if you're continuing to work with the Zentarum, maybe don't wear the pin on somewhere obvious. So, I think when you return to the house, you find actually standing out front is, let's see, hang on, is a man with very nice but, sort of slightly flashy clothes and wearing a really fancy hat with a big broad brim on it. Sees you all come in and says, "Ah, good, you are here. I had hoped to arrive when you would be here. If you allow me to introduce myself, I am J.B. Nevercott," and he doffs his big hat. "I am a haberdasher, and I
thought you were.
Yes, and I just wanted to introduce myself to new business in the neighborhood, and I hoped to just wish you well in your endeavors."
It's really nice to meet somebody who has such an appreciation for good fabric.
Well, and he takes a look at whatever you're kind of crocheting at the moment, and it says,
"Yep,
I do admire a creative spirit." And he actually sort of nods to each of you, but then it turns to you, Dammit, and just says, "I wonder if you wouldn't mind allowing me to speak with you privately, my lady."
All right.
Yes.
We'll be inside. There's many things to oversee and see if the workers have made a mockery of certain corners.
All right. So you guys head back inside, and JB Nevercott ushers you kind of around, the corner, kind of just off the street a little bit, and just turns to you and says, "So, I hope that you are finding it possible to make a good life for yourself as a dark elf in Waterdeep."
I do well enough.
Would you perhaps be a dark elf who is opposed to the current regime of the other drow down in the Underdark? Is that something you have... It would seem you have gone a great distance and are not living with other dark elves. It perhaps is something that you do not especially get on with the folks back home?
That's true.
Would you then perhaps be amenable to helping out an organization that seeks to advance the interests of other exiled dark elves, such as yourself?
What's involved?
Well, to begin with, we would just need to verify that you are the sort of dark elf that we are looking for. And we would invite you to meet with one of our fellows. And then perhaps a simple mission to see if you are skilled enough to be of assistance to us.
I'm kind of helping.
There's no obligation, of course. I just am gauging your interest.
I'm interested, but I'm committed to helping these guys for the next little while. But what do you have in mind?
Well, hang on, let me... he said, what he says is, as a test, I would like you to steal a silk handkerchief from a Waterdavian noble. Any noble may do, but as long as there is a monogram that indicates the family. And I would like you to give it to a tiefling girl who lives in a crate at the corner of Net Street and Dock Street by the wharf. Do this, and I will know that you have the talents necessary, and perhaps we can engage in further discussion.
That sounds like a lot of fun. I haven't had a lot of fun lately.
It does sound like fun, doesn't it? And you know, you would be helping to advance the interests, as I said, of other exiled dark elves.
Is it going to so I get to choose who it is to make sure that it's not going to conflict with anything that I'm doing right now. Doesn't
Any
have to be...
Waterdavian noble.
Sure.
Right.
It's interesting.
And so the only minor thing that I would mention at, in a meta level is certainly as a member of the city watch, you know that stealing from a noble is not like if you were to be caught.
Oh right.
Even as an ex-watchman, that's a crime. It's not, so it's not like a disastrous thing, but it's not trivial. But that's if you were caught. So the encouragement is it's to steal a harmless, inexpensive handkerchief from a Waterdavian noble and deliver it to the tiefling girl at the intersection by the wharf.
If I can find a way to make it happen, I might. No promises.
Very well. I hope that we can do further business. If you are able to accomplish this effort, I will certainly hear about it and we'll be in contact for future discussions.
So, what kind of benefit would I get personally being a part of this group? Because a girl's got to eat and a girl sure has to drink.
That is certainly true. Well, to the extent that you are able to prove yourself a benefit, an asset to our organization, you could count in turn on support from the same organization. We take care of each other.
All right, I'll think about it.
And so he gives you a wink and then says, "Good day to you. I will eagerly await news of your expertise."
Later.
All right. And so he leaves.
That was girl in a crate?
Yeah,
Tiefling.
there's a tiefling girl
Tiefling
who lives in a crate. Yeah, and that's who you're supposed to deliver it to.
Okay.
All right.
Yeah.
Yeah. So you can probably head back inside. Everyone else is kind of busy watching the construction.
Yeah.
And staying out of the way.
Yeah.
Yep. Quinn's over in a corner working on something.
Yeah.
What time of day is it?
I'd say right now it's probably getting into be like late afternoon.
Okay.
Seeing her return, I'll go over to Dammit. Is everything okay?
Yeah, I got an offer to do some work. Trying to decide if it's worth it or not.
Busy.
Kind of big risk.
Risk?
Yeah.
We served on the watch. How much risk can it be?
Well, this is a little bit riskier in that it's not necessarily above board.
Ah. Well, only you can judge that for yourself. I'm trying to keep myself from falling too far below the boards, but there are terrible things happening around the city. He kind of leans back a little bit, thinks back on the body he has stuffed in a trunk in his room.
We'll have to talk about that another time.
Oh, no, nobody knows. I took care of the body.
Ooh. It's something that might lead to a benefit later, but if it doesn't work out, it's definitely going to bring down some heat. So I just, other than the fact that it would be super fun, I'm not sure it's worth the risk.
Well, I don't know the nature of this, and I probably should not, but fun is something that you find in a limited quantity in this world, and perhaps it's something you need.
Yeah.
Also, I will say, just in a meta level, that he did ask you to steal one, but in theory, like, all you need to do is get one somehow.
Yeah.
And you happen to know someone who is a weaver.
I do, don't I?
Mm-hmm. Just saying.
So, just out of character, because I missed a lot, and even for what I've been here, I can't keep up with everything you guys
That's
are
fine.
doing.
There's a lot of complex stuff in it.
Yeah.
Like we can.
Yeah.
So the what did you call it? Waterdeep Lord is that I would need to steal a hanky from.
So,
Yep.
well, so basically, there are many noble families. It doesn't have to be one of the lords of Waterdeep, but there are many noble families, and they are not hard to spot generally. They have their own like livery, and they generally travel with a bunch of guards to keep them safe on the street. And strictly speaking, like one of the primary distinctions of being a noble in the city is that you're allowed to keep like a retinue of guards. You know, it's almost like a small army of guards that you are allowed to muster, whereas a non-noble private citizen can hire some people, but not in the numbers that nobles can. And they tend to be wealthy, but not always. Right. And so there are many different noble families, and he just said the handkerchief from a noble.
So are there any nobles that we've seen hanging out at the Yawning Portal, any sons of rich people that are bored and looking for excitement or anything like that? Or
yeah, I mean, they every so often. I mean, Raynar is noble.
Right, because Dammit doesn't want to steal, but she certainly wants to find a way to get it and see what this might lead to if she doesn't have to put herself at risk of jail.
So nobles come into Yawning Portal sometimes, and they typically would come in like with 3 or 4 like sort of bodyguards.
What about gambling?
That's what I was wondering, if anybody would be up for a trip to the Yawning Portal for some carousing and befriending of a someone that would have a hanky from a lord. So I'm gonna just go ahead and talk to the folks that are here that are, obviously I can't talk to the people that are away doing elven things and stuff, but I'm just gonna let them know that I was contacted and offered this, and I don't really want to do it, but it could lead to some fun, and it could be kind of fun getting it if we don't actually try to steal it, if we try to connive it some way.
You tell them everything about the offer, or just what the offer was?
Just what the offer was.
Okay.
I mean, you could like try to get a noble to gamble. I mean, gambling is always fun, and they like to throw money around. I can maybe look up some of the patterns for the silk handkerchiefs and set up my new loom for that and like make one, but that would take me a couple of days to make sure that it was passable.
Yeah. I really like that idea, but anybody want to go gambling with me?
I mean, I'll go, and I'll be like your bodyguard.
I mean, I'm not much for gambling. I've never been very good at cards, but such a trivial thing.
You can be like someone who can be like the person that would lose the money, that would tempt the noble into getting some easy money.
Yeah, you had me until you said lose money.
Well, that's why you would be the other ringer. I don't gamble, but
I suppose I could lose some money. That doesn't seem to be too difficult. Do you have any idea why they want this? Is it just a symbol?
Yeah, I think it's just to see if I can get things done, to see if, it never hurts to have more connections. And I'm just trying to find more connections, and it could be fun to try and get it, but yes.
Weaving a tapestry just as complicated as anything Quinn has made so far.
Well,
you haven't seen my room lately.
I was going to say, it's not going to be that skillful for sure. Quinn's got me on that, but
so
I've just been kind of building stuff and watching stuff, and unless we're going to go catch us a murderer.
We'll need to find more information about that.
Yeah.
Be at the right time.
I'll say is that I think Gibson and Dammit, both of you would know stakeouts don't happen in one night.
Yeah.
You know, if you're basically just trying to hopefully stumble across someone, you might still be able to do it, but you just need to try longer.
Yeah.
Or obviously, if you had some other way to get a clue, then that would be one thing. But for the most part, what I'm telling you, also as a mechanical level, is it takes longer.
Yeah.
At this point, I'm just basically hoping I'll hear that a murder occurred recently, so we'll be able to actually look at something.
Yeah, we just need someone to be killed. And then we'll hear more information.
Terrible need.
So all the murders are happening down at the docks, because I think that's more important than stealing a hanky, unless we can hook them together somehow. Is that near the yawning portal, or is that a different part of?
No, because the yawning portal is near the dock ward, but it's it's on sort of the inland side of the dock ward, and you heard that all of the killings were within a couple blocks of the harbor.
Mm-hmm. What about the skewered dragon? How far is that from the harbor?
It's a little ways, but let me put that map back up.
And because this might make it a moot point, do nobles frequent there for a bit of excitement?
Probably not without a significant retinue of guards.
Other than Raynor.
I know Raynor was there, yeah.
Yeah. That would be like, it would happen sometimes, but would certainly be like a rarity as opposed to common.
Okay.
We got the quest from Raynor, right? About the high elf the murder of the elves?
No, so the murder of the elves was from Davil Starson.
Oh, that's right. Okay.
Yeah.
Mm.
Although Raynor and Mert certainly indicated they had no objection to you stopping a serial murderer.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Well, with any luck, nothing will happen this evening. And even if it does, it would be doubtful we'll be at the right point. So I suppose I can support your fun. If this means something to you, then I can definitely be there. I suppose I can lose a few coins if perhaps I'm only losing them to you.
Hey, I'll give them back. Anything you lose to me, I'll give back.
No. Then perhaps we shall do this then.
I don't know, unless you guys have a better idea.
And I mean, maybe something will come through the portal and then we can smash it.
That would be nice. Or we might hear something about the murders. Who knows?
I mean, it sounds like a good time anyway. So, back to the yawning portal. All right.
So I just want to say again, on a meta level, this is one of the reasons that this adventure is very focused on giving you roots in the city, is because it establishes locations that can be returned to, and like you come to know a location, and that makes it interesting. You have reasons to go back there.
Dammit still hasn't seen anything go down there.
It's true.
You keep hearing about this story. Come on.
Yep.
All right, back to the yawning portal then. So you are doing. You're heading over there what time? Like early evening or?
No, like 8 or 9.
Okay.
Noble o'clock.
Noble
o'clock. The nobles have been drinking.
8 and 9 is noble o'clock?
Yes. Because that's when the sun is down, and so if they need to make a discreet getaway, it's easier to do.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Also, they are going out to dine about that time.
Sure.
All
right. Well, so I'll say that you guys hit the tavern. You nod at the various friendly faces that you know there. Are you just getting a table or what?
Yeah, I think we should sit down, settle in, look around, figure out what we want to do.
Okay.
So.
All right, so I'm trying to click on things here, get them to actually load. Oh dear. Okay, well, I'm getting some internet errors, so hopefully everything with the stream is continuing fine. Yeah, my D&D Beyond is glitching on me at the moment. I hope hopefully that will resolve itself soon. But in the meantime, what you guys are looking around, and you're just on the lookout for any nobles in the area?
Yeah, just drinking. Got a drink, got a meal. Looking around, seeing if there's any nobles, if there's any.
I mean, there's definitely a couple in the yawning portal right now. You know that there's a guy who's wearing the livery of House Gerhaus, which is a noble family. He's a 30-something guy who is having dinner, and he's got a young woman in a nice dress with him, and they've got what look like a couple of guards sitting at the next table over, sort of keeping an eye on him. You also see a more middle-aged guy who's maybe in his early 50s sitting at the bar with 3 guards in livery of House Caspar standing behind him, and he's just drinking by himself.
Okay. Anybody playing any cards or anything?
Not at the moment. I mean, there are people playing cards, but none of the ones that are known nobles at the moment.
How far is our table from the bar where the old guy is? The older guy.
I mean, it's not far. I mean, if you're talking maybe 30 feet, something like that.
Okay.
Yeah, I think something with D&D Beyond is glitching at the moment, but the little plug-in is not working right now either. So
I'm still okay in seeing it myself, but
so I've got it up, but I'm not able to click new things and have them load. I'm getting a 503 error.
Oh.
Do you want to reboot anything, or?
No, I think I'll just leave it for right now. Hopefully it will take care of itself. But we'll leave it for now. In the meantime, though, so you're maybe 30 feet from, where that old guy is.
So I'm just gonna ask my mates here if they just want to play a game of poker and see how they do, if they're interested in playing at all. Just between the 4 of us for now.
Okay, just start a game of some cards, or.
Yeah, I pull out my deck and
I only have imaginary money.
Okay.
What?
I have no idea how much money I have for Damn It, but I will give some to. Oh, I'm drawing a blank on your name. Quinn. Sorry, I had it written down somewhere else. I'm gonna slide some to Quinn so that she can play.
Okay. Thanks. Right. I'll give it back.
Don't worry about it.
All right. So, what are you guys playing? Fantasy poker or what?
Just poker, whatever that means in D&D.
Fantasy poker.
Okay,
fantasy poker.
Yeah. I don't know what's going on here, why it's not loading for me. That's a bummer. I don't know that I could do anything about it without disrupting the stream, but that's fine. I don't need it right now. Actually, let's see if I can pull it up on my phone.
I'm having no difficulty with it.
Yeah.
I checked you're still streaming on Twitch, so at least that's fine.
Good. Mm-hmm. And I pulled it up on my phone, so I don't know what the issue is with my computer, but that's okay. So in the meantime, though, you guys are playing fantasy poker. Are you just kind of doing it quietly amongst yourselves? You're trying to make a lot of noise, or what?
Well, yes, I would love to play fantasy poker. I'm trying to help.
Make a performance check.
Who, me?
No, well, whoever's trying to attract attention.
Oh, well, that would be me.
Right.
That's an 11.
I got a 16.
Why, yes, I love to play cards.
I like poker. I don't know how to play this game.
All right, so
I got
you
a 21.
There's a brief moment where the guy at the bar, you do see him sort of look back over his shoulder at you briefly, but then turn back to his drinking. In the meantime, you also get a couple of drunken Dragonborn stumble over from the next table and say, "Hey, room for a couple more?"
Sure, grab a seat.
All right. You deal them in?
Yeah.
All right.
Gambling isn't illegal here, is it?
No.
No.
Good.
Oh, I forgot to ask that.
No, it's fine.
Nothing in the code about it.
The two former law people should probably know.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, well.
Yeah. So you guys are, all, playing your gambling. But as of right now, you guys, let's say, how about this? Make a collective, all three of you make an intelligence check, and I'll make one for these two Dragonborn.
Okay.
17.
Okay.
Natural one.
19. And this is why we don't allow you to have actual money. Only fantasy.
Yeah.
Okay. So what I'll say is, for now, Gibson is winning.
Awesome.
Oh dear, that's not right.
Luck of the beginner's luck.
All right.
Can I choose to roll a disadvantage because I'm supposed to be losing?
Well, right now you're
and
also
that's
at risk of losing money to these Dragonborn.
All right.
Yes.
I don't know how this works.
You're doing fine. You're doing fine.
All right. So if you guys are continuing to try to make a ruckus to attract attention, I need another performance check.
Okay.
I think I am on a streak. I got a 7.
All right.
I got a 15.
Okay.
Well.
Yeah. So at this point, the old guy at the bar, the House Caspar guy, kind of turns around on the bar, and he's still drinking, but he's kind of facing back to look at you while he drinks.
I think I've got a humjitty.
Humjinny? What kind of phrase is humjinny?
Is that not what it's called? It's a lot of cards, and they seem to be right. I'm not sure exactly.
I think one of these Dragonborn guys is looking at you just like, "What's your deal, man?"
I didn't deal. She did.
All right, so you guys are...
I got that. I got it.
I'm distracted by trying to make the game work. So you guys are continuing to play. You at least have the attention of this noble, but he's not playing at the moment.
Okay,
so
so
all of
no
you
matter...
make another intelligence check to see who's winning this next go round.
I got a nat 20.
All right.
I got 19 again.
13.
All right.
That's good, girl.
Yeah, Quinn's winning for the moment, and the Dragonborn are starting to grumble, but they're also drunk, and you get the impression that they're just happy to be playing a game. They're having a fine time. They don't care.
Damn it, I don't know what I'm doing. How did I end up winning? I just saw that there were numbers that were the same, and so I said okay.
Good
well,
job.
you were losing before and simply did the opposite of what you did before.
I
Seems to be working.
Luca will help out by buying the table of card players a beer.
Okay.
Nice.
Including the Dragonborn.
Just one beer, though.
I think that you decided to do that because you saw one of the Dragonborn kind of narrowing their eyes, and you got, like, you were basically realizing that one is on the verge of realizing something's up. Something's going on here. And so he said, "Hey, how about a round of drinks from the table?" And they're like, "Yes!"
Is Bonnie working? Does she bring them over?
Yeah. I mean, you could wave her over. Yeah, she's working.
Yep.
Always working.
Always working.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna while Luker's ordering those drinks, I'm gonna order a, what was that called?
It was a cinnamon roll.
Cinnamon roll.
Yeah. I'm gonna order 2 cinnamon rolls, and I'm gonna send one over to the fancy dude at the bar, and I'm gonna hold the other one.
Fantastic.
And then when Bonnie delivers it to him, I'm just gonna raise a glass to him like a toast from across the room.
All right.
And no matter what the result after the next hand, Quinn is gonna bow out to open up a seat.
Okay, so
nice.
So Dammit was toasting the noble guy who was turned around and watching. That's who you were toasting.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I think he sees that and he like frowns a little bit, like what are you doing? Like, but he does see Quinn, get up and vacate the seat.
Mm-hmm.
And he whispers something to one of his guards who walks over to the table. And I think you were just about to have a halfling who is about to come in and say, "Mind if I..." And then the guard kind of just nudges him out of the way and just says, Duke Caspar wonders if he could take a seat at your table.
We'd be honored.
He turns over and nods to his patron, who comes over and sits with a big grin, and you get the look on this guy's face that like this is a guy who's like, this is a I'm being bad smile. Like
I'll behave.
Well, he's like, you get the impression that, if you had to guess, he has gotten in trouble with people he cares about for gambling too much in the past. And so you see him sitting down just going like, I shouldn't, but how could I resist?
Just one hand.
And he says, hello, good evening to all of you, my fellow Waterdavians. My name is Emmelt, and thank you for allowing me to join your game.
Pleasure.
Good evening.
Good evening, your lordship.
Quinn's over at the bar talking to Durnan.
All right. Yeah, it's a lot of talking at Durnan.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
Yeah, just waiting for him to get a break and then be like, so what about the next, what about another instance in the portal? And, nothing of consequence whatsoever.
Yeah, he is sort of very steadfastly doing a lot of things and not responding to you, but yeah. So in the meantime, you deal this guy in for the next round. And let's have everyone make an intelligence check.
Natural 20.
All right.
Hey.
Yeah. He rolled a 7, so I think he loses that first hand, and I think all of you, because you're sort of watching this, as soon as he loses that hand, you see just a little bit of a spark in his eye, like, oh, I'm in now. Like he can't possibly leave the table. He's lost money to you people. Yeah,
all
so
right.
he is, he's continuing to play, but then, like, as soon as you get that sort of slightly steely-eyed stare, like, no. Ah, yes, good one, fellows. Ha, yes, I'm a little rusty, it would seem.
I'm brand new, but I think I'm picking it up well.
Yeah, this is Gibson's first time.
Ah, it's an excellent game. Shall we deal another hand?
Yeah, I think you've got a good chance.
Well, maybe I should step out while I'm ahead.
And I'm gonna put a hand on Gibson's shoulder and just say, "Hey, hang on there. Just one more hand. Come on, you can't win and leave the table."
Ah, yes, come on, stay.
One more.
We're all having a good time here. It's
I
for
tell
fun.
you what.
If you insist.
If you don't want to play for money, if you need to hold on to that money, what if we play for just the honor of winning? Instead of cash, we can each put a token of something. Here, I'll put a handkerchief in, and that'll be my bet. Will you stay then, Gibson? Sir, would you play for just the honor of winning without there being a cash prize?
And he make a persuasion check.
Oh gosh. This is why I don't talk, you guys.
Make it with advantage, because I like the idea. Yeah, you can make it with advantage.
18.
Dude!
Yeah. You know, he kind of says, I like that. I like that. And he reaches into his pocket, and you see he's got a very fancy white silk handkerchief with the initials, E.C. Emmelt Caspar. Mm-hmm. And he puts it on the table and looks to you, Gibson, and says, for honor.
Well, I suppose I don't have a lot of things.
Quinn
But
would have
perhaps-
made you something.
Surely, Quinn has made you something beautiful.
Yeah, I like the idea of Gibson is standing there. Well, I don't have a lot of things, and then like from off camera, from below, a little hand sticks up, holding like a crocheted handkerchief.
Well, this is of sentimental value. Yes, this will do.
Lovely.
Yes.
I
All
do
right,
want
then.
to, if I can say out of character, I know Lee's not there, but like when I made it so that there wasn't going to be any cost to the group for the next hand, I swear she just lit up. It's so big, like, yay, what's that problem?
Alright. Okay, so so let's do another round. Intelligence checks for everyone who's playing.
$11.
22.
Yes.
You rolled a 6.
Oh,
Yeah. All right.
Oh, I could have won that too. Woo.
Yeah. So he loses, and yeah. So I guess he has lost his handkerchief, but I think he then looks to you, who has just won the round, Gibson, and says, "You see, you've got the luck in you. I think you should stay at the table."
Well, I mean, it is getting a little late, and I've not been younger. Maybe one more hand.
Come on, you must give me a chance to win my handkerchief back. He winks at you.
You look pretty tired, Gibson. If you feeling all right? You flushed?
Oh, I'm not as young as I once was. This is rather exciting, I will say. With my old heart. I maybe one more hand, I suppose.
I think at this point, Emil says, well, I think that's, the honor of winning is fun for a round, but let's put some money back into it. In fact, how would anyone feel about raising the stakes a little bit?
How high?
He makes an appraising look at all of you. 5 gold.
Janet
Well,
looks at Luker. What's the look on Luker's face?
Luker is grinning. Okay, if it's 5 gold, then deal me in 2.
All right. At 5 gold, everyone's anteing in?
Yes.
Yep.
I suppose.
Get another round of intelligence checks?
It's a
I'm
lot of
going to
money.
reach under the table and I'm going to tap Gibson on the knee and hit guidance on him.
Okay.
Is that a D4?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. Ooh, well, it is 19.
All right.
Nice.
I
I got a 15.
Dude.
So, yeah, he got a
Luker's not
5.
happy.
Yeah, so Emil got a 5, and you guys are starting to get an understanding of, like, maybe this is why this guy is not supposed to gamble. But you can see that, like, there's a hungry look in his eyes now where he says, he's kind of laughing, "Ha ha! Yes, good one. Shall we go again?"
If you're sure, by your own estimation, I seem to have the luck in me.
Yes, of course. Shall we do another at the same level?
It's a considerable amount of money.
I think that's a little rich for me.
I'll do one more time. I'll do one more.
Yes! There's the gambler. All right.
Well, I suppose.
Everyone
Just
done?
one more.
What has happened with the Dragonborns? Are they just watching at this point?
Yeah, I think at this point they're just like, they bowed out with the 5 gold round, I'll say.
Yeah.
But they're definitely watching.
I think my pizza might be here soon, so I may vanish in the middle of a hand.
All right,
I'll try
so
not to.
whoever's in on this round, want another intelligence check?
I'm sneaking a guidance onto
Luker?
Gibson again.
Oh.
On Gibson again.
All
I
right.
love that Gibson's winning.
Oh, it all backfires this time. 6.
Oh, even with the guidance?
Yes.
Oh, zing.
I rolled a 2 and a 1.
Ooh.
Was anyone else in that one, or just you guys?
No, I'm just watching. I'm just watching like
He
the
rolled a
guards and
21
everything.
that time.
Shit.
Yeah.
Well,
fair is fair.
Oh, great game, sir.
Yes.
Well done.
See?
Yeah, well,
he looks
well
like
done.
like this is salve for his raw nerves here. Like this is like, oh, finally. See, I knew it. I knew I'm a great gambler. This is exactly why they're all wrong to tell me I shouldn't be doing this. Because look, I just won this money. I'm the best.
Oh, Jesus.
Yeah.
Oh, Jesus.
it seems as though my luck has run out. Perhaps I will retire for the evening with the partial winnings I still have remaining to me.
A shame, but you did win my handkerchief.
Indeed, I shall carry it proudly.
All right. Well, good luck to you, and perhaps we shall find each other across a card table once again sometime in the future.
Maybe I might develop a habit of this.
And then he turns to the rest of you. Shall we go again then?
Sir, I think that my purse is empty, but I would say to you that when it comes to luck and playing games of chance, to remember that in the dawn, beauty reigns and the way is clearer. So please don't overplay tonight. You've done beautifully. Maybe take your winnings and be proud and enjoy the rest of your night.
I am not even going to make you roll. That was amazing.
That was beautiful.
Yeah.
That's inspiration for Dammit.
Yeah.
Damn it, got inspired, y'all.
Damn it is inspired by Joaquin.
Woohoo! Nice.
Yeah. So
and that is an actual quote that they say, that the followers of Lathander say.
Oh,
nice.
That's even better. That's so great. I love that so much. Okay. Yeah, so I think you say all of that, and then he kind of just gets a faraway look in his eyes. Perhaps you're right. Round of drinks for the table, Dylan. Pleasant evening to all of you, and thank you for the entertainment.
Thank you, sir.
And he stands up and he goes with the rest of his guards, and they head out for the evening.
Oh, before he goes,
okay,
I want to run up to him and be like,
you run up to him, and the guard immediately is like in your way. Like, what are you doing?
I wanted to make him a handkerchief that, to replace the one he lost, so he didn't go without a handkerchief, so I made this.
And he looks and he just kind of like, you made this in the last few minutes? He takes it and he's kind of looking at it just like, thank you.
You're welcome.
He kind of tucks it in his pocket, still looking a little bit mystified, and then they head out into the cold.
Nice.
Nice.
Someone is bucking for that journeyman position, that's for sure.
Damn right I am. I have goals.
All right. Damn it. You have a noble's handkerchief, damn it.
Woo!
And I'll say it's still only maybe like 11 at night.
Okay. Anything looking like it's peeking out of that portal?
No, not right now.
Okay. That was a lot of dice rolling. I'm happy.
Yeah.
I'm happy.
Yeah.
Yay.
All right.
Did you want to go deliver it now, or do you want to deliver it tomorrow?
I'd let them get a head start.
Yeah.
Well, you also know that the place he asked you to find the tiefling girl is in the dock wards.
Oh yeah, I'd love to go do that tonight.
Okay.
What do you guys think? Are you guys up to a little stroll?
And then if we maybe see a murderer, we stop the murderer.
Exactly.
Oh my god, you're so smart, damn it.
Damn it, you're smart.
It was exhilarating. I feel rather like I need a walk to calm down from such a strange occurrence. I see now some appeal of why the gambling is so common.
I think you guys, as you're sort of packing up to leave, Bonnie kind of saunters by and just whispers kind of out of the corner of her mouth, "Nice hustle."
I give her a wink and a big tip.
She winks back and puts it in her little apron pocket.
Nice.
All right. So, are you guys headed then to the dock ward? It's at the corner of Net Street and Dock Street was where you were told to take it.
Yep.
I am going to separate from them when I actually do the delivery. I don't want them to see anybody else with me. The girl in the crate.
Not a bad idea.
Ow.
Okay. Please don't hurt yourself.
I know. All I was doing was adjusting my headphones, and I think I gave myself a concussion.
Oh, no.
Heavy is the head that wears the crown.
Right.
So you guys make your way to the dock ward. It's cold. I'm getting spam comments on my website, and it's pinging me. Okay. So you guys are headed to the dock ward, and you're right there in the docks. So the dock ward intersection, Netway and Dock Street, is right here. So as you guys are heading in that direction, Dammit kind of splits off to find this this tiefling girl.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
Yep.
What are the rest of you doing while she does that?
How close is it to that store with the plushy beholder?
You're a few blocks away.
Okay.
But not too far.
That's kind of where I want to go.
All right. We're gonna go hang out with Zablob again.
Yep.
All right.
It's probably best that we don't split off too much.
Well, you know where I'm gonna be.
Yep.
Yes.
And I skip.
All right.
I skip all the way there because I'm gonna go see the plushie.
All right. I mean, the other thing the rest of you could be doing is looking for the murderer, but it sounds like Quinn's got a mission, so.
No, Quinn's more just like making sure that she goes to a safe place while the party is split up.
Okay. Are the rest of you going with her, or no?
No. Luker's gonna find a wall to hold up and just kind of try and blend in as much as a great big red coat can blend in with anything.
All right. I think at some point you realize that half a block away, you're just kind of looking around, watching for anything dangerous, and you actually see some other sort of stranger apparently doing the same sort of thing, being like a lookout for something or other. And you and I kind of briefly make eye contact, and you actually see a little bit of a nod, like, "Yep, I see you there."
Mm-hmm. Yep.
In the meantime, let me get back on my dock board.
That's my pizza. I'll be right back.
Okay. So, damn it, you are heading to this alley, and you find at that intersection that there are a handful of crates. You know, this time of year, you start getting, it's cold enough that they start getting ice forming near and around the docks. And so some of these docks are empty and don't have ships. You know, like in another time of year, you'd have ships in and out. You know, ships lined up waiting for a time, you know, an opportunity to come and be at the dock. But there are actually a few that are not occupied this time of year, and some of those get iced up around them. But otherwise, it's, you know, very cold because you get that wind, that humid wind coming in off the water. But you do see some crates around, and in fact there is one that looks like it has an opening. It's kind of in the shadow, and you see a couple of tiny little feet sort of sticking out.
So I will walk over there and give a little knock on the crate.
And the feet kind of pull in, and, you know, leaning out, horns first, you see a little gold tiefling face peer up at you. It's what seems to be like maybe a 10-year-old girl, and she's sort of huddled in a blanket, and she kind of looks up at you curiously.
So I say, "Hi there." And I hand her the handkerchief and just give her a little wave.
She takes it back down and kind of nods at you and says, "Bragan Diath will be in contact." And she ducks back into the crate.
Stay warm.
She knocks on the crate again.
What was the name?
Bragan Darth. Which, I think as a drow, damn it, you actually know that is the name of like a renegade faction of male drow that broke away from the, the matriarchy in the Underdark.
Cool. My kind of people.
All right. So technically, you have 1 point of renown with Bregan now, which is spelled Bregan space D' AERTHE.
And they have a reputation of doing good or evil?
They have a reputation of doing their own thing.
Okay. Definitely my kind of people.
But they are exiles from the matriarchy, which is definitely evil.
Yeah. Cool, cool, cool.
All right. So Quinn has run up to the Zoblob shop, the old Zoblob shop, which still has the stuffed beholder in the window. And then as you open up, it's again even more of this lavender smoke boiling out, and then it's sort of in the midst of a ah, I remember you.
I remember you.
Ah, how good to see you again.
It's good to see you. I was in the area, and before I went home, I wanted to stop by and just take in the wonder of your shop.
It's lovely, isn't it?
It's so nice.
I never want to leave, so I don't.
Ah, I can see why, and that makes this the perfect place for you. So do you have anything that's purple that might be useful for adventuring?
Well, I can only imagine that almost any of my collection would be lucky in some regard.
Ah, lucky, you say?
Yes.
Do you have anything that would be like 1 gold worth of lucky?
Let me, hang on, give me just a second, and there, I'll tell you the sorts of things that you find.
Okay.
That as you look around the shelves. Okay. Having to look back to a previous chapter.
That's okay.
No, that's fine. It is okay, but it just takes me a second. As you look around the shelves, what you find is that by and large, he has a lot of just like weird knickknacks that the common theme just seems to be purple. And so, roll percentile dice for me 3 times.
Okay. So that's a 72. 75. And a 21.
Okay. So the things that catch your eye looking around is one is a tiny gnome crafted music box, and it is covered in like this purple enamel that's very sort of shiny and royal deep purple color. And as you open it, ding 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 ding, it's this little music box that is playing a song that you dimly remember from your childhood.
Aww.
Yeah. You also see a silver teardrop earring that as you look at it, it's got sort of a purple tint to it, and he says, "Made from a real teardrop, you know."
What kind of teardrop? Like from what?
I do not know, but perhaps it is a mystery that you could solve should you buy it.
Interesting.
And then there's also a set of bone pipes that have been like stained with some purple dye.
Okay. I think I want the music box.
All right. And he looks at that and he's just, I knew it. This one was made for you.
I just miss my friend Annie so much, and she's not around right now.
Ah, where is Hanny gone?
She got called away on a job, and she couldn't take me with her.
Alas. Well,
but
I hope that this music box shall help you to remember her fondly.
Thanks. Appreciate it.
Would you like a puff of smoke? He offers you this big pipe with the purple smoke that he's been smoking.
Of course.
All right. Take an inhale and make a Constitution saving throw for me.
I'm good at those.
Inhaling
16?
or Constitution saving throws?
Well, it's just smoking a pipe What was the roll?
16.
You take that smoke just fine, and it's kind of it burns a little bit. It makes you smell. It smells like lavender a little bit, and you feel just a little bit swimmy in the head, but not otherwise impaired. And you hold it just fine and exhale it without coughing, and he's just like, "Well done."
That felt nice.
I think so.
Well,
and he takes another big inhale himself, and then he blows out a couple of rings.
Oh, that's so cool.
Now, I once knew someone who had a pipe that allowed him to blow smoke rings of any shape he desired.
Really?
Yes.
Oh, that's cool.
It wasn't purple, though, so I didn't buy it.
No, of course not. It needs to be purple.
Of course.
Cool. Well, thanks for the music box. I love it. I'm going to put it right in my really cool room, which has some beautiful purple pillows, and you'd really appreciate them. But I should go and find my group. I think they'd be done with their whatever they're doing right now.
Very well. Well, thank you for coming back to visit me. And thank you for business.
Absolutely. I'll see you soon. Bye!
All right. So, Luker was holding up a wall. Were you kind of doing that with her, Gibson, or did you go off on your own somewhere too?
No, it's probably not safe to go off on my own.
Right.
I'm much safer with Luke around.
Yeah, all right. So I think Dammit returns to you shortly, and I think not too long after Quinn comes skipping back, smelling of that purple smoke.
It's great. I feel wonderful.
All right, so are you guys going to continue to stake out the dock ward while you're here, or are you heading back home?
What are y'all up to? What do you feel like doing? Nighttime is the right time. What do you want to do?
Yeah.
But more like surly, the way Dammit would say it.
Yeah. Well,
Nighttime is the right time.
What do you want to do?
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, there is someone else holding up a wall over there.
Well, I mean, there's a lot of things that go on that require a watch. I mean, I don't think that that's a thing that we're trying to, like, unless we hear screams, I don't think we should, like, worry about it.
I wonder if my luck would extend to this evening's vigil.
Yeah. I'd say let's walk along the docks and see what we can see, but it is really, really cold.
Yeah.
Indeed.
I'm working on your shawl, I promise.
Maybe turn it into a lining for my greatcoat, because this is not as warm as it looks.
I could do that. I'd need a few days, but I could do that.
Yeah, absolutely. I would pay you for that.
Right?
I'll take your money.
All right.
So we're now making tea fling cozies.
Yeah.
Yes!
So are you continuing to walk around and
love
look
it.
for clues then, or?
Tiefling clothes.
Yeah.
All right.
Cozies.
What I'm going to say is, I'll go ahead and let you know that normally per the book, this takes 3 consecutive nights. But I'm going to say you guys, especially with both Dammit and Gibson as ex-City Watch and just having sort of an instinct for, the sorts of places that illicit bad things might go down, I think you are just continuing to kind of walk around and get a handle on, where might something like this happen? If there was going to be someone stalking elves and half-elves, where would they want to do it? And that's kind of what you're keeping in mind as you walk around looking for places. And then I think both of you, as you reach, sort of this area around Sternpost Street, you both see coming out of like some little hole in the wall tavern is a half-elf sailor who looks like he can barely walk straight. And he kind of comes stumbling out of it, and he's heading kind of towards a dark alley. And I think both of you have your little sort of cop sense. Just go bing.
Mm-hmm.
Like
you've been playing a good block, bad block for the entire night.
Yeah.
So long as we don't end up on Poodle Block.
Mm-hmm.
Mushroom.
Yeah.
Let us carefully follow, just in case.
All right. And are you trying to be stealthy? Are you trying to look out for what? So what are you doing as you try to follow this guy? This guy is so drunk he's not going to notice you. But are you? You know, what else? What else are you doing as you follow him? Describe the scene for me.
For Gibson,
Mm-hmm.
it's a bit of a flashback to when he was on the watch and what made him so good. It's not about him following, it's about him absorbing everything. So he kind of slows down and just starts to pull everything in to stretch his awareness a bit.
Okay. You can make a perception check.
That is a 17.
Okay. Anyone else doing the same?
Making a perception check?
Well, yeah, and I mean, or a stealth check, or just describe what you're doing as you try to follow them.
I'm making a stealth check, and I'm trying to be very nonchalant about where I'm walking and how I'm walking, because I don't think I'm going to be hidden.
Okay. So if you want to be casual but not stealthy, then you can make a performance check to sort of make it look like you're not hidden, but you're also not obviously following this guy.
Either way, it's an 11.
Okay.
Yeah. Luker will join you in trying to look nonchalant, but she got a 14, so...
Okay.
Maybe together we have a combined 25.
Which means we have an average of 12 and a half.
Yeah.
All right. So I think you guys are following this guy for a couple blocks, and he's kind of staggering around. But then, as you're following him, you see him pass by a dark alley, and then from the shadows, there's a flash. And you see, and someone has just leapt out of the alley and made 2 short sword attacks against him.
Okay.
One of them goes wide as the guy kind of drunkenly, sways, but the other one strikes home. And the guy takes... the guy is nearly gutted. Like, it's a very severe wound. He's not completely dead, but it's bad. As this figure has emerged from the shadows to slash at him. And we're rolling initiative, presumably?
Mm.
Yes, we're definitely rolling initiative, but you guys tell me, I guess, like how you're approaching this.
So I rolled a nat 20, but it doesn't really matter for initiative, so 21.
Okay. All right.
Yeah.
Okay. 1. Luker?
16.
Okay. Damn it.
15.
All right. Gibson?
20. Non-natural.
All right. Okay, so Quinn, you are up first. That attack has just happened. This poor half-elf sailor has just been stabbed badly.
How far away is he?
Well, how far were you guys following behind?
Probably not far enough where I could run and bull rush the guy. So I'm gonna shoot at it with my
Are you using your movement to get closer though? Also, like maybe you can't just tackle him, but you can.
I could, but that would be 50 feet total.
Well, I just mean you can close some of the distance with your movement and not get all the way there, and then still fire your arrow. Well, that's what I'm saying.
So let me fire my arrow first, and then move.
All right, from 50 feet. Is that in your disadvantage range, or?
No, because it's a longbow.
Okay, just checking.
Yep. So.
Incidentally, this guy has half cover because he's only just sort of barely out of this alley. And you don't really even see him still.
What does that mean?
It just means his effective AC is higher.
Oh, okay. So it's an 18?
Okay. An 18, unfortunately, you get you get the feeling that it would have hit, but he is just partly around the corner, and so it glances off the part of the wall that's obscuring him. Okay. What otherwise would have been center of mass is deflected because he's partly behind the wall.
And then I'm going to run at him.
Okay. So you close to within 20 feet, and I think as you get closer, what you see is in leather armor a drow holding a strange weapon of some kind. Let me pull this picture up. Looks like this. So he's got the short sword in one hand and this thing that's in the picture in the other hand. And that is actually, it is his turn now, even though he just kind of he rolled high in the initiative too. So he looks at you around the corner, sees the rest of you. He raises this strange metal thing in his hand, and he is firing it at you. And that is a 17 to hit.
Yeah, that hits.
Okay. You see him raise this thing at you and go, and all of a sudden, something hits you. And you take, 13 piercing damage.
Oof. Ow.
And poison damage.
Oh God.
Yeah.
How much?
4 poison damage.
Phew! I'm still up.
Okay. But yeah, so he fires that thing at you and then disappears into the shadows in the alley, running away.
Ow.
All right, so Gibson, you're up. You've just seen that transpire. So this bandit is left, bleeding, but not, not in immediate danger because this individual has run into the alley. But also, Quinn just was injured by some strange new weapon that you've not seen before.
Some awful form of magic.
Get him!
If I move, can I get to that alley?
I think you would have to dash to be able to get into the alley.
I think that I will dash in my old ways.
All right.
No, right, that takes my action, doesn't
it? Yeah. It might be best if we call the watch, because they've got healers that can hopefully get this guy. And we don't necessarily need to know or catch this guy. We just need to get healing for Quinn and for this half-elf, and make sure that the watch is aware of what it is that they're actually facing.
That's a perfect idea. I fish out my small whistle and give 3 long blasts, the signal for, well, in this case, it would be watchmen in danger.
Mm-hmm. All right.
Crime being committed.
Yeah, you blow this tinny whistle, and a few seconds later, you hear echoing whistles from the air, kind of echoing around. You know that there should be watchmen on their way. So in the meantime, you're not pursuing, or what are you doing? So did you run up to maybe where Quinn is, or?
Yes, at the very least.
Okay. Luker, what are you doing?
I'm going to try and put pressure on the gut wound.
Okay.
You're gonna try this half elf, and at least try to keep him from losing quite so much blood.
Okay.
Until medics
make a medicine check.
Oh, I'm horrible at this. 12.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, you're helping so far, and this poor half elf is still like he's sobered a bit just from adrenaline, but he's also just like, what happened? I didn't even see anything. I didn't do anything. What happened?
Shh. Hold on. We've got medics coming.
All
just
right.
hold on.
And I think as you kind of look up and look down the alley, you just see barely silhouetted at the end of the alley a dark figure kind of watch and then disappear around the corner. Damn it.
Yeah.
Is the dude with the not a gun or whatever it is still there, or is he?
No, he ran down the alley. So if you pursued with a dash, you might be able to follow down the alley that he ran down.
Okay.
But he's out of sight at the moment.
I'm gonna cast Cure Wounds on Quinn.
Okay.
And for a bonus action, I'm going to cast Healing Word on the dude on the ground. But 1d8 plus 2 for Quinn first.
All right. I think you can only... Well, so I'm going to say, if you guys are not immediately pursuing, the guy gets away. And so you can cast both of those spells. Normally, you can't cast 2 spells in one round unless one of them is a cantrip.
Well, Healing Word is a bonus action for me
But it's a cantrip. It's not a cantrip. So even if it's an action and a bonus action... You can still only cast. You can only cast 2 spells in a round if one is a cantrip.
Huh. Cool. Yeah. I didn't know
Unless you have the spell driver feat.
Yeah, it's a specific feat that lets you do that. But that's okay because we're dropping out of initiative because you're letting this mysterious figure escape, but with the benefit of waiting for the watch to arrive to let them know what's going on and also to stabilize this guy. So how many hit points does he get from the spell?
For that one, he was...
Oh, how many did I get?
He was 6, and she is 7.
All right.
I feel like I get some kind of a bonus, but I'll figure that out and tell you.
So your wisdom modifier, and then it's usually the die. It'll say like 1d8 or 1d10 or something plus your spellcasting ability modifier, which for you is wisdom.
Cool. Okay. Yeah, that was it then.
Okay. So how much did you get? Sorry.
I'm sorry. She was 7. He was 6.
Okay. Yeah. His wounds close up pretty substantially. He's not completely back whole, but he's looking a lot better. And he's just like, "Oh my God, thank you."
Sure thing.
So in the meantime, the watchmen converge on your location, and they're just like, you see your dragonborn friend who kind of rushes up and says, "Gibson, what happened? What happened here?"
We caught the scent in time to save this poor fellow, but he ran down that alley and around. He may be long gone.
Did you see him?
He's a drow, and he has like some kind of weapon that makes a or something. Ow! Made a projectile go into me, and it wasn't like a bow.
Some sort of wand, I think.
He looks confused, but also when you say that it was a drow, he kind of gives a little bit of a side eye to Damn It.
Not Damn It. Damn It's an awesome person.
Damn it.
No, I didn't mean to imply anything. I think he does look to Damn It as just says, "Did you recognize them?"
No, I didn't.
Okay, well, so which way did they go? We will try to pursue.
That way.
All right. And so they kind of run off in that direction, and one of them stays behind to say, "We'll take him to the station and get his statement. But it looks like you may have just saved his life."
Indeed, at least one life saved. I wish we could have caught the thing.
Well, 2, because I was pretty close there.
Yeah. By the way, as a disciple of life, I actually get to add 3 more to that hit points.
Okay, great.
Nice.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Yeah, so he's feeling pretty good. Still drunk, but I think as you wander off, I think he's just kind of mumbling. It's about like, "Is this like a shadow just jumped out of me?" And then there's a loud noise, and I was like, "Ow!" What? What? And he's just kind of half incoherent.
Hey, Damn It.
Yes, Quinn.
Thank you.
You're welcome, Quinn.
It hurts.
I know. I'm sorry that hurt.
Yeah, and just off to the side, Luker is just kind of scrubbing her hands on the snow and just kind of shaken a little bit because, yay, no repeating history, but dude.
Yeah, I was really close. I only had 5 hit points left.
Oh, I know. I got you, girl.
Yeah. No, because Luker was a soldier, and so she was in a war in another part of the thing, and so this is actually playing to her history of as part of her soldier history.
I'm gonna write to my brothers and ask them if they've seen a weapon like that.
Okay.
We should return to somewhere safer.
Home.
I doubt they'll try to attack again this evening, but it probably would be best if we find ourselves back home if we can.
Yeah.
Gibson, can you carry me?
You're not that heavy, but you're very well packed. I could manage with brother, but I can try. And I will try. I don't know how much you actually weigh. I suspect you're
not that much.
You're thick like a brick, is what you are.
I'm just strong. I weigh 45 pounds.
Okay, I think I can manage that. It's not easy.
So, you guys are heading back home then?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
We should probably catch a cab.
Yeah, the like a hire coach.
Yes.
Yeah.
All right.
I'll cover that expense.
You do so. You head back home, and I think you arrive, and it's certainly late at night, so the alley is pretty quiet. Troll Skull Alley is pretty quiet, and the house is quiet. Let yourselves back in.
Let Big Red know that we're home.
All right.
And then I'm gonna put the music box out in my little room, which is now covered in pillows and and like sample of fabric that other apprentices have been working on. It looks like like a Persian den, and she just goes to sleep.
Sleep well, little Quill, little Quinn. You've done well.
So, I think in the morning, you guys sleep in a little bit, and certainly there's a lot of construction activity again. I'll say that right now it is the 12th of Hammer.
Mm-hmm.
So there's a few days left, but by and large, a lot of the construction has made a lot of progress. Basically, all of the real structural stuff is done, and it's mostly like the finishing work, like the painting. And really just installing new fixtures and getting all of the actual like dishes and glassware and stuff all set out. But it's really making a lot of progress. It's starting to come together. You feel like you can actually see what it's going to be like.
So when Quinn wakes up, she starts to write a letter. Dear Jerkface. It's her affectionate nickname for her oldest brother. Hey, there's this new weapon that I got hit by last night, and it really sucked. Wanted to know if you knew anything about it. It's a metal device that shoots out pellets. I don't know how it works, but it really sucks. Don't get shot. Quinn.
I think that eventually you get a reply that they don't know exactly what that would be, but they have heard people talking about this stuff called smoke powder that looks just like black powder, but it blows up if you set it on fire. And they said that the noise you described sounds like it might be related to that.
Okay.
I think in the morning, damn it, you find yourself, you wake up with, next to you on your bed is a little black velvet pouch.
Well, that's interesting.
Mm-hmm.
And so I'm going to open the pouch and see what's inside.
Inside is 10 gold pieces and a note just to say, well done. And if you are so inclined, we will have another mission for you soon.
So I say cool to the bag of money.
Speaking of bags of money, how much did we win the night before?
Well, so he, the noble guy won that last hand.
Mm-hmm.
So I think he lost 5 gold to your collective group the first time, but then you all lost in that last hand 5 gold. So I think you guys are actually down 10.
Okay.
But you got the handkerchief, so.
Yeah. And I've got 10 gold now.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And I have 10 less.
Yeah.
Well, so, it's not like I'm not going to give it to you guys. I don't give a damn about money.
So, give me just a second to refill my drink here.
Sounds good.
And while we're at it, let's all vamp up the Extra Life campaign.
Thank you.
So, if you are just joining the chat, we are doing a campaign for Extra Life. This is a marathon of D&D for 24 hours, split into 2 12-hour sessions, 10 a.m. to 10 p.m. Eastern Time today and tomorrow. And what we are doing is we are raising money for the Children's Miracle Network, which includes Boston Children's Hospital, which Christiana has decided that all proceeds are going to go towards.
That's right. It's a great cause.
We are $135 away from the $750 goal. So hopefully we can get that in. And there are cool prizes and incentives that you can get for donating to the campaign. And you can find those on the Extra Life website, which I suppose I can put in the chat right now. There you go. I put it in the chat right now. So you can take a look and help us out, help children. And we're going to continue to play some Dungeons and Dragons.
Yes, many thank yous for going through that. It's easy to get just so involved in the game that I'm not, like plugging all that stuff as much. But thank you.
Hey, it's what I do.
Yeah. All right, so I'll say sometime mid-morning, a fancy carriage with the some private livery on it pulls up into the alley, and you guys see a very well-dressed lord and lady get out, and they come up to the cap room, and I think that you guys have like contractors coming in and out all the time. Mm-hmm. And so you don't really have it closed off, but they both kind of come in and kind of look around, and the man. So actually, I have a picture. So this picture shows the whole family, but it is where's it? There we go. It's these two right here. This mm-hmm. man and woman here, and they don't have the kids with them, but they look in, and they appear to have kind of a very just sort of interested, curious demeanor, and they come in and they're just looking around, and then the man just says, if someone would be so kind, we are interested in speaking with the owners of this establishment.
And Quinn is over in the corner crocheting what looks to be the start of a blanket.
Okay.
Yeah. Liquor will come up and say, "Welcome. What can we do for you?"
Greetings. I am Victoria Castellanta. This is my wife, Amalia.
It's a pleasure to make your acquaintance.
Courtesy, and she just says, yes, well, we heard tales of the adventurers who rescued our family friend Raynar Neverember the other night, and we heard that you had been gifted a house and were building it into a tavern, and we have an interest in sponsoring small businesses, especially when they are populated and staffed by heroes, and we were coming to see if you are interested in investors.
Yes, I'd say we were definitely interested in investors. We are, as you can see, in the middle of renovating.
And Victoria is just saying, yes, it looks like it's coming along nicely. I know that Amalia, we had passed by this place, in the fall, Marpenoth, wasn't it? She says, yes, it was a dreadful place then. It looked haunted.
Oh, it's still haunted. It's just we've made peace with that.
And Amalia's just saying, really? How interesting.
It's so fascinating. I think we might make it one of the attractions for people.
A selling point.
Yes.
Well, it would appear that you have already secured the financing for the renovations, which speaks well to your acumen as business people. We, if you do not know us, we are the Castellanta family. We are known in this city for banks and lending, but we are also, as we said, we are interested in sponsoring small businesses as a way of improving the civic community and encouraging entrepreneurship. And so, if you are interested, we would be willing to provide either a loan or partial investment. We could provide cash or some upfront expenses to be covered in exchange for partial ownership.
Well, we would have to make sure that all of the owners are here, because one of them is out on another adventure, and I believe our other owner is still recovering from last night's adventures.
As far as still recovering, I mean, we would be happy to come back at another time, or perhaps you could either come visit us at one of our banks, or even you could come dine with us at our home if you are so inclined. We are just very interested in welcoming you to the business community of Waterdeep, if nothing else, and of course, we wish to show you our gratitude for saving Raynar. What a dreadful business that was.
Oh, absolutely.
Yes, that was a dreadful business. Yes, I think we'll probably be, once we have actually opened the doors and kind of have an idea of how business is going to pick up, once that happens, we may be looking for investors to help us expand or improve the amenities that we have so far. So we would definitely be interested in talking to you possibly the next 10 days after we open the doors. If I can make that, if maybe we can stop by the banks.
I think that's a good assessment, and so I am in agreement, and that is at least 50% of the owners. So
very well. Yeah. So Victoria just kind of smiles and says, "That sounds most agreeable. I wish you the best of luck. When are you planning your grand opening?"
We are actually just about to open in the next few days. We think by the 16th or 17th we should be open for business. You and your family are most welcome to come and see what we've done with the place at that time. We're thinking about making it more of a pub than a tavern, so it would definitely be a family-friendly environment if you wanted to bring your children, if you have them.
We do. And we have 2 young children. They actually. You notice though that in the behind that immediate pride of 2 young children, there's just a hint of a painful thing that reminds her of. But immediately is covered by a smile. It's like, yes, we have 2 children, and it looks lovely, and we will tell our friends that you are building a fine new place to revitalize Trollskull Alley, and we wish you the best of luck. And in the meantime, if you have need of us or wish to discuss future business, please, by all means, send us a letter, let us know, and we would love to have you.
Excellent. And thank you so much.
If you do speak of us, let people know that it is called Brothers.
Brothers.
Yes.
Oh, dear. Well, yes. Brother was the name of your... Oh, I'm so sorry. But what a lovely way to honor him.
Yes.
Yes.
We thought so, too.
Lovely. Well, we shall not keep you from your renovations then. In the meantime, as we said, best of luck, and we hope that you have a wonderful grand opening.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
All right. All right, so they leave and they get back into their fancy hire coach. Or, you know, hire coach. Like, no, this is like an official, like, privately owned carriage.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right. So it is now, I think I said it was the 12th of Hammer. So
Yes.
now it's the 13th.
Yes.
So yeah, you guys are just a couple of days away from your grand opening, but you do get you've gotten a little bit of the feeling that there's some buzz starting to build about this place. You get some looky-loos walking by the outside, noting how the whole place looks much nicer now. Mm-hmm. On the outside. It's obviously been fixed up compared to the way that it was. And so what else are you doing?
Oh, that's what I was working on. I was working on the inner lining for Luker's coat.
All right. So I don't have a picture of the nicer house, but, you know, imagine it's all being fixed up, doesn't have boarded over windows and doors and stuff anymore.
Yeah.
The railings on the balconies actually like line up.
Yeah, it's starting to look really nice. What do you paint it a different color? What color is the paint like on the outside?
Green.
Goblin green.
All right.
Goblin green with white highlights.
Nice.
Like the trim around the windows and the shutters are white.
I like it.
And the door is yellow.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Like his eyes.
Oh.
Okay, good.
All right. So, just in terms of business, you had not reported any of your progress back to Davil Starsong yet.
No, I figured we'd do that once we were all recovered.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. All right.
Yeah.
And so, so the day is yours.
Oh, as a side note, because I don't want it to take away from the game, I have been like sending patterns to the guild.
Oh yeah.
Okay,
great.
As a show of this is what I came up with, and and this is my stuff, and this is who I gave it to. So look for the execution on this person.
Okay, yeah, I think you're getting good feedback that they're pleased with your progress.
Okay. I want that journeyman, man.
I feel like I should have a hobby.
All right. Incidentally, at a certain point, Emmett Froon comes by again. He has already opened up Froon's Brews, by the way, because the building he bought wasn't quite so run down to begin with. Didn't need quite so much fixing up. So he kind of stops by at a certain point just to let you know. It's like, oh, I didn't mean to steal your thunder, beating you to the punch by, opening a competing tavern before you in Trollskull Alley. But I just wanted to wish you all luck with your own opening. I'm sure it'll go fine. All right.
Where is Paige when we need him?
You can make an insight check.
No, I said I don't even need an insight check. That expression on your face just told us right away.
Yeah. This guy is dripping with bitterness of like he's pissed off that you guys are like. He sees you as having scooped out a great opportunity out from under him, and he's pissed that you're going to get to do it, and he's dissatisfied with his own efforts, and everything sucks.
I heard a merchant say one day, it is not those who are first to market, but best to market. Good luck with your establishment.
Yes, thank you. We are the best. And he hurries out. Just leaves it there.
I wonder if you'll serve a certain sour wine. What would they call it? Froon juice.
In that case, I hope they have sufficient bathrooms.
By the way, I noticed our main floor doesn't have a washroom, I don't think.
No, there are outhouses nearby.
Yeah.
There's an alley.
Yeah.
In the window.
Mm-hmm.
Well, see, that might be one of the improvements that we want to make.
What you pay the Dung Sweeper Guild for?
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, that's true too. Like, you know what? I'll even allow, if you want, to say that part of your renovations is adding a downstairs privy. Oh, and did you want there to be internal stairs?
No.
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 Okay.
No.
Yeah, I
Keeps
think
people out
we
of our
thought about it.
upstairs.
Okay.
Yeah. And where would we put them?
Mm.
We'd have to build a whole nother wall or something.
You
Or
can
box
add
in the stairs
a
that are there.
downstairs privy though, if you want.
Yes.
If we're trying to get better crowds, then that would make sense.
Yeah.
Mm.
Yeah.
I can see this weird sort of fight between the Dung Keepers Guild and the development of further portable holes, though, because it would kind of put them out of business for a while.
Yeah.
Where does it all go?
It goes to the Landscapers Guild, and then they turn it into fertilizer.
The Landfillers Guild?
Landscapers.
Yeah.
We should make a report to Davelwood and get a chance. You'd want to notice.
Yeah.
It will raise a bit of cash which we could use to make sure we're not overextending ourselves.
Yeah.
If you, I think if you have a, all of this maintained with the guild, I think that there would basically be just like an expectation that part of the guild work of maintaining it and taking care of it for you, like they arrange for taking everything away, but you also don't get anything from it.
Mm-hmm.
It's part of the price for them doing that work.
Right.
Yeah.
We were more talking about checking in.
Okay. Oh, right. I'm sorry. I lost train of thought because I was looking up the various.
I was confused as to what was going on here.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Okay. So you're
Who are we selling?
You're talking about checking in. I'm sorry. I lost what you guys had been saying.
So let's go back to our lovely haunt, and
soon to be competitor.
Maybe. Well, I mean, they're in a different district than us.
Yeah, and I don't think we could really compete with the yawning portal. Because we don't have a yawning portal.
We don't have a yawning portal.
This is a big city. There is room for lots of taverns.
There's one right down the street.
Yeah.
But let's go there, and maybe our dear friend Reinhardt will be there, and we can update him as well, and then kill two birds with one stone, without actually killing birds.
Before we go to see Rainer, do we have any more information on the murders, or do we want to? Is there anybody else that we can talk to before we go back, so that we have some actual information that isn't already known by the City Watch? I'm just wondering, have we explored all the opportunities where that is?
I don't think the victim saw that much.
Yeah.
We still have the identity of the killer as one of our pieces of direct information.
Well, just knowing that it's a drow with a heretofore mysterious unknown weapon is pretty significant information.
Dressed in fetching pink.
Yes.
And also carrying
the picture is in pink. The actual person was dressed in black. Hidden in the shadows.
He used two swords as well as this weird weapon.
It was just the one sword, but he just attacked twice, slashed twice.
You said two short swords.
He made two short sword attacks. He has one short sword in his hand, and he made two attacks with it.
Gotcha.
Yeah, that's right.
Okay.
So you're heading to the yawning portal first?
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah. And I mean, maybe we can send a missive to Reinhardt to meet us there.
I don't know if we want to meet them both in the same location.
Yeah, I think, certainly it's kind of just starts being weird. Like if Davel sees you come and talk to him and then go sit at another table with Raynar, it's like...
Table hopping between different factions would be a little bit conspicuous.
Like stacking dates in the same restaurant is just rude.
Yeah, it might be better to split up and two of us go talk to Reynard and two of us go talk to Davel.
That seems fair.
Yeah.
Who wishes to go to see whom?
Yeah, I'll go see Reynard because Davel just kind of sits. I'm not comfortable with him.
So... I kind of feel like because it's a drow, maybe I should talk to the Braga and Darth and see if they know anything about this drow with a strange weapon?
Okay. I'll say that you did. You don't have like a direct way to contact them right now.
That's
you
where my
like the
confusion
only
is.
you know, other than Nevercut who came to you, the Tiefling girl was the only like connection you had. So you can do something, but you don't really have like a way to contact them yet.
Yeah. What was the contact that I was given when I the note? What did it say? It had
the note said we would be in touch.
Okay. Right on.
All right.
Well, I can go with Luker to go talk to Reinhardt.
Okay.
I'll go with Gibson wherever he's going.
Well,
to see Davil, it seems.
All right.
Be your muscle.
Okay, so let's follow Luker and Quinn then to go talk to Raynar first.
Okay.
And so you guys know where he lives, and so if you're going to go in the middle of the day, you could have sent a message in advance to just say, "Hey, can we meet you there?" Or or you know, you can arrange to meet him, and I think he'll have you to Neverember House, which is it's a not ostentatiously huge manor because certainly when his father was the open lord, he stayed in the palace. So the house itself is not like the best, but it's pretty nice. It's, you know, it's certainly a noble's estate. And he kind of nods, and as you are arriving at the gate, he says, my father's spies often pay close attention to my dealings here, so let's walk and talk, shall we?
Okay.
Of course.
Yeah.
Certainly.
So I think he leads you down to kind of just a quiet, alley where there's just not a lot of activity right now. But this is in the Castle Ward. It's a nice part of town. And it's just, it's a little quieter where you can kind of speak in low voices without real risk of being overheard by anyone.
Okay.
And it's, of course, still cold outside. So there's why there's not as many people on the street as there might be otherwise.
And it's cold, so I want to get inside quickly. So I'll keep this brief. Last night we were down by the docks and had a run-in with the drow who is killing the half-elves and elves.
A drow?
Yes. He has a weapon, fits in one hand, that fires a projectile weapon. It hit
me.
It hit Quinn and did quite a lot of damage. She was very, very hurt. Fortunately, our friend Dammit is a cleric and was able to heal her, but it is very dangerous.
He also uses a short sword.
So probably some kind of fighter. He was able to attack twice, very quickly.
That is unsettling indeed, and especially this word of this strange weapon.
I asked my brothers about it. They said they've heard about it, but they haven't actually seen it. It uses some sort of like black powder that ignites.
Yes, smoke powder. There's rumors on the wind that some smoke powder is not a completely unknown substance, but it's volatile. It's difficult to work with, and frequently those who study it blow themselves up before they do much damage to anyone else. But if people have managed to harness it into a weapon that can be held in the hand, that's unsettling indeed.
And painful.
Yes.
Were you were not able to subdue the individual, I assume?
No, there not only Quinn, but there was a half-elf dock worker who was attacked at that time, and so we were busy trying to save his life and, of course, Quinn's life, and unfortunately he was able to get away in the confusion.
Have you reported this to the Zentarum yet?
No, we have reported it to the City Watch, so that they are on the lookout. They have been on the lookout, but we reported to them immediately. Gibson summoned them.
And Gibson is also on his way to talk to the Zentarum representative now.
Yes.
We split our forces, so
I
not
had
to be too conspicuous.
That's fine. I thought I may have requested otherwise that you leave out the bit about the strange weapon, if that was an opportunity, but it's no matter.
Gibson will use his best judgment.
Indeed. So this is very valuable information, and I will look into it to see if I can find out any more about this strange weapon or any other dark elves in the city. But thank you. This is very good intelligence.
You're welcome.
You're welcome.
We're going to go over to the pub now.
Okay, and I think you guys, you all get another point of renown with the Harpers.
Yay!
That's very good information that you.
So we've got.
I think
3
as
with the Harpers.
Did you have 2 before?
No.
I think you only had 1 before. You should have 2 now.
Okay.
Annie had 1 pre-existing.
Gotcha.
Okay. But yeah, as you guys are turning to leave, I think he does stop you at the moment just to say, because Dammit is one of you, and I know that she is trusted, I personally have no trust or no reason to distrust her, but if it gets out that there are dark elves in the city with mysterious weapons assaulting citizens, life as another dark elf in the city could become more difficult.
Mm-hmm.
Don't worry, we'll protect her.
Good. And if possible, don't spread the rumors any further than they need to.
Of course.
All right. And so he lets you go. And so in the meantime, we've got Dammit and Gibson over at the Yawning Portal. And as it happens, Davil Starsong is there. When you arrive, though, he is meeting with a dwarf that you don't know, but dressed in a kind of merchant's clothing. And he is just having a conversation at that back table with him. You do see Yagra there, who waves at you.
A nod to Yagra and a sort of meaningful look to Davil, as in we have business, and sit down at a table.
Okay. He does. So this nod is for Yagra to know, or to Davil to know?
It's acknowledgement of Yagra, but if we can catch Davil's eye directly.
Okay.
Then.
Yeah, I think he does sort of catch you and exchanges a nod and just kind of gives you a. And so he continues talking with this dwarf for a while. The dwarf is looking honestly like very grateful, like he is very pleased to have gotten the answer to whatever he was asking. And so at the end, they stand up. They shake hands, and then the dwarf hurries out with sparing no time to dilly-dally or order a drink. He heads right out the door, and Davil waves you over.
Well, we'll sit down, I suppose. Mm-hmm. Order the breakfast mead.
All right. In the meantime, it's relatively quiet at this time of day, but you've got Matim the Bard, who's kind of picking out a little bit of a tune on his lute in the corner. Bonnie is not called for to be on her feet much yet, so she's not on her feet. She's just kind of hanging, sitting, watching just to see if anyone's like calling for her attention. Jalister's not here. Dernan is behind the bar, though. And so, in the meantime, you head over to sit with Davil, and he just kind of says, "So, any luck?"
As a matter of fact, luck was with me somewhat last night, I suppose. Lord Starsong. We encountered an attempt at life down by the docks.
Really?
Yes, we got a look at them, only at a distance and in the dark, but a couple of things seemed to be clear. It would appear, to be some drow. Fancily dressed, so not a street urchin or anything like that. Not someone desperate, someone very, very calculating.
Just one of them?
All that we saw was one. We hope that's all there was. and very efficient. They knew their way around the blade very well. Did not stand a fight, however.
How did you find them?
We were... Well, we have certain expertise in recognizing the opportunities sometimes where crimes might take place. Given the past experience, the past killings, we had a reasonable idea of where the person might strike next and saw the victim. Fortunately, just as they were being assailed, they survived. I do not know if they had any wits about them to identify their assailant. What's more, while the assailant used a blade on the victim, he drew a very different weapon when confronted by us. Some sort of wand I'm not familiar with. Not that I've had much work with them. They've had a lot of impact on one of my cohorts.
It was a wand?
As far as I could tell, some sort of wand. Too small to be a crossbow, and the impact was too small to be a bolt of any kind.
So, I guess what I'm wondering is why you didn't just say that it was a wand. What was unusual about it?
It was the way that it was being held. Closer to the way one uses a rod of power than a wand, but it didn't look quite that big.
And it was a physical impact that it caused? Force damage?
Well, as far as I could tell, there was no fire or acid or anything like that. No lightning strike or anything.
I think you guys did realize that there was a metal ball that it fired. You don't have to say that. I'm saying that just, in a metal level, you guys knew that.
I'm also thinking kind of in a world that doesn't have guns but does have wands a lot. That's much more of the closer analog for him.
Right, but he's just trying to understand, especially given that you expressed some hesitation about, not knowing exactly what its thing was.
It made a considerable amount of noise, which is unusual for wands. Much of an explosion. Not a subtle thing, this thing. Very much unlike the initial strike at this half-elf.
Interesting.
They fled off into the night. I had drawn the guard's attention, the watch, to try to corner them, but as far as I know, they did not catch them.
So the victim survived, you say?
Last I saw, yes. In the care of the watch.
He looks troubled as he's thinking about the dark elf element, but then he just kind of says, I will look into this further, but as promised. And he reaches into a pack under the table and he doles out 4 small pouches that look pretty heavy. He says, that's 50 gold apiece for you and your companions.
It was in good service. If I may ask, this seems to have some resonance with you. Do you recognize the description of the assailant or that weapon?
Not in a precise way, but only in the recognition that certain circumstances may be more complex than I had originally anticipated.
Aren't they always?
Indeed. But
still, if you think of anything, the identity of this particular killer, their motivations, it would help in my own investigations.
Well, perhaps we can continue to share intelligence with one another. The Zentarum, thank you. And I'm going to just say, at a meta level, you all gain a point of renown with the Zentarum now.
Oof.
You're going to shoot the moon with all these different factions.
It's like Pokemon.
But what I'm also going to say is, you guys are all going to level up to level 3 now.
Yay!
Hey! Where do you track the renown in D&D Beyond?
There's a spot in notes which is allies and organizations. You can put it in there.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm just putting it under orgs.
And then actually, so that happens. So you guys are level 3 now. But I think as he has you there at the table, he just kind of says, "I don't suppose you and your colleagues are ready for another mission already."
If there's something worthwhile pursuing, then I don't see a reason why we can't start. But we are going to be having rather busy business soon. And we'll need to spend some time paying attention to that.
This should be a mere errand, but it is just an errand of importance that I do not wish to entrust to less trustworthy individuals. Interested?
I look at Dammit.
Yeah.
Very well. There's a shop in the trades ward called Weird Bottles Concoctions. The gnome who runs it is a friend of ours named Schemo. He's made some potions of mind reading for a client. Pick up the potions and deliver them to the Godcatcher, one of the enormous statues in the castle ward. And you guys know the Godcatcher because of all of these enormous walking statues. It's the one that's obviously magical because it's someone like reaching up overhead, and then there's like a sphere like of stone that is hovering just above the hand, like someone's about to catch the ball. But it's an enormous statue, and there's not actually anything connecting the hand and the ball. But the ball is part of it, so you get it, right? And so yes. He says, yes, deliver them to the Godcatcher, one of the enormous statues in the castle ward. Give the potions to the lady in the purple cloak, and keep the tip.
So is this a legal thing that we're doing, or should we be stealthy?
Delivering a package is legal. Potions of mind reading are a gray area.
Got it. And I look at Gibson. You in?
I rather wish you hadn't said what the potions were for. That does complicate things, you understand?
If it complicates things, then you are free to decline.
I suppose it might not be too bad, but it does mean that it is a larger risk. And for that, there might be a larger reward.
Well, perhaps then you should consider it a closed box that you do not need to look inside.
Indeed.
That's cool with me.
All right. So let's say that maybe as you guys are finishing up that conversation, then we have Quinn and Luker arrive at the yawning portal. And then I think he perhaps sees them come in the front door, and Davel's just like, well, I think that is probably all we have to discuss for today.
Indeed.
Do let me know if you find out anything more about that dark elf.
And your information concerning either your fracture or the hairy eyeballs would be useful too.
Yes, well, as it is right now, we are currently in the process of trying to determine who might be a mole for this rogue faction. We have not yet made any conclusive decisions.
Indeed.
On that matter, Schemo is a friend of ours, but let me know if you see anything that raises your suspicions beyond what you might expect for someone in his profession.
Of course. We'll keep an eye out.
All right. So he releases you. You're dismissed, so to speak.
Piss off. Okay.
So we can skip by the you each telling the other group what happened, if just because everyone saw that. So we don't have to role play out you guys just repeating what just happened.
I get some new cool shit.
So yeah, each of those pouches incidentally does have 50 gold pieces in it.
Woohoo!
Excellent. Mm-hmm. Well, those are distributed.
Yep.
I'm just figuring out what my new martial archetype should be.
Yeah,
Ooh.
level 3 is a big deal.
Oh yes, I suppose it is, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah. But I think I'm gonna stick with being an arcane archer. Just because being an arcane archer is kind of in my
yeah. That's a fun subclass. I like that one.
Well, it's also like I took archer as my fighter proficiency because I am small.
Yeah. No, it's good. I like it.
Yeah.
All right. So you guys connect back up. He indicated that this errand that he would like you to run is, like, please go ahead and do that if you're not immediately busy with something else.
Right.
Cool.
He didn't say how much he'd pay us, did he?
He said, keep the tip.
Right. Keep the tip. Just the tip.
Gross.
So, Mark, is your HP for Gibson actually 14?
It is now, level 3.
Yeah, wizards, man. They only have a D6 for hit dice.
I feel so powerful.
Yeah.
All right.
I just got 31.
Oh my gosh.
Nice.
Okay, cool.
I also don't have a particularly high constitution, so it's not really helping.
Yeah, it makes it worse. But yeah, so are you guys heading that way? Are you all agreed to do that job?
Of course.
All right.
Yes, I suppose.
Sounds like fun.
All right. So I think if you are heading to the trades ward, you find without too much difficulty this shop called Weird Bottles Concoctions, and it is definitely like a potion shop. It's got all sorts of like alchemist accoutrements in display and lots of different bottles of various colors that I think probably those of you with any savvy about this sort of thing would recognize that most of those bottles are not like real anything. They're atmosphere. Like, you don't sell all of these little random bottles. You sell the expensive ones that are behind the counter,
Right.
But in any event, you make your way into the shop, and I have a picture of Schemo Weird Bottle. Where is he? I thought I had him. Where is he? Oh, there he is. This is him.
Seems trustworthy.
Yeah.
Ah, yes. My kind of guy.
Yeah. So, in any event, he is behind the counter on a stool, and as you enter, he just looks up and says, "Yes, welcome to Weird Bottles Concoctions. How may I help you today? What sorts of potions can I sell you to improve your lives in some way?"
It's quite a speech. Is there anyone else in the shop?
Not at
looking
the moment.
around.
Nope.
We are here on an errand on behalf of a mutual customer.
Ha. Would this errand perhaps have been encountered in the yawning portal?
Yes, it would.
Well, then you are looking for this. And he ducks down behind the counter and then comes back up with a small little coffer. It's just like a little, it's about maybe, 1 foot by 8 inches, little wooden box about 4 inches deep. And he opens it up, and he opens it and turns and displays, and you can see it's a small silk-lined coffer, and there are 4 vials of some kind of a potion in it. And then closes it up and just says, "I am to understand you will know what to do with these."
Indeed.
Yes. Is there anything else I can do for you while you are here?
Oh. Are you saying something, Spence? You look like
Do you have any healing potions?
I do have healing potions. Would you like to buy some?
Depends on how much they cost.
50 gold for a standard healing potion. Or are you interested in something pricier?
I'll take a standard healing potion and spend the money I just got.
All right. Yes. So he hands you over a small vial of red solution that glows and is just a little bit warm in your hand.
Okay.
Splendid. That might just save your life someday.
Oh, I'm sure it will.
Yes, it seems like a prudent purchase. If I may have the same schema.
All right. He is happy to sell you one. And I think, yeah, never mind. That's fine. Yeah, so he sells you one as well. Yeah, for another 50 gold. Shall we complete the set? Looks at the other two of you. No?
No, thank you.
No, thank you.
You know where to find me. And so...
And,
let me not delay you from your mission any further.
Wait.
Oh, okay.
I wasn't sure if I was muted. She rummages in her pack, per true coin form, and looks at him, and looks in her pack, and goes, a fingerless glove.
One glove?
I don't know where the other one is. But also you've got that, like, bracelet thingy on one hand, and it wouldn't fit with that one.
He kind of picks it up in two fingers and says, yes, thank you.
Okay, bye!
Goodbye. So you guys head out?
I'd like to delay a little bit if you don't mind, folks. If we could find a place to sit for a few minutes.
Of course.
I'd like to check a few things. And I'm going to take...
Okay.
And I'm going to take 10 minutes and 6 seconds to cast Identify on the healing potion to ensure what it is.
Okay, hang on. On the healing potion. Okay.
Yes.
All right, hang on. Sorry, I'm just double checking where the god catcher is on the map.
It was a big label, I think.
Yeah, it is one of the big ones that... yeah, okay, it's just north of the market. So it's you're in the trades ward right now, so it's kind of to the northwest of you. It's north of the big market, which I'll show on the map here just shortly. So yes, you cast Identify on the healing potion, and it is in fact a standard healing potion with all of the normal ways that would operate.
Now...
And now is when I will mention just briefly that you remember that Fala, your neighbor, sells healing potions. And you just bought them from this weird guy instead. But okay.
Well, it's partially a test, I suppose.
Yeah, fair enough.
Plus, if I can't afford her prices, I don't know yet, but eventually.
You don't have to tell her that you bought them from some weirdo.
No. And then I look at the others. If you don't mind, I'd like to verify what's in these bottles too. At least one of them.
Sure.
Mm-hmm.
I've got nowhere else to be.
I have a disturbing suspicion, unfortunately. But I will spend 10 minutes and 6 seconds to cast Identify again on one of the bottles inside the box.
You discover, having cast Identify, that although it looks, smells, and tastes exactly like a potion of mind reading, it is, in fact, a potion of poison.
I was afraid of this. This is the complications I was hoping to avoid. It's curious. I'm not sure who you'll use this on.
So who are we delivering it to?
Another anonymous person, as far as we're concerned. Someone who either is a delivery person for someone else, or I suspect anyway. Most of these people will work through a couple of intermediaries just to make sure they can't be traced back.
So are they actually expecting the potion of mind reading, or are they expecting a poison?
I don't know. Ironically enough, the potion of poison is somewhat more palatable as far as the law goes. It causes harm, but is not guaranteed to kill someone. Whereas a potion of mind reading most definitely interferes with a person's mind, which is much more clearly a crime. So, this is unfortunate, but may actually be better. Not that I would want to sanction any kind of murder, unfortunately.
Well, we don't have to tell them that we learned what it was.
It's true, but it does mean that whoever receives this is going to be either passing off something as a more harmless but more insidious potion, or is going to be intentionally killing someone. I'm also kind of curious as to why this potion seller would make legitimate potions such as this one, but would also go through the effort of making these more complicated and ultimately more duplicitous potions. Surely the word would get back that their potions are unreliable.
Not if you go through enough intermediaries. I mean, who's going to know where they came from? Just that, we picked them up from the potion shop and a potion shop and then gave them to somebody else who gave them to somebody else who gave them to somebody else.
But if we were to deliver these, and we are at least known to one of the participants, and they turn out to be the more deadly form, it may not reflect well on us.
Again, if we don't know what it is, then we can claim ignorance.
Ignorance has very rarely been a useful defense, especially in the eyes of those who consider law to be an inconvenience and work more on their own feelings and assessments.
Why did you take the job in the first place then?
I must admit part of it was curiosity. Part of it is trying to further this this in-between role.
If you want to play with the devil, you're going to have to get your hands dirty.
Is that your assessment of this?
Yeah. We know that he's a bad guy and that his group does some shady stuff. So you're going to have to accept some moral ambiguity on your part if you're going to claim that this is for the greater good.
I don't have to accept missions that I do not believe in.
Then
I made
why
that
did
clear
you
to him.
accept this one?
Again, curiosity got the better of me.
So,
And
I don't want you to do anything that you don't want to do.
Why did you have to go and make things so complicated?
where's Annie? I hear her. Is she playing somewhere around here?
The dulcimer carries pretty far, I think.
Yeah.
No, I think that actually might be the portrait. It grew legs and walked.
It's chasing people down the street now.
Mm-hmm.
It was different when we thought it was a potion of mind reading. I feel it too. I value life. I don't want to do it either. And the only reason that you buy a poison is to use a poison. And that's where my problem is.
And concealing it means deception along the way. Whoever receives this may not be receiving what they think they're receiving.
Agreed. So what do we do?
Is there a notion of how strong this poison is?
A potion of poison, because you cast Identify on it, you know exactly how strong it is. I believe that. Hang on, I can tell you exactly in just a second, because you would know, not in the mechanical sense, but It is not an especially deadly poison, because it's designed primarily to look like not poison. But it is. Oh, okay. If you drink it, you take 3d6 poison damage, and then you must save on a DC 13 Constitution saving throw or be poisoned. Oh, it is actually pretty bad.
That's very deadly.
That sounds really bad.
And if at the start of each of your turns while you are poisoned, you take another 3d6 poison damage, and then repeat the saving throw. So basically, if you fail, you take 3d6 poison every turn until you succeed on that saving throw. Oh, and even on a successful save, the poison you take on your subsequent turns decreases by 1d6.
Oh, shit.
Yeah, so that's pretty bad, actually.
Yeah.
So we weigh the pros and cons. Pro of doing the delivery. We get further in with this dark organization, possibly to get more information to prevent bigger catastrophes from happening. Con, we aid and abet something terrible, murder or torture or what have you.
6 times over.
6 times over.
6? Okay.
So if we don't deliver it, we potentially get into trouble with these bad dudes, and then have them hunting us, as well as the other problems that we have been uncovering, and now find ourselves nuisances to a couple of different factions. But the pro is that our conscience is clear.
And less people have died.
So, Gibson, would you want to complete the mission if it was mind-reading potions?
At least no lasting damage would be done.
I don't know about that.
No death.
These will most likely kill someone. Each of them.
Poison will kill someone. Yeah, we can pretty much... That's what it's for. So...
There are things worse than death.
Ladies, where do you stand? Do you want to complete the mission if it's only mind-reading potion? Or are you just done?
I think we should verify. Because we've... That... See, here's my thought. And you guys can tell me if I'm out of line. If Davril thinks that this is just mind-reading potion, then if he thinks it's going to be mind-reading potion, gives it to somebody, it's actually poison, then he isn't going to know what's going on,
and he gets framed,
and he gets blamed,
and he gets blamed,
and perhaps blames us for changing the potions.
Yes,
right.
If he knows that they're supposed to be poison, and told it to us because he's trying to kind of hoodwink us into being an accessory, then that's a completely different thing. So that's what I was thinking is maybe verify, because maybe send one or two of us back to the yawning portal and say, hey dude, did you know that this potion seller is trying to chip you?
Or is it a test to see if he would look?
Right.
Yep.
And are we supposed to look, or are we not supposed to look?
Yeah, that is the question.
Quinn?
I mean...
moral quandary, dude.
it is a moral quandary.
I will say that we have pulled out of the main walkway and we are off somewhere in the corner.
Yeah.
No, I think
bumbling with,
you guys found somewhere you could have a private conversation.
Yeah.
Walk down the street. Holy shit, this is poison.
What do we do?
I can't believe that taking a job from the Black Network has turned out to be so complicated.
I mean,
the first one was fine.
If I
tasted free.
Right.
I mean, so everybody's going to try to cheat you. Why should this be any different?
I beg your pardon. Not everyone is actually out to cheat you.
Almost everyone is out to cheat you.
Thank you. So, I mean, I say if they're attacking somebody, it's probably not a good person anyway. And we just do the drop and don't do any more jobs for the people that we know are bad.
I'm not so sure their target would be as guilty as you suggest.
So do you mean do the drop with poison, or do you mean do the drop if we had the mind reading potion?
I mean, do the drop as is and state very clearly that what was given to us smelled and looked like mind reader potion. Because that is what it is.
Can I just ask out of character, weren't we told that Schemo is acting suspicious?
He
That's
told
true.
you that they were on the lookout for who might be part of this rogue faction. And he did say, if Schemo did anything suspicious, you should report back.
See, and I didn't know that, so
Okay.
Yeah.
So then I would say, and since you've identified that he was presenting one thing, but you identified that it was another, that would be part of your report. We would get in good, and then we would get out. Or at least abstain from doing more jobs for them.
So let's... I don't want to do the drop. I stand firm in that still.
Yeah.
I think we should just report it to Davil. That's where we are at this point, right?
Yeah.
Everybody?
Do we give him the potions?
I say proof is in the pudding, and that we deliver the potions to him so he can do his own identify and testing of it. I don't want him to have to take our word. We have proof.
All right.
But I guess it also depends on how much we want to get in with them as a criminal faction. I feel like this is a way that gets us out of doing the task at all, hopefully.
Yeah. Yeah, I agree with damn it.
I agree, damn it.
Damn it.
No, I agree with damn it.
Damn it, that's what I'm saying.
Janet, what?
Not only is she damn it, she's God's damn it. I think you've seen a way through this. It's good to have you around again, damn it. You had a way of making problems easier.
Cool.
We'll need to be careful when we arrive at the portal to give these to Davil. It would not be good to be seen with them.
Agreed.
All right.
Do any of you have a pocket or a sack? So I'm not carrying around this conspicuous
box. The box
box.
is like a shoebox size, so it's
Hang on. I probably have something in here. A shawl.
All right.
I give her 10 minutes. She makes a bag.
Yeah. Of holding.
I mean,
Somehow she's managed to
she
crochet
is.
on the outside.
Yeah,
Totally not
dude,
poison.
I
Probably.
crochet everywhere. I've got yarn that like it's strung over my shoulder, and I'm just crocheting as we walk.
It's not a bandolier. That's her yarn.
Wrapping it in a shawl, and then heading back to the yawning portal.
Yep.
I think so.
Okay. Well, so it's only been like maybe an hour and a half since you left there, anyway. So you head back, and I think as you arrive, he kind of sees you enter, and he just kind of has sort of a questioning look.
Nod to him and sort of inquiring look about sitting down.
At his table.
Yes.
Yeah. So he beckons you over.
Make sure we're not being overheard. I have concerns. You had doubts about Schemo.
Yeah.
And it is within my abilities to check on certain doubts. And perhaps your doubts were well-founded. For what was delivered to us was not what was expected. And rather than make a false delivery, we thought it best check with you first.
What is it? If not, what you thought?
I'm assuming that Quinn has the box wrapped in the shawl. Okay. So
do you put it like on the table or demonstrate that you have it?
I put it on the table.
He doesn't touch it. He looks down at it briefly, but then he's looking back up at Gibson and saying, "False. How?"
While the potions have an outward appearance of being correct, they are in fact of a much darker purpose. These would kill whoever they were given to, I think. I hope that wasn't your intention.
He reaches over and he takes the box and kind of sets it next to him on the booth. Thank you for letting me know.
Indeed. I hope it's such
You know, actually, briefly, that sort of breaks his poker face for a second. He's like, "Oh, did you want it back?"
No, it's fine.
I think she means
it's your colors.
Yes.
It's red and black.
Potion box cozy. He's been making them for everything.
Thank you.
I hope we can avoid such misunderstandings in the future. And that some of your representatives act less duplicitously.
All right. He's given you just like poker face.
Indeed. We'll be going now.
Hi.
All right. He lets you go.
It's like 3 adults and a Pokemon.
All right. So at this point, the Matim, the bard, who's been kind of strumming lazily over in the corner, watches you go away, and as you leave the yawning portal, he ducks out from like the side entrance and kind of runs around to just beckon you over. Psst, hey.
What's up?
No.
Oh, yeah, hey, over here. And he beckons you over. Do you come over?
Yes, I suppose we do.
He reaches under like his shirt and pulls out a harper's pin on a string.
Mm-hmm.
I look around to make sure we're not being watched.
Yeah. And he just kind of says, "I don't think I've seen Mr. Davil in there be so angry in quite a while." What did you guys do? I couldn't overhear everything you were saying, but...
I gave him a shawl.
I think that was more the confusing part.
Yes.
I know, but it's great.
No, so Damit's going to lean in and say, "I don't know you, and I certainly have no need to tell you what we discussed."
He kind of shrugs. All right.
We've had a bit of duplicity today. It's probably safer to be tighter-lipped.
All right. Well, I hope you won't take any offense then when I say duplicity in dealings with the Zentarum. What? Oh my God! I am so shocked that I cannot believe what you have just told me.
Your sarcasm is unnecessary.
Is it though? Is it? It sounds like it is.
Quinn is highly entertained by this guy. You should do this bit instead of strumming.
Look, I'm just saying.
Yeah.
I hang out. I listen in. I see what happens. I know you guys. You've been talking with Mert, right? You know, I'm not saying anything. I'm just curious because I couldn't overhear all of that conversation. I thought, hey, we're maybe working with the same party. I wanted to just find out, but you know what? Hey, don't tell me, tell them. If you don't trust me, that's fine. I don't worry. I was just checking in.
Yeah.
So I'm going to look at Gibson and I'm going to say, do we just trust anybody that's holding one of these as if we know that they're actually what they say they are? I mean, because I'm out of character. I'm going to say, you know, he flashed the Harper's pin at us. Mm-hmm. Do we just immediately grant complete information?
Hey,
or
up to you guys. You can decide.
No, that's what I'm
yeah.
I'm asking them. Yeah. Like, what's our level of trust for someone that's carrying one? Because for all we know, he could have slit somebody's throat and has it that way.
Out of character, I have wondered this about every single time this is used in a movie or a book. How do people actually trust this?
Damn it, trust.
I think he'll say, "Look, I get it. Don't. It's you guys are operating in dangerous circles right now. If you want to check in on some of the other Harpers to ask about me, that's cool. I'm just saying." I was curious, but hey, I know. We've not worked together before. All we've done is wave at each other across the bar. It's fine. I get it. I'm just saying.
Okay. Hey, listen. Once we get our stories checked out for you, then maybe we'll be able to open up a little bit more. But right now, because of how hot things are, we need to keep everything quiet. But I will follow up with you.
He winks at you and just says, just call 3 Strings anytime you need a friendly face.
Oh, honey, don't do that. Don't do that. You know how weak I am when you start singing and winking at me.
He actually has his lute over his shoulder, and he walks away with a smile back towards the alley, but he's playing a song, and it's an old gnome love song.
Oh!
So, Damit's gonna look at
so much.
Damit's gonna look at Quinn and say, "We literally just got lied to. We don't even know which person lied to us. Can we just maybe let's go back home?"
Damn it! I was getting rid of him.
Oh, okay, cool. High five.
High five.
Yeah.
Can we return to the inn or the pub now, or at least that I'm somewhat certain of?
Let's go home.
I think because it's 9:30. Oh, so in the game it's I think it's like the sun has gone down, but it's still kind of early evening. But it gets colder now that the sun is down. And I think because it might belatedly occur to all of you, I'll mention as the DM too, that you guys didn't even really talk about contacting any of the other organizations, like the Grey Hands or the Harpers or that you do know, or any,
Yeah.
It really hasn't been a lot of time.
No, but you basically sat there and talked about what to do as though the Zentarum are the only player in this game. So anyway.
Yeah.
The most recent one.
Yeah. I'll just mention that it occurs to you, having had Matim mention the Harpers, that you could also ask the Harpers about the situation.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's true. And it would be nice to verify my team's identity and allegiance.
Yeah.
You're also kind of realizing that what with Jallister telling you that he was in the Lord's Alliance, and Matim now saying that he's in the Harpers, and you guys know that there's another guy that hangs out at the Yawning Portal named Maloon Wardragon, who's a member of Force Grey. That it's just like, hey, this Yawning Portal is kind of a hotbed of.
Are we violating a protocol? Is this what the bar they go to so they don't talk about work?
Right.
It's like, I know you're all spies, but we're not going to talk about that. We're going to have a beer.
It's basically, clearly, it's just a nexus of interesting people walk through there, so all the various major players want to have eyes on that location.
Yeah.
That just reminded me of an old, I think it was BBC show called No Heroics, which was about a bar where superheroes went and they couldn't talk about heroic stuff.
Nice.
It was just a hangout. Just to chill.
First rule of Superhero Club. Do not talk about. So perhaps we could verify Matib's identity with...
He's one of the people on that Friendly Faces handout that I sent you guys earlier, too.
Yes.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
I think I even have his picture. I should have put it up when we were when you were talking to him, but that's fine. No, I think never mind. He's not got his own separate one. He's just on that.
Friendly Faces.
Or is he? I thought I got the others, but not him. Oh well, never mind. Yeah, he's on that Friendly Faces one, but I don't have that one ready to show. But okay, so where are you guys headed?
Home.
All right, home. Home again, home again.
Oh, it's good to be back home again.
I think as you are basically just crossing your threshold, Gibson, you receive another mental message saying, "Gibson, it's the Blackstaff. I have another mission for you when you and your party are ready."
I just stepped inside the door. We'll be there at our earliest possible opportunity. That's my response.
All right.
I've just heard from... are the workers around?
It's basically they're packing up for the day, so a lot of them have gone, but some of them are still finishing up.
Okay, then I will go to them individually. I've just heard again from the Blackstaff. Perhaps it's time for us to check in, and there may be more for us to do.
Okay.
Perhaps we'll learn more of this evil twin business.
Fun.
Okay.
Let me go repack my yarn.
Do you head over that evening?
Wait. Where are we heading?
So he received another message from Blackstaff Tower. Where were you? You maybe hadn't joined yet when they did that.
Yeah, I don't think so.
Oh no, you hadn't.
So.
Okay, so basically, the rest of them can fill you in that the Blackstaff is an important position of the Waterdeep government. That she's basically the one in charge of powerful magic stuff in the city. And she is a youngish woman for the role, but been magically selected by the staff itself, which is kind of a big deal thing. And she runs an organization called Force Grey, which is kind of like the SWAT team for special dangers against the city. And then the Grey Hands, which is the the minor league for that. Okay. And so they had previously done one mission for her already.
And they're a good alignment?
Yeah, so the Force Grey is basically people who are willing to defend the city and its people from any dangers.
Got it. Cool.
Yeah. I have to admit that going quote unquote undercover with the Zentarum is just leaving a very bad taste in my mouth.
It is part of the intelligence gathering, which I had not participated as much with in the Watch. It's not something I'm built for yet.
Well, I mean, I've heard a lot of stories that the minstrels play about people who go undercover and they lose themselves in the characters that they play, and it's not really fun. So maybe we shouldn't do it anymore, especially since apparently we made that guy really mad.
Well, we don't know if he was mad at us or mad at the supplier, whatever his name was, because names.
Schemo.
Yeah, Schemo.
It's been a long day.
Yeah, it's been a really long day, and names just kind of flow through my head like a sieve. But we don't know who he was angry at, but
yeah,
I think backing off for a while at least.
Yeah.
Would not be unreasonable.
I think we at least managed to spin it properly. It wasn't exactly our blame, but nonetheless, hopefully we stand where we stand properly. Shutak, Cage, if you would stay here and mind the store. We're so close to opening. And it's going to be a late night.
They agree to do so. So do you head out to the Blackstaff Tower that evening?
I think so.
Yeah. So you return to this tower, which is in the castle ward, and damn it, because you had seen it before as a member of the City Watch, but it's basically, at first glance, it's a fairly simple black tower, but there's something weird about it that just kind of makes your eyes water when you look at it. Some sort of a magical effect that may be masking something, we don't know. It's hard to say. It's weird in a way that's difficult to put your finger on.
Also, for some reason, we said to get another message from the Blackstaff. I kind of flashed to a combination of Allo Allo and Blackadder.
I've got another message for you, sir.
Yeah,
It's
and
in
my brain goes Monty Python with the with Patsy being shot.
Message for you, sir.
Giving your life up for this. I'll be better.
So you are escorted as before up to the Blackstaff's office, and she greets you all and nods to Dammit and says, looks like they're making new friends all across the city.
We're making what alliances we can. I trust Dammit quite inherently, having worked with her extensively before.
Good. Good.
She's good people.
I'm glad to hear it. The city needs good people.
Indeed it does. I don't know how much you know of what we've discovered the last few days, but it's been somewhat disturbing.
Do tell. And we don't have to roleplay out all of that necessarily, but how about you just say what you let her know about?
Unless the other's giving an indication, he actually trusts the Blackstaff the most.
Okay.
Yeah.
Tells her basically just everything?
Pretty much.
Okay, including all of the people you've been working for and all that stuff?
Yeah, other than the potions, nothing's been terribly below board, so I don't mind that.
So you tell her even about that stuff?
Yeah.
Yes, as we extracted ourselves as best as possible.
And I think that she starts off with, obviously kind of trying to maintain just like a poker face of yes, But as the stories keep going, she's just like...
It's been a long few days.
Indeed. Well, it would seem that I have chosen the right people. You have your fingers in all sorts of interesting pies. I appreciate all of this information a great deal. I thank you for bringing it to me. I would urge caution. You are certainly playing in...
Fire?
Fire, yes. Well, as it happens, to cool off that heat, perhaps, and she, grits her teeth like, I can't believe I just made that dumb joke. She says, the mission I have for you today is in a somewhat colder place. You see, a young bronze dragon has taken up residence in Deepwater Harbor.
Oh, dear.
And one of the things everybody kind of knows about Waterdeep is that it has what's known as Alghiron's Dragon Ward, which literally is this ancient, incredibly powerful magical field that prevents dragons from entering the city. They just can't do it. Even an ancient, powerful dragon just can't come into the city. But the harbor is not in the city. So, but what she says is, it startled a few sailors recently, but it hasn't hurt anyone. I would like you to just confront the dragon and learn its intentions, and I can offer each of you a potion of water breathing to help you visit it. You will probably still find it cold, but at least the water breathing potion should keep you from freezing while you are underwater. But once you come back above the surface, it may still be chilly. So, nonetheless, I would ask that you try to make contact with this bronze dragon and just find out what its business is in the harbor.
Okay.
Bronze dragons typically, metallic dragons are typically of good alignment, so I don't anticipate too much danger, but I am curious why it's here.
And why now?
Indeed.
What is her name?
This is Vajra Safar, but her title is the Blackstaff. So that's spelled Vajra Safahr.
FHR. We have interest in the murders of elves and half-elves. Do you know anything about that?
So presumably as part of the intel thing, you guys told her all about that?
Yes.
Yeah, so she'll say that that she can't really say more, but she and the Open Lord have discussed some matters related to that, but it's good to know what you have told her about the murders. So she basically saying, I can't comment any further on it, but it is something I have been discussing with the Open Lord, L'Oreal Silverhand.
And have you had any further thoughts on what Hlam had to say?
Not as of yet. We have been looking up some of the various references. The terminology Evil's Twin is a term that was used frequently during the Manchun Wars, and so I'm not sure what else he would be referring to there. But at the same time, a clone of Manchun has not been seen in many decades, and I don't know.
Would Manchun be recognizable from a mere description?
But of course, Manchun, not to the average person, but he would presumably, if it was a clone, would look human.
And what else does he look like? In case we
Dark
happen to
hair,
see one.
Pale skin. I don't think that he looks especially distinctive, but it is also true that what Hlam said is that he is hiding, Evil's Twin is hiding its true face for now.
Before winter's end to be revealed, though, which could be any time.
Indeed. So I'm continuing to study, but I don't have any additional information for you at this time.
Very well. Perhaps in the morning we will go see this dragon.
And she hands over a little case for you with 4 potions of water breathing.
It's not a familiar looking case, is it?
No.
Still, I've got some things to do.
She gives you it's basically just like it's actually a little pouch that has a frame that holds the 4 vials in it, and each of them are filled with a cloudy green fluid with a jellyfish-like bubble floating in it. Is what it looks like.
If there's nothing else, Blackstaff, we should retire.
You have provided me with a great deal of helpful information today. I hope that the mission with the dragon goes well as well.
Us too.
Alright. So do you head out in the morning?
Well, that evening,
Alright.
I'd like to take some time, and in asking to see the potions that were there, there's a bit of, it's like a weight gets pushed onto Gibson's shoulders as he realizes and methodically casts Identify on all 4 of the vials to make sure they are what they said they would be.
All 4 are as described, potions of water breathing.
Very well.
I would like to say that Dammit as a drow has sunlight sensitivity, so I'd have disadvantage on attack rolls and on perception checks. So
in direct sunlight. If you're underwater, that would not count.
Okay, cool.
But yes, if you go out during the day in direct sunlight, thank you for remembering that, because I didn't always think about it. But yeah, if you guys are out during the day, that is a thing.
Yeah.
It's just the sun is bright and just like...
Migraine sensitivity.
Yeah.
I didn't even think of that, but yes. The irony is that...
Oh, sorry.
The irony is that as a follower of Lathander, she knows that anything that happens in the morning happens with, the blessings of Lathander, so to speak. But, when it comes to dragons, maybe we should stick to night.
All right. Well,
in case it doesn't go the way we think it's going to hopefully go.
Up to you.
The waters will be colder at night.
So, from casting Identify, Gibson, that these give you water breathing for 1 hour each.
Right. So we'll have to be quick about it, I suppose. No long introductions.
Yeah.
Well, you just let me do the introductions. I do it really fast.
Do you have something made for a largest creature?
I can check my room. I probably do. But, yarn doesn't work very well underwater.
I'm sure you'll figure it out. So we leveled up in there, and it gets kind of weird in terms of the spells that I know. Do I already know the spells that I've picked out for that next level, or is that?
So I would say, let's just go ahead and treat it like you're at a fresh day.
Okay. Well, before I go to bed, then I have one more ritual to cast.
All right.
In private, as I go back to my chambers, unlock my extra door, unlock the case, kneel down beside my poor little friend, and I cast a ritual.
Okay.
It's called Gentle Repose.
Okay.
For the next 10 days, the body is protected against decay and cannot become undead.
All right.
Wait.
It's already a little gross.
Yes, I'm realizing this. This is me at home.
The body of their goblin friend brother who died before you joined.
You have a corpse? I'm a goddamn life doing it.
You don't know.
I'm very cagey.
The fuck? Okay.
None of the rest of the party knows. He's always, ever since brother died, he says, I will take care of the body.
I'll take care of it.
That is
none of us know.
But yes, at least for the time being, there won't be any problem with his body.
Dude.
And I lock up the case once more. Lock up the room once again. And on the room now. Did I also pick that up? I did, but I'll have to remember it in the morning. Don't think that's a level 2 spell, so I'll have to fix that in the morning. There will be one thing I do before I leave in the morning. And that is cast Arcane Lock now upon that door. So it cannot be opened except from very serious magical means.
Okay.
I have to protect him.
Welcome back. Gus is in the chat again. Getting close to the end of the session for today, but welcome back. Yay.
Holy moly.
Yeah. So, are you guys heading out tonight, or are you going in the morning? What did you decide?
It sounded as though Damit's preference was during the evening.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, if we're sure we're going to be underwater, then I'm down because, again, blessings of Lathander and all that.
Well, I mean, underwater is where you've been told that you're going to find the dragon, and she gave you potions of water breathing for that very purpose.
Cool.
Yeah.
All right. And also, you're getting closer to that. I think that you got it is now the 14th. It's the evening of the 14th of Hammer. And the 16th was the day that you guys were going to have your grand opening.
So close.
Yeah, it's getting there.
It's going to burn down.
So, are you guys, are you heading out in the evening or in the day? The next day?
If we're heading, I think we said we were heading out in the day because since we'll be underwater, the disadvantage won't apply to Dammit, and their deity has advantage in the morning.
All right. Like that.
And I'll be able to see.
Yeah. Okay. So you all head out in the morning. It's a bright, shiny, cold morning. The wind is blowing, and you make your way to the harbor. Walk out onto the docks.
I want to say, can I that evening when we're back at the house, can I look up hempen rope and see if I can make something with hempen rope to bring?
Yeah. So what? How about this? Make a check with intelligence and your proficiency to try to make something with hempen rope.
Okay, with my proficiency though.
Yeah.
Okay. There we go. Okay. So that is a 16.
Okay, what were you trying to make with this rope?
I wanted to make a really pretty crocheted bracelet for a dragon, which would be a big belt for me, or for an orc. But just trying to guess dragon size.
Sure. All right. You
know the water puts on 10 pounds, right?
Yeah. Well, hempen rope's kind of designed to be, at least somewhat durable in the water, right?
I just think you're trying to estimate the size. You know that water puts on 10 pounds, right?
Well, yeah, but we'll be underwater as well, and it'll be fine. It'll be fine.
It'll be a good raft.
So, you guys head to the harbor, and I'm going a little faster than we might otherwise, just because I'd like to try to resolve this whole thing before we finish for tonight. We're getting close. But you guys head out into the harbor. You probably walk out onto one of the docks, I would guess.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
You earn some funny looks as you all stand on the end of the dock and drink a little potion.
And then hop out onto the ice.
Yeah. Yeah, so...
It's going to be so cold.
Yeah. So I think as you get, the ice is, it's thick-ish, but near the dock, but it's not too far out from there that it gets thin enough that you probably, unless you guys are really easing yourself out, you'll break through as you get close to the edge.
I'll use my sword to help with that.
All right. So you guys drop into the water, and it is shockingly cold at first, but you also realize that, this potion is kind of insulating you a little bit, but you also get the feeling that you don't want to spend too much time underwater because it is very cold.
Okay. Let's go find a dragon!
All right.
No, talk to.
Yeah.
Not fight.
I said find.
Oh, good lord.
Good thing you guys
All
are
right,
all on
then.
the same page.
Yeah.
All right. So
I have a gift. I'm not going to fight something I'm going to give a gift to.
Mm-hmm.
I misunderstood. I apologize.
So you guys are swimming around for a while, and it's like 10, 15 minutes of just kind of searching, sort of looking around in the harbor. Fortunately, the water this time of year, the oceans or currents are a little bit more stable, so there's less silt in the water, so it's a little clearer. And then eventually you do actually find, seeing in the distance, a young bronze dragon swimming around a barnacle-covered shipwreck at the bottom of the harbor. And I think I have the picture. Pull it up, please. Oh, in the right place. Hang on. There we go. Yeah.
Okay.
So Quinn's gonna see him and call out, "Hello, friend! We would like to talk to you."
The dragon definitely hears you and then kind of just swims on over to you and kind of inspects you all curiously and just says, the water's awfully cold for humanoids this time of year. What brings you to the harbor and beneath the water, more specifically?"
Well, we wanted to meet you. I'm Quinn. This is Gibson. This is Luker, and this is Dammit.
Welcome. Do you have any treasure?
I brought you a thing.
What?
Well, we knew we were gonna meet you, and I didn't want to come empty-handed, so I made this specifically for you. And I pull out and float out this this hemp bracelet.
Right. So this young dragon is the body is perhaps the size of a large bear, but with the long tail and the wings, it's kind of the effect is much bigger than that. But yeah. So I think you gauged it about right in the sense that it can kind of tuck its claws together and get it around the wrist, and it's kind of loose on the wrist, but the hand is big enough to keep it, enough. And it kind of inspects that and just says, it is true that generally speaking, I like shiny things for treasure, but something made specially for me. Something special about that.
I'm just happy that you like it and that it fits. I'm so excited that it fits. But really, we wanted to ask you, because we haven't seen dragons in these parts in a while. So what brings you here?
Yeah, a lot of dragons stay away from the city because it's got that awful magic on it. It keeps us out. It's kind of unpleasant, and I think a lot of dragons just feel like we're obviously not wanted in the city, so they stay away. But I figured, hey, I'm an up-and-coming young dragon. I need to build my hoard, and maybe there are some treasures at the bottom of the harbor that have not yet been scavenged because all the other dragons stay away.
You're so smart.
Mm-hmm.
So you're just scavenging for treasure?
That's right.
Where are you keeping your hoard, like, close to the shore or away from shore?
Well, that would be telling.
Yes.
I'm mostly gauging so that I can make sure that nobody goes hunting you. Because, I mean, you're clearly a dragon of significant intelligence and kindness and great taste, because clearly, I mean...
So, you're making a deception check here.
Not entirely.
It's more like a buttering
I
up
want
check.
to know where your hoard is so that nobody goes hunting you. That's a deception check.
Fine. If you say mostly, I would be like, don't go that way. Yeah, that's a nat 1.
Okay, I think he just kind of he scowls at you and just kind of
I'm sorry,
looking down
I'm
at the
really
bracelet
bad at
like
this.
he's not sure how much he likes it anymore.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
Okay.
Why are you all really here?
We just needed to know why you were here, that's all.
There is concern in the city about your presence. As you can imagine, you're quite scary to some people and certainly powerful.
Yeah,
We wanted to make sure there was nothing dangerous.
I suppose I would be scary. I am pretty powerful.
There are nervous people in the city, and I hate to see an accident happen.
Well, how about this? You go back to where you came from and you tell those nervous people, as long as they leave me alone and don't go after my treasure, everything will be just fine. I'm just scavenging already sunken treasures. I have no intention of making any effort whatsoever to enter the city or disrupt any of the ships up on the surface.
Can I make an insight check?
Go for it.
I mean, I can roll one, but I can make one.
Yeah.
I'm sure that would be very satisfactory to them.
18.
You believe him. He seems to be straightforward. That's his intention. He's not trying to cause trouble. He is just looking for treasures that nobody is using at the moment.
How rude. We didn't ask your name. If I may?
Yes. My name is Zelopharn.
Xylophone. It has been my pleasure. I have never met a dragon before.
Well, aren't you privileged then to have a bronze dragon be your first?
Yes, I would say so.
All right.
Well, I wish you luck, and you should really return to the surface. You humans are going to catch your death, and gnomes and... oh, look at the lot of you. All of you. None of you belong here below freezing water. What are you doing? It's crazy.
Well,
And with that-
we've succeeded with our mission, so we'll leave you in peace.
I'm happy I could help then, and thank you for the bracelet after all, although no more fibbing.
I wasn't entirely fibbing, though.
You're asking where its hoard is so that nobody will hunt it, which is definitely not what you guys were doing.
Yeah.
Right.
Dragons are sensitive about people asking where their hoards are.
Okay. Anyway, swimming towards the surface.
Okay.
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, and so you guys, by the time you get back to the docks, it's about when this potion is wearing off anyway, and you are all of a sudden now, like, really, really cold. It's just like the wind is howling, and you feel like your clothes are starting to, like, literally get stiff from the water freezing. You're very cold.
Is there a bar nearby?
Yes, I mean, there definitely is. You're in the dock ward, so it's mostly sailor bars.
Yeah. So we'll go to the nearest bar.
All right.
Is it an eel bar? Is it called the Swarm Body?
No.
He did that, y'all. He did that.
Been doing
In
that.
fact, it is. That is exactly what it is, and that's what it's called. As you step in the door, there's definitely like record scratch moment as you four adventurers in your frozen over clothes, ice in your hair, and looking just cold and miserable. Everyone who's like in there all nice and warm and drunk kind of just looks over you like, huh?
Soup. No, screw that. Just bring the broth.
They're happy to serve you broth for money.
Yes.
Yes.
And you guys hang out in there by the fire probably until you get more warmed up.
Yeah.
Steaming.
Yeah, Lucre is trying womanfully or tieflingfully to not sit directly in the fire. since she's resistant to fire, it might speed things up.
It's like a cat. Like, no, you can't sit in the warm spot.
So, what I'm going to do is brush past a few things and fast forward us to a moment where we will end for tonight, which is to say, I'm going to assume that you guys go ahead and report your findings. Once you've warmed back up a little bit, report your findings to the Blackstaff, who is very relieved to hear that the dragon is not interested in hurting anybody and is just looking for treasure. And she basically just says, yes, that's fine. So we just wanted to make sure he didn't have some nefarious purpose. And so you guys all gain an additional point of renown with the gray hands. That's the first one for you, damn it.
Yay.
You and as you return home, and I think you guys are all kept pretty busy getting everything ready for the big grand opening, which is going to be the next in the next couple of days here. So we're going to say, like, you guys spend the next couple of days getting all the last minute touches. There's a lot of buzz in the area. Everything's starting to come together and look just right, although there's a lot left to do. There's always the scrambling of like, oh, wait, no, this isn't done. This isn't done. And so you guys are kept pretty busy trying to get everything ready for the big day. And then we're... you know, you all go to sleep for the night before the big grand opening, where you have plans for a big event in the evening, right? Because even though technically you'll be opening in that day, the day is not where people come, right? You know, it's the evening is where the grand opening is. But so, what happens though is. Hang on, let me pull up the right image here. Yeah, so in the early morning hours, windows rattle as the roar of an explosion fills Troll Skull Alley. Charred bodies and anguished screams fly through the air. A thick cloud of acrid smoke billows outward from the blast, which seems to have occurred right outside your door. Bum, bum, bum!
We just fixed it!
All right, and so we're going to end tonight here, and I think we had an excellent first day. I'm very pleased with how all of this went, and we will be back tomorrow at 10 a.m. to continue our 24 hours of Extra Life D&D, raising money for children's hospitals. We can put that link in the chat one more time, and if you can donate and spare just a few dollars even, you can help raise money for children's hospitals. And maybe even if you look at the website, there's rewards you can choose to donate, help or harm to the party, and we'll see what happens next as they uncover the further mystery of everything that's happening in the city of Waterdeep, and specifically, who just set off a big fireball outside their door.
Yeah.
We'll have to see. In the meantime, we'll be back tomorrow for more Extra Life.
Bye.
Bye.
Good night.